descendants of one age augur the next.
The Shawnee are consummate diplomats who cross leagues on foot to bring together disparate groups, even when facing catastrophic odds. Under the watchful eyes of the Kispoko, the Hochib Kileni call all who will come to the storm grounds to hear the orators speak and to rise together as one.
Damn, son. Where'd you find this? Real trap shit. Okay, we're back.
They went for it on 4. Unreal.
I wanted to give you a brief little follow-up to the latest batch of Epstein files that dropped. Over 3 million files came out, and it's been quite a few days now of people combing through them and finding tons and tons of alarming things. New allegations, new names, a ton of new information. I highly recommend you check out CoffeeZilla's 2 latest videos covering this new Epstein file drop. I think he does a great job at cutting through the bullshit and delivering the clearest coverage and highlighting some of the most important takeaways from all of this new information. This is a huge deal, and don't let any of the NPCs on Twitter convince you otherwise or try and minimize the importance of this. And crazy enough, I know it's not just these faceless homunculi on Twitter that have this administration's cock buried deep into their throat that's trying to convince you to just let this all go. The administration itself is doing that as well, which is the main thing I want to talk about here. Since this release, the official narrative from the administration is they've finally complied with the law and release these files, and now we can all just move on. Which is crazy because there are still no arrests and seemingly no investigations either, despite all of this overwhelming evidence that now the public has access to and can see some really fucking terrible things in. Raping children, trafficking children, possible cannibalism, torture, murder, all of this now just openly in the public, of course with tons of redactions to protect the perpetrators, naturally, which of course violates the law that they're right now gloating about following, by the way. All of this is now out there in the public, and yet still no investigations, and the administration is proudly just saying, time to move on. Before showing you some clips here, I want to do a little experiment here with you to try and activate a few neurons, God forbid. Let me dust off your brain here for a moment. let's say that you have drank the Kool-Aid to such an extreme degree that you believe all of these Epstein files are a bunch of hooey when it comes to the Republicans that are named in there, like Howard Lutnick or Donald Trump. Let's say that you think that all of those are make-believe, there's nothing in there that holds any water, it's a fucking, wild goose chase, it's all fake. But you believe that all the information in regards to Democrats in there, like Bill Clinton, is legitimate, and Bill Gates. All of that's real, but all the stuff on the Republicans is fake. Let's play ball with that. Let's say you're right. Why are the Republicans that are in charge right now in this administration not pursuing an investigation on the Democrats in these Epstein files? Let's go into a little bit of chess theory here. Everything about Donald Trump and the Epstein files is totally innocent. He's been absolved of all wrongdoing like he says he is and like a lot of other people are trying to regurgitate, despite the numerous times his name appears. Let's say he's not compromised by Israel like the FBI was investigating. Let's say all of this is wrong, but all the Democrats that are named in there are actually guilty. Those are the actual evil perpetrators and the real culprits. Why the fuck aren't we arresting the Democrats, or at the very least, investigating all of this information in the Epstein files? Ask yourself that question. Let's use someone easy, Bill Clinton. I think most sane people on the planet, after combing through the Epstein files and seeing all of these allegations and the pictures and everything with Bill Clinton, can agree there's enough here to at least start poking around and see what's going on with Bill Clinton's relationship to Epstein and everything that happened on the Epstein Island, right? Well, why the fuck is Trump defending him so adamantly right now? He just put out a statement like, man, I hate that people are shooting spitballs at Bill Clinton. I like that guy. I love that guy, actually. For a second there, I thought he was going to request a group hug in the shower with Bill Clinton at the very end of that fucking segment. Like, all of a sudden, he's Bill Clinton's best friend suckling on his titties. Like, what? Where's this coming from? Like, only a couple days ago, he was like, yeah, Bill Clinton's name's all over that. That backfired, didn't it? And now he's like, oh, man, Bill Clinton's, he's like the best of us. That guy's awesome. Oh, this is craziness, actual craziness. Now, I know that there's, like, some probes into some things in regards to the Epstein files and people like Bill Clinton, like, related to it. But nothing's going to come from it. Nothing has come from this shit ever. Across multiple administrations, nothing has come from it, so I have no expectation that there's going to be any justice, especially when the fucking President Trump is still talking about, like, let's move on and it's not important. Or Perjury Patel, like, hey, we comply with the law, Epstein files are out there, we're done here, time to wash our hands of it. Or Todd Blanche going and saying, it's not a crime to party with Epstein. It's very hard to have any level of faith that there's going to be any repercussions to all of these evil monsters. Now, I know I've been sitting here shitting and spitting, got a little off track. To bring it back to the initial thought experiment I wanted to plant into your noodle. If you believe all Republicans in these Epstein files are innocent, but all Democrats are not, ask yourself, why are the Republicans that are in charge right now not actually investigating or holding any of these Democrats accountable and punishing them, pursuing charges, or anything of the sort? Why does it seem like the actual narrative is the Epstein files are out there, we're done here? Even though, by the way, the official stance only a few months ago is that the Epstein files aren't real, it's a Democrat hoax, they don't exist, that kind of thing. After, of course, Pam Bondi said they were on her desk. After, of course, they had actually given the Epstein files phase 1 to some fucking right-wing influencers who have been hush-hush crickets ever since. Anyway, if the Democrats in the Epstein files are guilty, why are they not being investigated?
Yup.
Let me offer you a little game theory here. It's because the Republicans in the Epstein files aren't actually innocent. No one in the Epstein files is innocent when it comes to a lot of the evidence we now have at our fingertips. There's a lot of real actionable stuff in there, at least I think so. Now, of course, a lot of it is unsubstantiated. I get that. Not everyone in there is probably guilty of shit. Like, I know Russell Wilson was in there about, like, a plane, like trying to buy a plane. I get that. But there is a lot of substantial evidence on a lot of very powerful people, like a Howard Lutnick. And so, if this administration did actually pursue charges against the Democrats that are named in the Epstein files, then that puts them at risk of being implicated as well if that person starts squealing, if they start letting the fat lady sing. That's why I believe they are not pursuing any kind of real investigation or anything at all for anyone associated with the Epstein files. That's why, apparently, all of these extremely powerful people that are named in there are completely fucking untouchable. They're basically ghosts at this point. If your name is in the Epstein files, you've basically activated God mode in America, where you cannot be touched or punished, it seems. And I think that's also why the previous administration wasn't touching anything in the Epstein files, because again, if they went after the Republicans that were named in the Epstein files, that opens them up to also being implicated there as well. Because clearly, this was more than just one party. Both Republicans and Democrats are named a lot in these Epstein files. So it'd be a fucking disaster for both parties, which is why it's been such like a fucking hot potato that hasn't been touched. That's what I believe. Now anyway, I think any sane person would agree that this is a huge fucking problem, that no one is getting arrested for this. But unfortunately, the powerful politicians that govern us are not sane. So they are to our face, spitting on us, telling us to just move on and that it's not important. Here's those words from Donald Trump.
And you tell me something else. No, I think it's really time for the country to get onto something else. Now that nothing came out about me, other than there was a conspiracy against me, literally, by Epstein and other people. But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
What would you say to people
like
who feel they haven't gotten
healthcare,
justice?
something that people care about.
Building settlers when I got him.
Something that people care about. So you don't care about child sex trafficking, the raping of children, the potential cannibalism, the torture, the murder, all of that? That's not something you think American people should care about? That's not the important stuff? Well, what the fuck is? The Trump phone, which is probably coming out any day now. It's supposed to come out in like August of 2025, by the way. Still no expected delivery time on my Trump phone device. Crazy. They're saying maybe March now. Fingers crossed, any day, no doubt. How can anyone sit there and not be revolted by that statement? Again, if these Epstein files absolve Trump, which I don't see how anyone could mental gymnastic that explanation into reality and truly believe it. But again, even if he is completely squeaky clean here in the Epstein case, everyone else isn't. There's plenty of people that aren't. Why does he want so badly to just move on from this? Why does he want to bury it? He should be like really gung-ho about getting all of them arrested. And in fact, actually, one of his big promises when he was campaigning is that's exactly what he's going to do. But promises made, promises broken. That's the new motto. That is exactly what's been going on. He campaigned about how important the Epstein files were to release and like actually get justice for the victims and punish these heinous, evil people. And then the second he gets into office, he's done everything in his power to not only deny the existence of the Epstein files, calling them a Democrat hoax, but also doing everything he can to prevent them from coming out. And it has just been a complete circus with these. And now that they're here, and people have all of this evidence with so many names and so many bad people on there with a lot of things that I do think would warrant an investigation, he is saying it's not important and that we need to move on. That is actual craziness.
Do you have regrets about how it's been handled?
Look, like any other hot topic issue, the American public and the world had a great interest in this. And what we did under President Trump's leadership is produce the most transparent DOJ and FBI in history. 3 other administrations had the opportunity to do this, and we produced everything we legally and lawfully could. We worked with our partners in Congress, we followed the statutes and the court orders, and we produced, 3 million some pages. So I think we got to the result in the right way. Could we have gotten there faster? I'm not really sure because of numerous court cases, multiple protective orders, multiple court sealings. And so now we've produced everything we can while protecting victims' rights and funds.
This fucking dweeb, this insufferable dork. So here's Perjury Patel taking a victory lap here about how they did everything right when it came to the Epstein files, which, by the way, under oath, Cash Patel said that there's no evidence that there were like any, clients. No list. He said plenty of things that have been completely disproven with these Epstein files being released, but he's not facing any perjury charges, and to my understanding, no one's even pursuing it. Super weird how Perjury Patel just gets away with it. But here he's talking about how they did everything right in the right way, which is not true. They did everything they could to not release these files every step of the way. They're already like 2 months late, basically, close to it. And also, the redactions were supposed to be reserved exclusively for the names of victims. They have not been used for just victims' names. That has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. That is a violation of the law that had been signed into place when it came to the handling of the Epstein files. And pretty much everything he says there is just a lie. That is what Perjury Patel does, just lie. The sentiment he's trying to express is now that they have the 3 million some files out there, they've done what they were required to do, and now we need to move on. There is nothing in regards to like an investigation or punishment to the people that are named in these files with tons of evidence and tons of really very, very disturbing things, pictures, videos, emails, all of this stuff, and all of the people in them don't seem to be looking at any possible punishment or anything at all. It doesn't seem like there's any level of justice coming to the victims here of the Jeffrey Epstein operation and all of the clients.
Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein, and so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things, and if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand. It isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have...
It didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak. And so we need witnesses and we
Are there videotapes that you all have?
To answer that question, yeah, there's videotapes that they all have. In fact, Pam Bondi said that there's like thousands of videos with children in them. Pam Bondi seems like totally fine just letting this whole Epstein thing just kind of fall to the back rooms, by the way. Anyway, though, here's Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche just outright saying with his whole chest, it's not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. And he's being very open and honest here about how little he's actually caring about it. He's making it seem like, oh, maybe there's a chance for an investigation, but he's being very blunt that it's probably not coming. There's probably not going to be an investigation. He's even saying, yeah, unfortunately, pictures can't speak. So all those horrible pictures and all of that evidence in there is probably not going to lead to an investigation. Everyone's going to get away with it. Oh, shucks. But it's not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. You know, the man behind the biggest child sex trafficking operation in this country's history. What a strong message to be sending, Todd. It's all just so blatantly in your face. They treat you like you are a mindless sheep. And plenty of people are proving them correct here with the shit that they're swallowing here with a smile on their face. Wake the fuck up, samurai. The president has just said that we need to move on from the Epstein files into something that people care about. Let that marinate for a second. Really think about that. Why is he trying to make it seem like the raping of children, the sex trafficking of children, the cannibalism, the torture, the murder is not something you should care about? And this is all perpetrated by potentially the most powerful people in this country. Why is the president and his administration trying so hard to bury this and get people to move on without even trying to investigate or hold anyone accountable that's named in these files? It's just crazy. Anyway, I just had to yap about this a bit after seeing the response here from government officials about it's not important, just move on. I actually couldn't believe my fucking ears. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
When you start to make music,
so perverse and so widespread, like his influence is all over the modern iteration of the Labour Party. If Keir Starmer can get away scot-free from this connection, it will imply that the UK, just like the United States of America, has no real criminal justice system at all. We got Epstein files to discuss.
Pages of evidence from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation is drawing attention all over the world. This goes beyond new evidence of the abuser's friendship with King Charles's brother, Andrew. The scandal is also forcing Britain's prime minister to answer tough questions about his leadership. Lee Canary has more from London.
Andrew Mountbatten Windsor moved out of his royal lodge Monday, stripped of his home and royal titles for his association with Jeffrey Epstein and accusations of sexual abuse that he denies. Last weekend's release made these photos public. Andrew crouched over a female on the floor in Epstein's New York home and appears to confirm this infamous photo of Andrew with Virginia Giuffre as real. Now, UK police are investigating allegations from a second woman who claims Epstein sent her to the UK for a sexual encounter with Andrew in 2010.
My mother would be proud.
British authorities are also investigating this former UK lawmaker, Lord Peter Mandelson, for alleged abuse of public office, after the latest release posted photos of him and emails he sent to Epstein sharing confidential, market-sensitive information while in a government position. Prime Minister Keir Starmer made Mandelson the ambassador to the U.S. last year, and this morning he's apologizing to victims.
Sorry that so many people with power failed you. Sorry for having believed Mandelson's lies and appointed him.
Mandelson spoke to the BBC last month, denying any wrongdoing.
There were no girls on that island when I was there.
But victims like Ashley Rue-Bright want accountability in America, too.
I would go as far as to say the leaders in the past 5 administrations should be brought in and questioned. There's definitely not been enough accountability. Absolutely not.
Accountability is what's being demanded here in Westminster and beyond, as Epstein's connections all over the world have been revealed. In fact, Poland is investigating possible links between Epstein and Russian authorities to determine whether he could have been working as a spy. Adriana?
Yeah.
With millions.
I love that the meta is to just be like, no, Epstein for sure wasn't an Israeli agent, in spite of the numerous connections to Israel, in spite of all of his advocacy for Israel, in spite of all the work that he did for the Israeli government alongside Ehud Barak. It's actually, he's a Russian. He's a Russian agent. He's KGB. He's FSB. Awesome. I love that. I love that the media is doing that instead. He probably was working with Russia. He was working with Israel and USA too. He probably worked with any intelligence agency that would have him. Yeah, no, I know. But it's kind of odd, don't you think, that there's only one country that they're farming here. Who entered Epstein's jail tier the night of his death? Newly released video logs appear to contradict official accounts. He literally said this to Ehud. I didn't think about it until I saw this Channel 14 post, but what Ehud Barak told Epstein in the recently revealed file actually aligns perfectly with the Israeli right-wing's favorite conspiracy theory about a so-called leftist elite trying to destroy Israel's Jewish character. The point is Israel central to Epstein's operation, chatter, not Russia. Exactly. His initial connection to Russia was on Israel's behalf, so skipping to Russia is putting the cart before the horse? Yeah. Like, the amount of connections he has to, first of all, the amount of connections that Russian oligarchs have specifically to the state of Israel is already plentiful, right? But outside of that, there is an abundance of conversations that we now have access to. Where Jeffrey Epstein is having long back and forth with Ehud Barak, former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, and I think he was a defense minister at the time when those conversations were taking place, of the Israeli state. There is no such Russian equivalence. So to hyper-focus on the Russian element here is utterly ridiculous. Yes, I saw the Channel 14 clip. I covered it as well. Like the hostages, the issue of Epstein's connections to Ehud Barak play out completely different in American and Israeli politics, where Benjamin Netanyahu posted this clip from Channel 14 where they're talking about Jeffrey Epstein's connection to Ehud Barak. For those of you who don't know, Ehud Barak is supposed to be a part of the opposition, or was the opposition to Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud. Ehud Barak is supposed to be the liberal, the more tolerable liberal Zionist opposition, even though they completely align on the issue of Jewish supremacy and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, right? Very, very little daylight between the two. So this conversation takes place between Ehud Barak and Jeffrey Epstein, where they're discussing the issue with the population growth of Arabs in Israel. Okay, that's the real point of contention that they're trying to address. I want to start there though, because the way that these guys actually take this conversation is very different. I said it's funny that this was his takeaway, Benjamin Netanyahu's takeaway from the conversation Ehud Barak and Epstein were having about Israel's demographic concerns around the Arab population's growth. Jeffrey Epstein's suggestion to the Arab population's growth is to basically bring in people who are not like originally Jewish, but like white people, and then loosen up the restrictions around conversion. Because from what I understand, as it stands, you have to be an Orthodox Jew if you're converting. Jeffrey Epstein's suggestion is you shouldn't be Orthodox. You shouldn't have to be Orthodox. You just like claim being Jewish as a white guy, and then this will make up for the demographic problems, the demographic concerns that Israel has because it wants to maintain a Jewish ethnic majority, a Jewish ethno-religious majority. Right? Benjamin Netanyahu, on the other hand, has a very different approach to this. He says, an amazing revelation about Ehud Barak that was exposed in recordings of his file friend Jeffrey Epstein. Ehud Barak suggests carrying out selection among Jews and importing to Israel the right kind of Jews, those who are neither Mizrahi nor right-wing. When the left and its messiah, Ehud Barak, fail to win at the ballot box, they try to replace the people. And if that's not enough, they can always rely on Bennett and Lapid's Brotherhood of Brothers to team up again with the Muslim Brotherhood. While Ehud Barak and Benjamin Netanyahu and Jeffrey Epstein are completely aligned on the demographic concerns that Israel has, they might differ in their solutions, even though the original solutions of the demographic concerns was to literally do this with Russian migration, famously, because like there are a lot of Russians in Israel that have no traceable, especially matrilineal Jewish ancestry, right? So they already had done this before to make Israel more white, not just to make Israel more Jewish, but to make Israel more white. They just basically took in a lot of people from the USSR at the time who aren't Jewish, and then they were just like, yeah, these people are Jewish as well. So that's literally all Jeffrey Epstein is suggesting in this instance, a different version of that. It's just ironic that Benjamin Netanyahu took that and turned it into something that was beneficial for his, or took that as a threat against his political project instead. Like he cares about the Mizrahi, asked the Tunisian Berber Jews who came back to Tunisia how nice Israel was to them. Mind you, Tunisia is mainly white, so its Jewish population. The issue is that they're too berber. Epstein helped Ehud address this demographic concern via Thiel. Of course, in the years that followed, Thiel's company became heavily involved in Israel and its military, supplying the error-prone AI tools it used to indiscriminately slaughter civilians in Gaza and signing a strategic partnership with his MOD. I mean, I don't know if that had anything to do with the demographic concerns at all, but yeah, he did get Ehud Barak to bring Palantir technology into. It's funny because Netanyahu is basically doing great replacement conspiracy, but for white people. Anyway, that's just one aspect of the Epstein saga.
To files linked to Jeffrey Epstein.
Interesting that, once again, often not discussed in Western news at all.
They exposed a life obsessively documented. Like this video of the convicted while dancing. A billionaire who used his enormous wealth to abuse and hid behind a luxury lifestyle.
Ooh.
The Epstein files contain videos of massages, private jets, and pools.
I've never seen so many beautiful girls.
A bizarre mix of more than 2,000 videos, 180,000 images, 3 million emails, texts, flight logs, all still being sifted through. Released by the US Department of Justice without context, some videos less than a second long. In this clip, Epstein chases women through a kitchen. Voices of unidentified girls can be heard.
Complete your quests at Noble Night Games. You can buy, sell, trade.
This of Epstein, which appears to be filmed while he's in prison. He's secretly recording a video message for 2 women, who we won't name.
You can see I have a little sore on my face that I got from some black guy trying to kiss me. It's really disgusting.
Among the files, heavily redacted, sexually explicit videos. And it's not just Jeffrey Epstein's personal images. The files also contain videos captured by the US authorities. Here, Ghislaine Maxwell, in 2016, being questioned over Virginia Giuffre's civil case.
Who were the other 17-year-old masseuses they were aware of? I'm not aware of any. Were there any 16-year-old masseuses you were aware of? I'm not aware. Any 15? I just want to be clear. The only person that I'm aware of who claimed to have been, and we have to, whilst I've established that I was 17, given that she had changed her age so many times.
And here she is in July 2020, a glimpse into her life inside her cell. She was waiting to hear whether or not she would be granted bail. and outside it, relaxed, making phone calls, some lasting more than 20 minutes, while facing charges of recruiting women and girls, including a 14-year-old. On Monday, Maxwell will be testifying under oath before Congress. The committee will be investigating the government's handling of the Epstein files. There is this footage from Epstein's Paris apartment. Pharrell Williams' happy place as a woman dances. A DNA paternity test can be seen on Epstein's desk. The same home where this now infamous photo of Peter Mandelson was taken. Which brings us neatly to here, Epstein outside the Louvre, with France's former culture minister, Jack Lang. Of course, we should say, appearing in the files doesn't imply any wrongdoing.
Well,
the files show excess, hotel rooms, flat.
That's kind of wild to say that while, you know, putting up a B-roll footage of Woody Allen, who is
a pedophile.
You know, he's just a pest in his own right, you know, even before the Epstein stuff, right? So kind of an odd choice there when if you're trying to protect the image of some of these people that were affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein. Interesting.
Cars, selfies. In one clip, Candle in the Wind plays from his personal playlist on board what appears to be Epstein's private jet. Millions of files with little explanation. For survivors, the release reopens old wounds. While context is often missing, discomfort isn't.
We've now been through more than 60,000 photos and videos and thousands more emails in the Epstein files. Here's what you need to know. Bill Gates is the latest high-profile figure to face pressure after being named in the files. This photo of him is taken from...
Yeah, not everyone mentioned in the Epstein files is, like, affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein. Obviously, Norm Finkelstein is a great example of that. Norm Finkelstein was told them to f*** off, basically, when they were trying to establish connection. I think, like, they even talked about, like, anti-Israel... real celebrities, and Zayn Malik is mentioned in the files for that reason, because he was like mentioned as an anti-Israel celebrity. But then there's also the Bill Gateses of the world, and Bill Gates, of course, is heavily involved and implicated in at least trying to figure out a way to rid his wife at the time, Melinda Gates, of a STD that he most likely contracted from someone on the island.
We don't have the context around it, and again, merely appearing in the files isn't a suggestion of wrongdoing. Now, in one email sent by Jeffrey Epstein to himself, a draft email was never sent on to anyone else, he accuses Bill Gates of catching a sexually transmitted infection and then secretly trying to provide antibiotics to his wife at the time, Melinda Gates. Bill Gates has rejected that allegation, saying it is false, says he regrets ever meeting Jeffrey Epstein. Now, in another email sent by Epstein to himself, he says that he was helping Bill to get drugs in order to deal with consequences of sex with Russian girls. Again, he's denied his allegations, but his wife, Melinda Gates, his ex-wife, has said that he has to answer some questions.
For me, it's personally hard whenever those details come up, right? Because brings back memories of some very, very painful times in my marriage, but I have moved on from that. I purposely pushed it away and I moved on. I'm in a really unexpected, beautiful place in my life. So whatever questions remain there, what I can't even begin to know all of it.
We found
those questions are for those people and for even my ex-husband. They need to answer to those things, not me.
The co-founder of Microsoft has not been accused by any of Epstein's victims, and he called the allegations absurd and completely false. He also spoke on Australia's Channel 9.
I met Jeffrey in 2011, so over a period of 3 years, I had a number of dinners with him. The focus was always, he knew a lot of very rich people, and he was saying he could get them to give money to Global Health. You know, it's factually true that I was only at dinners. You know, I never went to the island. I never met any women. And so, you know, the more that comes out, the more clear it'll be.
That I don't know about that, big dog. I don't know about that, big dog.
Although the time was a mistake, it had nothing to do with that kind of behavior.
We've also unearthed more emails detailing the relationship between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein. This is an email from 2010 where Peter Mandelson says he's gone to a spa. It was great, apart from the lack of happy ending. Now, whether that's a joke or not, it's notable that Mandelson is using sexualized language here, because when he's previously talked about his relationship with Epstein, he said that as a gay man, he was kept away from the sexual nature of his life. And then there's this, another email.
Bro tried to hit the Kevin Spacey. I'm gay! Like, as though that means that you're not. Yeah. You can't be engaging in criminal acts.
Exchange. And this one was sent on the day that Jeffrey Epstein was released from prison in 2009 after being convicted of soliciting.
As if you can't be
He says, free and home. Mandelson writes back, how shall we celebrate?
Mandelson's involvement in the Labour Party is so perverse and so widespread. Like, his influence is all over the modern iteration of the Labour Party. So if Keir Starmer can get away scot-free from this connection, it will imply that the UK, just like the United States of America, has no real criminal justice system at all. Keir Starmer already is a deeply unpopular figure. Utter vindication for Corbyn, obviously, once again. How do people just accept Starmer, who came to power on the BS ousting of Corbyn, or Macron, who did some BS to retain power after the left won? They just don't think about it, I think.
Epstein says to him, with grace and modesty.
Why rope Keir into this? Because Mandelson was one of the major players, if I'm not mistaken, on the ouster. I mean, Keir Starmer was one of the major players in the ouster of Jeremy Corbyn. Because if you recall, when Corbyn came to power, they tried to ouster him on numerous occasions. And then the one that actually stuck amidst the separate controversy around Brexit was the anti-Semitism allegations. And of course, the media environment was very different back then, right? The media environment around anti-Semitism allegations, especially as it pertains to like any sort of commentary that is anti-Zionist, especially in the UK, was poisonous. And they basically destroyed Corbyn's momentum by consistently calling him an anti-Semite and also even setting up an internal labor investigation with some members personally engaging in anti-Semitism to call out anti-Semitism within the Labor Party structure to then tie it back to Jeremy Corbyn. Didn't Corbyn only step down after losing the 2019 election? He held on to leadership prior to that? Yes. But a big part of the reason why he lost the 2019 election is because they hung him up with two different reasons. One, well, he had a not so great approach to the Brexit conversation where it was like inconsistent, it was wishy-washy. He tried to assume like a left pro-Brexit position while simultaneously recognizing the issues with Brexit, which was certainly a problem. But he also got sabotaged from within the party because, one, he didn't already have enough. He had tremendous support from the rank and file, tremendous support from the Labour Party voters, but he did not have any support within the actual the actual political structure of the party. He had a small contingency of Corbynites within the party, but the rest of the party was actually right-wing Labour acolytes, Keir Starmer being one of them. And the entire party infrastructure basically spent every waking moment trying to cast him out. And the way they did so successfully, for those of you who don't know, was by hitting him as an anti-Semite viciously from within the party. They smeared him as an anti-Semite over and over and over again. From October 2020, Sir Keir clarified on Friday morning that it was Mr. Corbyn's comments about the exaggeration of anti-Semitism that was the main reason for his suspension. Jeremy Corbyn joined Labour 55 years ago as a teenager and led the party into the last general election, but the Islington North MP has now been suspended pending an investigation. Keir Starmer literally was one of these guys. Yeah, he fully lent into a Benite-style pro-Brexit position. Corbyn, if he fully lent into a what? Benite-style pro-Brexit position, Corbyn could have won. Yeah, I mean, Brexit was a... I'm offering you clarity on this.
One of the main reasons that Peter Mandelson was let off the hook and eased into one of the most important offices he could be given by the Prime Minister was because of his role in internal Labour Party factional affairs. And that is...
Yeah, and this internal Labour Party factional affair was around the issue of made-up allegations of anti-Semitism surrounding Jeremy Corbyn. And the reason for why they kept calling him an anti-Semite is because of his now totally vindicated position of being openly supportive of Hezbollah as a political movement in the country of Lebanon and being pro, Palestinian resistance. Like, there are a lot of things that you look back at throughout Corbyn's career where he had moments of political bravery that was not even exhibited by the likes of Bernie Sanders, for example, that offered clarity into how correct his position was right now. But at the time, it was a third rail, and he was routinely punished for it, cast aside, and called and smeared viciously as an anti-Semite. Fabricated attacks, exaggerated attacks, some that by today's standards would not even be considered an attack. Like, being an anti-Zionist is not even a point of contention any longer, right? As a matter of fact, it's helpful to be an anti-Zionist for a popularity contest, even in a place like England. His moral consistency on the issue of apartheid, straight up, was the reason why they cast him aside. They internally shanked him.
Is just completely wrong. I mean, I'll quote Peter Mandelson, who said, "I work every single day in some small way to bring forward the end of his term in office," referring, of course, to the Right Honourable member for Islington North, and that comment was made whilst he was leader of the Labour Party, and Lord Mandelson was a Labour Party member. And I would say that is the reason he was so grateful for the job that Peter Mandelson did, kicking the left again and again in the Labour Party. The reward for that factional role that he boasted about, that he revelled in, the reward for that was that a blind eye was turned to the facts that the Prime Minister knew of the relationship between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey.
Yeah. They turned a blind eye to the Epstein affiliations at the time, or maybe they even welcomed it because these guys were all there to rat Jeremy Corbyn. And the reason why they wanted to rat Jeremy Corbyn was because of his consistent anti-apartheid, anti-Zionist advocacy and position. It was seen as a non-starter. They wanted him out for, his anti-capitalist stance as well. But the weapon that they wielded in the pliant British press was smears and allegations of anti-Semitism. The reason why the Labour Party is the Blairite Party once again, under the leadership of Keir Starmer, where their approval ratings have plummeted in spite of their electoral victory, is because they did this. Okay? They knocked the wind from under the sails of the left momentum that Labour had, where Jeremy Corbyn secured more votes in the last election, the last election prior to the last election, than Keir Starmer did in the last election. Think about that. Keir Starmer won the election in spite of his underperformance in comparison to Jeremy Corbyn the election prior.
Epstein. The reality is, and I will give away in a second, the reality is that Peter Mandelson wouldn't have made it onto a panel of local election candidates in the Labour Party. Yet he...
Heard on Fort changed the whole game.
Rico, give me something smart to say.
Go with the parlay.
Yeah.
Labour Party suspended a black Jewish woman, Jackie Walker, for saying that hatred against black people are more prevailed in British society than anti-Jew hatred. Yeah. I mean, the Brits are even fucking crazier. Like, if we're talking about, like, weird philo-Semitism, the British government and the British media is far worse than, like, the American government and the American media. I would say that at least the American media just, like, straight up doesn't cover this shit. Like the New York Times is not writing extensively about my anti-Semitism, right? Like that's just like, Jewish Insider, New York Post, maybe Fox News Digital, and some of these other outlets that are like a part of the ADL smear apparatus. The New York Times is not doing that. Whereas British media will take it to that level. You will have the Guardian and the BBC write about anti-Semitism, the anti-Semitism of Jeremy Corbyn. It's far worse. Or not even just the anti-Semitism of Jeremy Corbyn, but just like anything. Any conversation surrounding Israel is immediately it immediately revolves around like how anti-Semitic a person is, unless they're like 100% full-blown pro-Israel. It's pretty wild that it's like, I mean, they got the media on a vice grip over there.
He wouldn't have made it into the parliamentary Labour Party as a candidate for the general election, yet because of his factional role and his relationship with the super rich that quite frankly stinks, he was eased into the position of ambassador to the United States of America. And that's the truth, whether or not people choose to admit it. And I will give way. One of the main reasons...
People are speculating Peter Mandelson, a longtime member of the Trilateral Commission, nominated Keir Starmer to join. Definitely possible. Starmer joined in 2017-2018 just as Mandelson's protege Morgan McSweeney became the director of Labour Together and initiated a plot against Corbyn. By the way, this is where the new British opinion polls look like for voting intention. Reform UK has the top slot with 31. Greens are at 18. Shouts out to the Greens. Labour has dropped down to the 4th position at 16. Conservatives are still at 18%, which is crazy. But now Greens are in the 2nd slot. The UK, as I correctly predicted, is seeing a sea of fascism, a growth of fascism. What a spectacular defeat. Also, your party, due to its internal collapse, is not even in the other category, basically. Remember when I told you that this was what was going to happen with Keir Starmer, and there were a lot of naysayers in the chat? Yes, Reform is the fascist party in the UK, and they've been picking up conservative MPs left and right, and they have totally dominated the right-wing slant of British politics since Keir Starmer rose to power. And I told you that already. This is not a tiny sample. This is 2,264 adults. That's not a tiny sample at all. That's actually that's an adequate sample size. Here, we'll talk about the Tories today and their gigantic, ginormous, whopping L that they received, among many other things. But beyond that, it's not exactly a sign of good things to come. And I will tell you exactly why. Not because I'm some hater who's always saying like, oh, progress is never happening or anything. Good W for Jezza as an independent in Islington. We'll talk about that as well. But Tories were so... Scotland didn't even vote for its own guys. Dude, it is pretty crazy seeing this massive wave of support, dude. Reform didn't do well as predicted. Shame that where I live voted for them. Wait, what do you mean didn't do as well as predicted? No, they did gangbusters. What are we talking about? Reform did predicted as in 13 and only got 5 or 4? No, but that's still, guys, in comparison to the exit polls, they did way worse. But it doesn't matter. They still got millions of votes, okay? It's like the British Nazi Party getting millions of votes. That's not... Reform won second in 98 seats. Like, you cannot tell me that this is not legitimately troublesome. This is the British Nazi Party, dude. It is crazy. And here's why it's damaging, because immediately people start going, Reform isn't as extreme as other right-wing parties in Europe. Like, people are already doing, people have this tendency without recognizing what they are doing to normalize extremist politics. And this unfortunately never happens for leftist politics. It never happens for like socialism. It only happens for further and further reactionary right-wing politics. And I don't even think that that guy is like secretly a Reform supporter or anything. I just simply think that that guy is doing the predictable thing that many people do when they see a genuine cause for concern, and then their first reaction to this genuine cause of concern is not to analyze it and go, oh my god, this is damaging, this is terrifying, there's millions of people in our neighborhoods that went and voted for like out and about fascists. Second place in 98 districts is unimaginably bad, especially because of what I said earlier, that like the conservatives, in order to launch a stronger opposition, will most likely play the role of normalizing reform's policies. You've seen this already happen with the AfD in Germany. You've seen this happen with Marine Le Pen, the nationalist, the party in France. It starts off marginal, and then before you know it, 2 election cycles later, you're like, what the fuck's going on? How do we get here? And there's always people like myself who have been cut. Bro, there's still people saying green's too extreme. Like, come on, brother.
Oh. Trying the perfect combo feature
following Jazia.
And yes, sir, report.
No, they're not. Anyway, the other part of this analysis is when I talk about, I think it might be here, is when I talk about how Keir Starmer's poor performance, if he pivots to the right, Keir Starmer's poor performance is going to lead to a groundswell of Reform voters. It's basically going to operate like a funnel where, oh, this is still business as usual politics. In camp territory, like immediately, okay? Like the British boomer class is out of control, dude. I have a hard time with how the left can win in Europe because unlike in the US, they do actually have genuinely leftist options like Mélenchon. They just don't like them. No, I know. There's a lot of brainwashing and a lot of propaganda in the, European press.
Is freshly disgusted by the Mandelson affair, doesn't want to listen to Starmer, and the country remains disgusted by the way the Tories behaved when they were in power. And so today, the obvious conclusion, the overwhelming likelihood, is that we are heading towards a plague on both their houses' election and a Reform government. Politics of Peter Mandelson, who he now regards as the viper he took to his bosom, is all about the interests of the super rich, the corporate bankers, the big American tech companies digging themselves ever deeper into our public life. The Mandelson affair wasn't just about one guy making a mistake about another guy. It was about the arrogance and the entitlement of the privileged them, and these days, the increasingly furious us. And that is why, even though Epstein was deeply involved in the far right across Europe and the Russians, populism has not yet been set back by this affair. It may be unfair, but Nigel Farage remains in a very strong position, and we are heading for wild political upsets.
Zach Walensky's message convinced me to become a Green member and stand as a councilman for them in May. Hell yeah. Crazy that the only way you were wrong is it's now Labor that's normalizing reform policy and even getting outflanked by to the left by reform, like the two-child benefit cap. No, I said that too. I said that the Labor would adopt the Conservative Party politics and that eventually that would cause reform to go even further right, normalizing the reform position of prior years, right? And it would make the Reform Party go even further right. So no, that is the exact prediction I made. I said that Labor was going to adopt a lot of the Conservative party platform positions, and then this would cause reform to harden their stance and go even further right. This has a normalizing effect. And the only reason why I knew this was going to happen is because I'm watching it happen every election cycle in the United States of America with the Democrats, ratcheting further and further to the right once again. I don't know about reform's position on the two-child cap, but what I do know is, in terms of dealing with migrants, the Labor Party came in and took most of the Conservative Party's position, which allowed the Reform Party to even go further to the right on immigration. That's usually how it works, because you can never outflank the fascists. You can never outflank a reactionary on issues that they are known to support. The Democrats in the United States of America will never be the more racist party out of the two, or the more anti-immigrant party, let's say. That's just not going to happen. It will only cause a normalization of the right-wing position on immigration, and then it will cause the Republicans to go further right. Keir Starmer said he has no reason to believe that Lord Mandelson was telling anything other than the truth about his relationship with Epstein, but he did have good reason. The Financial Times article from the brilliant Picard in June 2023, which we're told is in the Cabinet Office report, had extensive details about the relationship. This picture alone should have raised concerns. Reform wants to make beer cheaper by lowering the tax on it. They said money will be raised by reinstating the two-child limit. Anyway, this is just like British politics, but
those are the names of two strippers.
The same meta that exists in the fucking British British parliamentary politics is exactly the same in the United States of America as well.
Mandelson replies, from now on, grace and modesty should be discovered in London. We've also found new video of Jeffrey Epstein himself, apparently in detention, apparently sending a covert message to two women. We're not naming the two women. And he appears to be in detention because of the clothes he is wearing, the context in which he talks, and the backdrop.
Okay, so Darren and Nancy here. I'm pretending I'm talking to Darren. So, hi Darren. So, you guys having a good time? You can see I have a little sore on my face that I got from some black guy trying to kiss me. It's really disgusting. It's really, Anyway, I have pictures up on the wall. I had to borrow the Scotch tape to get the pictures on the wall. I'll talk to you guys later.
That video is in stark contrast to most of what we've seen in the Epstein files, which show him living an extravagant billionaire lifestyle. Instead, we see where his crimes led him. So too with this more than 400-page report from the FBI investigating his death in custody. That was eventually ruled a suicide.
Yeah.
The Trump administration plans to withdraw 700...
Sure. Anyway, so last part of the Epstein saga that I want to dive into briefly, we can get back to it in a little bit, is of course this aspect. Murdoch-owned New York Post puts on Facebook a story teasing that Epstein was a foreign agent for Russia law. They didn't turn off the comments, and well, no one in the massive comment section was buying it. Okay? Telegraph did this as well. Poland to examine the increasingly likely possibility that the pedophilia scandal was co-organized by intelligence services in Moscow. Okay? Best part of Russiagate 2, the Israel obfuscation, is that no one buys this theory. If no one buys this theory, it means that there's a good chance Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Bill Richardson... If one buys this theory, it means that there's a good chance Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Bill Richardson, Reid Hoffman, and other prominent Democrats are all compromised by Compromat or whatever, creating a double reverse Russiagate. They can't say it's Israel for some reason. I wonder why, right? So they have to obfuscate and claim it's Russia. But if it's Russia, then all of these prominent Democrats that are Epstein affiliates are all Russian agents or have been compromised by Russia. You can't have it both ways. The Russiagators are going to collapse in on themselves until we end up with Putin building Compromat on the whole world, thus liberating our liberal class from any meaningful power analysis or introspection. In the end, everyone will get off the hook, even Putin. This is a good way to formulate it. The problem with Russiagate and Russia Angela Epstein's isn't that they are wrong, but they are way, way too narrow. These are scandals of global oligarchy, of which the Russian component is but a subset. Yeah, both the Epstein scandal and Russiagate are about a sphere of elite impunity where American consultants, Russian oligarchs, Saudi princes, European politicians, Israeli intelligence figures, and British ex-spies all swim. This is silly, I'm sorry. His contact with Russia was limited, largely on behalf of Israel, and mostly pre-2014 invasion of Crimea when Russia was not non grata. There's overlap, but there's also distinct spheres of influence, and flattening into global oligarchy obscures this. His Israeli and U.S. contacts are 100 times more than his Russian ones. It's not even close, and boosting the latter obviously serves to obscure the former. That's precisely the reason why they're doing it, by the way. The reason why they're doing this, like, oh, there's a real Russian component to this investigation, from Poland.
I had phone into a professional recording studio. USB-C adapter, power USB hub, USB audio interface.
But onward is because they don't want to say Israel, and they think, oh, well, this way we can tie it and obfuscate the Israeli intelligence angle, and we can tie it to a foreign adversary that everyone can unconditionally get behind fighting against. Okay? That's it. It's totally, nakedly, brazenly a distractionary technique. They're just trying to deflect away from the main point of contention here. And it's ironic because many people, either for like illegitimate and somewhat anti-Semitic reasons, or for the overwhelming majority, very legitimate and very, because they're capable of critical thinking, reasons such as that, it's Israel. Okay? That's it. It's so ridiculous. It makes no sense. Like, which one do you think is more prominent a fixture in Epstein's in Epstein's relationship with foreign with foreign spying with foreign intelligence agencies? Russia or Israel? Oh, maybe it's China. Yeah, exactly.
Suspicions are growing and action is now being taken. For Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk, the latest information...
It's ironic because this reminds me of the Russiagate investigation that was conducted initially. As you guys know, I was never big on the Russiagate stuff regardless. Although I did think that there was definitely enough evidence that Russia was meddling in the affairs of the U.S. election, as, you know, great powers do. The ways in which the Democrats coped with the Hillary Clinton defeat was to tie everything back to Russia, right? They absolutely went above and beyond tying anything and everything back to Russia and Russian interference. It was ridiculous because it was a way to not do the proper autopsy of why Hillary Clinton had lost the election, right? Now, in the process of doing this Russiagate investigation, what they actually uncovered was that, yes, of course, there was Russian intervention or attempts at intervention, but they also found that there was a lot of Israeli intervention in the elections. And they very quickly were like, oh, never mind, let's not look into that direction at all. And it's happening again. But this time, they are using the Russiagate angle, the Russian interference, Russian agent angle, as a way to obfuscate from something that every single person with, like, 2 working brain cells can comprehend. It's very interesting. Russiagate was top-down, manufactured by one powerful faction of the U.S. elite to cripple a rival faction. A daily stream of spy agency leaks to friendly media. The narrative was one side is evil, one side is good, whereas the Epstein scandal implicates the entire ruling class. Exactly. I don't understand. Everyone knew. Everyone was involved. He had so much backup. How did Epstein even get behind bars? Alexander Acosta. Alexander Acosta unceremoniously became Trump's labor secretary. And Julie K. Brown in the Miami...
Found a pretty cool alpha male just now. I want to share some of his wisdom with you, in case you happen to be some kind of weak simpleton out there that doesn't quite understand what it means to actually be a real man.
Weak men run to the bathroom every 15-20 minutes. They get a little nervous, they gotta go take a crap, they gotta go take a piss. And when you walk into a public restroom and you see a guy taking a crap, you know, that's embarrassing. I gotta tell you, this is the most vulnerable position a man is ever gonna be in. Taking a crap. Anyone can open the door, stab you in the neck with a knife. Think about that for a moment. Next time you go out there and start taking craps in public.
There's a lot to digest here, but first and foremost, men don't crap. Men shit. I don't know why he's afraid of using big boy words and instead has decided to use elementary school nomenclature to describe a fucking bowel movement from a man as a crap, that's pathetic. I haven't taken a crap since I was 12 years old. I shit. That's what I do. Maybe this guy's out there making little fucking toots and poots from his butt there, and that's what he calls crap, but that's not what an actual man does. Also, who the fuck is going to the bathroom every 15 minutes? That's not a sign of being nervous and having shaky knees. That's a sign of a serious medical condition that needs to be analyzed quickly. Every 15 minutes excusing yourself to the toilet? What? Who does he hang around with? Dogs that are just afraid around strangers or something? Like, what is going on? Every 15 minutes excusing yourself to the restroom? What the fuck? Also, how would you ever be that nervous? Like, where would you even be that would be causing nerves to that degree that you're going to the bathroom every 15 minutes? Does he think, like, his spiritual pressure is so extreme that it's making men that nervous to even just be in his proximity, so they have to keep going to the bathroom to decompress and, you know, just fucking void their bowels and empty their bladders or something? And finally, what a wacky mentality and outlook on living, where his concern is that by putting yourself in a vulnerable position in a public bathroom by taking a crap, as this Boy Scout calls it here, that there's the concern that someone would bust in and stab you in the neck with a knife. Buddy, I got some bad news. I hope you're sitting down for this one. The cold water's coming. If someone is looking to attack you with a knife in the bathroom, when it doesn't matter if you're shitting or pissing in a urinal, you're in danger. Even if you were standing up and tinkling like a big man and some lunatic comes in there with a knife to stab you in the neck, you're still not really in the best position for this crazy surprise attack from this menace on the loose. It doesn't really change the scenario all that much if you are urinating or hitting that number 2 over there. If there is someone that just randomly comes in there with a knife to stab you in the neck. It must be miserable going through life with perpetual fear like that. Like, if at that point, just never go to the bathroom in general, so that way you're never in a vulnerable position. That would have been more alpha advice, by the way, if he's like, yeah, I had my asshole surgically removed, so that way I'm never caught with my pants down on the porcelain throne. Now I just use this colostomy bag. Like, that would have been far harder. Like, yeah, butthole is a sign of weakness. It's a vulnerability in the masculine frame that can be exploited by bad actors, and also when you have to take a crap in public, well, then all of a sudden you've exposed yourself to potential knife attacks, which is why I had mine sewn shut.
You have to consult with your wife about simple things in life. There's a big problem. If you have to consult your wife about certain business decisions, about certain things that you're going to do to better yourself, there's also a problem there. Your wife should be supporting you to become the best version of yourself, to be the best leader possible. And if she does not back that, there is a freaking problem. And that's on you.
Brother, this ain't Weenie Hut Jr. Why are you saying freaking? This guy's supposed to be an alpha male, yet he's afraid of harsh language. Like, he won't say fucking, and he won't say shit. Goodness gracious, grow up. If you're supposed to be like this big, rough, tough guy telling it like it is, you can't be saying things like freaking. Anyway, dude's a big wife guy. He has a lot of segments on wives and how to handle the old ball and chain and, you know, what a quality wife is, that kind of thing. And in this section here, his stance is that any man who consults his wife for basically anything is weak, and it's indicative of a problem here. If you talk to your wife for anything other than sycophantic approval, you're a bitch, is fundamentally the vibe here that I pick up from him, which is an interesting take because what's even the point in having a wife if it's not someone you want to talk to about important things? Obviously, it's great if your significant other is supportive of the things that you do and want to pursue, but they also shouldn't just be like NPCs that only say yes and good job and encourage things that maybe aren't the best paths, right? So like if you go to your wife and you start talking about this new career you found about pretending to be an alpha male online, parading it around like you're the absolute ultimate of men, maybe she should opine saying, that's kind of cringe, maybe not the best idea. There's nothing wrong with that, and she's not a bad wife for not just sucking your dick on the whole thing. And there's nothing wrong with talking to your wife about things either. It's not weak to talk to your life partner.
When I shake a hand, the first thing that I look at, and this is the truth, okay, if that fucker is wearing shorts and some fucking flip-flops, it's a preconceived idea that gets imprinted in my mind. He's gonna have a limp fucking handshake. I'm 100 out of 100 with that.
Lord help us if this guy ever went to the beach, he'd blow a gasket. Everyone in flip-flops out there. Or if he ever came to Florida, I suppose. But one thing I always appreciate about alpha male gurus is they have to talk about literally every single aspect of just being alive, to the point where even taking a shit is beta and weak and there's a man way of shitting. Like, it can't just be obvious stuff about, you know, working out, that kind of thing. It has to be like, yeah, is there going to be a limp handshake for sure? I'm always paying attention to the dress, the wardrobe of every man I look at. And if they're wearing something that looks a little wacky, I know it's a limp handshake coming my way, and that makes me sick to my fucking stomach. Also, what I will say, though, is that he's changed his tone here, and now he's no longer saying freaking. This time, he went hog wild here. He was dropping F. But don't tell his wife.
A warrior is the eye of the storm. He's the eye of the hurricane, right? Where everything around him could be spinning around, but he is standing still as a rock. He is grounded. His foundation unshakable. When you get to that level, things around you, let them move. But you stay strong, you stay firm, you stay focused.
It's always this kind of shit that I think is so meaningless. If you want to be a gladiator, if you need to be a goddamn warrior, you need to remember, when it's all spinning, that's when you stand there unshitting and you are the rock. Like, come on, man. It's like it's made for actual 12-year-olds. What real men who actually are looking for advice could benefit from is actionable things. This is useless. This is just a bunch of empty platitudes. Who needs to hear like these words of affirmation daily? You are the warrior. It doesn't matter what's going on right now. You are the warrior. It's just, it's sad. And they all do the same shit. It's all from the same fucking script. And it's usually to hawk some bogus course for a bunch of money that you don't need, that won't help you in the first place.
File free in the app. If you didn't file with us last year. Just file with TurboTax Do-It-Yourself by February.
You are a loser if your wife has to work to bring in money into your household so you can both survive. That is not the way of the warrior. That is not the way of a manly man. A masculine man provides and protects. His wife, if he's okay with it, sure, she can go out there and work and have a career.
Spoken like a man who's completely detached from reality and oblivious to the cost of living for normal, average, everyday Americans. Calling them a loser, you're not a warrior if you can't provide for your wife off just your job alone. Brother, even if you are a successful man with a successful career, by all definitions, a successful career, the price of buying your first house is still unattainable for the vast majority of careers off just a single income. The market is completely fucked. So, in most cases, where someone's looking to settle down and start a family, both the husband and wife are working in order to even have a chance at affording that dream of buying a house. You're not a loser if you can't immediately buy your wife a house for you and her to live in and raise a family in off just your income alone. That rarely happens. And it's only been getting more and more uncommon as things get more and more fucked with the pricing.
The woman that you have in your arms says a lot about you. So if that woman is a smoke show, if that woman is a great-hearted woman, is a strong woman, is a woman who can carry herself with dignity, with decorum, with respect, and is a good mother and a good wife, congrats to you.
This one I thought was actually just kind of sweet. He's like, look, if you have a good wife, good heart, respect, and congrats to you. Like, okay, hey, nice. But also, who is this for? You know damn well the people watching this kind of content, desperately clinging to it, don't have a wife. You're their wife. You're their substitute wife. So who are you congratulating? It's just kind of like a nothing burger statement, but it is kind of just a sweet message like, hey, you know, the woman that you're with, it's an important thing. You know, if she looks great, she's good-hearted, she's respectful and all of this, that's awesome. yeehaw. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. But yeah, anyway, I'll stop yapping about it. I think
America. America, fuck yeah! Coming again to see the motherfucker. Hey, yeah!
The General gives you a break to keep you covered.
Yeah, whether it's on your car insurance.
Or taking a break from being the auto tune guy.
Built on steam, on iron, and on a vision that looks relentlessly ahead, America surges forward. The brave new world unrolls from factory assembly lines on rail tracks that extend across the plains, and in the eyes of each America, under the stars and stripes.
Shall we continue? We're entering the modern age. Jesus Christ. Actually, no, our religion is Buddhism in the game. We founded Buddhism. Even though majority of our cities are Protestant, god damn it. God damn you, whoever you are. As soon as I can, I'm nuking you.
Anja. And that's what they chose. They chose austerity. And the thing is, they went for it on 4th. Unreal.
As soon as I can, I'm nuking them. I think it's India. Person left.
Two things can be true at once. Madden has been improving in some areas over the past 5 years, but it's also a terrible game that is still incredibly far behind where it should be, and EA has failed to justify why only they have been allowed to make simulation NFL games for the last 20 years. When EA removed all depth and fun out of the game with Madden 13 in favor of pushing Ultimate Team, a pay-to-win online game mode, Madden regressed heavily in terms of depth. So, the increase in depth from 13 to 25 might seem like progress if 13 was your first Madden. But Madden 12, 11, or even a Madden on the PS2 like Madden 07 destroys Madden 25 when it comes to depth. Even the first ever Madden, John Madden Football for MS-DOS, had Creative Play, a feature that has been missing for over 15 years now. ESPN NFL 2K5, a game that is 20 years old, also does numerous things Madden does not do, and has never done, such as a weekly wrap-up show in franchise mode, showing highlights from games you didn't play, a pre- and post-draft and free agency show, a legitimate broadcast pre-game, halftime, and post-game presentation package, a historic mode where you can play through different NFL eras in history, an authentic scoreboard, the VIP AI system, organic blocking AI, and yeah, there's a lot more I'm not going to mention for the sake of time. So when Michael Vick says to be patient, because EA has been steadily adding features to the game in recent years, I roll my eyes. Why should we need to be patient with a company that has held the exclusive Sim NFL rights hostage for 20 years? Fuck that. ESPN NFL 2K5 was a simulation NFL game, and while Madden 05 was a great game too, it was not a simulation game. It leaned more arcade. It wasn't nearly as sim as 2K5. EA and the NFL signed an exclusive rights agreement shortly after those games released, meaning only EA could make simulation NFL games from that point forward, mostly because the NFL wanted to spite 2K for creating a price war after dropping 2K5 for only $20. It was never because EA made the most sim game or had the best game. It was just pettiness. So ever since, we have not had NFL 2K, NFL Game Day, NFL Fever, NFL Quarterback Club, or any competition at all for Madden. And Madden has strayed further and further from sim, with game modes like Ultimate Team, The Yard, and Superstar KO, taking up resources and gameplay additions like X Factor that don't make sense in a simulation football game, let alone the only simulation NFL game allowed to exist. EA was miscast for this role from the beginning, since they always have and continue to make arcade-leaning sports games, and what preceded was 2 decades of declining Madden games. Every year they add back some old features they removed in previous Maddens, pretending like they are new. Very few, if any, genuinely innovative or truly new features are ever added. This creates an awkward situation for most reviewers. Those who don't understand the history of this series might assume these additions are truly new, and might be confused why someone like me is so critical on these games. To me, adding back every single removed feature would not make Madden good. It would simply put it on par with PS2 Madden. It should have been there a decade ago, and it's still not caught up. In 2024, the exclusive NFL game should shit on 2K5 or PS2 Madden in every area, and further innovate and push the genre forward. Instead, we have a game with less depth than a PS2 game, and less authentic sim gameplay than another PS2 game. Is that not frustrating? I believe our expectations need to be a lot higher if Madden is going to continue being the only sim NFL game allowed to exist. EA never earned this position at the top. They bought it from the NFL. That is not how a free market works. In an ideal world, 2K Football and Madden would compete every year for your purchase, and the better game would be rewarded with more sales, causing EA and 2K to fight and constantly be looking to get an edge by innovating their games. Right now, EA barely puts any effort or resources into Madden. The higher-ups at EA believe they can maximize profit by refusing to reinvest in their game properly. As the only NFL game on the market, it will sell, since the NFL is popular. EA believes they can simply add back a few features from the PS2 era they removed for no reason in Madden 13, add some new animations, give it a fancy word like boom tech or real player motion, update the rosters and call it a day. With the pay-to-win Ultimate Team mode generating most of EA's revenue, they can't lose while they have this license. And they believe you, the consumer, is either stupid enough or desperate enough to buy it every year. It sucks. And if you defend EA and Madden and believe they should not be criticized, you are either a child, affiliated with EA, or a bootlicker.
Design rooms at a resort hotel? Tap Select Amiibo to get items from the Legend of Zelda and Splatoon series. Invite friends to create together on Slumber Island. This free update is available now.
Cuando necesitas encontrar los detalles en el chat en grupo, es hora de usar mensajes fijados en WhatsApp.
The NFL is actually considering opening up their license. They are currently engaging in talks with EA to renew the license, either by continuing the exclusive Sim 1 or altering it into an open license. Take-Two Interactive, 2K's parent company, is reportedly interested in negotiating with the NFL in hopes that they open up the license so NFL 2K can return. These talks are happening right now. So if you agree with the rest of this video, and you believe the license should be opened up so that EA has to actually earn their place at the top of the market, or have the chance to lose their spot, then we need to make some noise. Watch the rest of my review, and if you agree with it, head to social media and let the NFL, the NFLPA, NFL owners, and anyone else who might listen, that we, the consumers and NFL fans, want competition to come back. It'll make Madden better, and it'll give us more options, such as the return of NFL 2K or NFL Game Day. Maybe a new company will make an NFL game. Who would be against that? Using the hashtag #BringBackNFL2K would be a good start. 2K isn't what they used to be, but competition can change that. NBA 2K also desperately needs competition, but an NFL 2K fighting against Madden should eventually result in 2 good football games instead of 1 bad one. Tweeting or Xing the hashtag #BringBackNFL2K could actually do something. I created hashtag NFLDropEA a few years ago, and it went #2 trending in the US that day. If this hashtag starts trending, it could quite literally influence EA, 2K, and the NFL's current license negotiations. Madden NFL 25, the second one now, is not a good game. And it sure as hell doesn't justify why EA should be the exclusive creator of simulation NFL games, because this game is not a simulation NFL game. But it's a little better than Madden 24, another terrible game, so some might mistake that for progress. Personally, I don't think Madden has come close to topping what 2K did with ESPN NFL 2K5. Sure, Madden is more advanced in some areas, I'll give it that. It's 20 years newer. It should be better in literally every single area. But 2K5 still does numerous key things better than Madden ever has. I can't call Madden 25 progress because of that. I don't think this series is actually heading anywhere. And that's not even including the 60 missing features from older Maddens. This is the yearly Madden cycle. Let's get into the review. Let's start with presentation, since that seems to be a focus this year. Did EA put as much effort into Madden's presentation as they did with College Football 25's? No, not even close, but there are changes. I made a video earlier in the year going over all my gripes with Madden 24's generic presentation, stale commentary, unrealistic scoreboard and broadcast graphics, and a whole lot more. It seems like EA directly addressed numerous points from that video, although not as many as I would have hoped for. And, in classic EA fashion, the execution is never as good as the idea. When you first boot up the game, we get a positive change. First, we get some epic music with an NFL logo montage, which is nice to see. Then the main menu screen simply shows McCaffrey looking at you, but a real image of him, unlike last year where a digital Josh Allen would look at you with dead eyes. And instead of being forced to watch a bunch of cringy Madden clips played to a generic hip-hop beat, we get an original new Madden theme song, reminiscent of ESPN's Monday Night Football theme. This new theme song is probably the best addition to the game this year. Of course, starting the game or exiting any game mode leads to an Ultimate Team pop-up. We'll get to Ultimate Team later, but basically, Madden is throwing ads in your face to push you to play a pay-to-win online game mode where you can spend money on virtual card packs for a chance at opening a good player. It's stupid, and these ads that pop up are annoying in a fully priced video game. Clicking X or A by mistake will load you into Ultimate Team, which will take numerous button presses and loading time to exit out of. This waters down the product and makes the game feel cheap. Ultimate Team is also the first game mode selected when you first open the game. An arcade, fantasy, pay-to-win mode that features heavy microtransactions is the focus of the only simulation NFL game. This is what EA prioritizes. Behind the main menu sections is actually real NFL footage. It's almost like EA directly listened to my video criticizing Madden 24's presentation because I did specifically mention this. It's nice to see, but I wish it had more variety, showed retro clips, or even if it just focused on your favorite team and showed clips from that team only. It's pretty much only going to show Christian McCaffrey, Garrett Wilson, Micah Parsons, TJ Watt, and Jordan Love for whatever reason. I do like this change. This is the only NFL game, and EA needs to take advantage of that. Don't make me feel like I'm playing a video game by showing me a ton of bad Madden gameplay and menus. Show me the real deal so I can get immersed and forget that this is Madden for a second. This is good. Before diving into game presentation, let's talk about that new soundtrack. It's actually a lot better than usual. It has more songs and more genre variety, although not at first. For some strange reason, you have to manually activate all the throwback songs. And the soundtrack isn't under settings. It has its own menu because Madden has a terribly organized UI. But hearing Tick Tick Boom from Madden 08 is nice, if only the game was close to being as good as Madden 08. And I'm a huge fan of rap and hip-hop, but it's nice to have more genres than that in a video game soundtrack. Still no NFL Films music, however. Bring back the Sam Spence bangers. Team selection looks cooler than usual, I'll give EA credit there. I like the 3D logos, but the moving visual behind the logos seems to be running at a low frame rate, which is kind of odd. The pre-game presentation is basically identical to Madden 24. Same voice, same transitions, same graphics.
This has to be one of the easiest ways to sample and create your own kits. With band
and players just standing there. Have you ever seen something like this before a real NFL broadcast? I haven't. We do get two new commentary teams. Mike Tirico and Greg Olsen sound weird together. Tirico sounds almost AI generated to me. I'm really not sure if he is or not, but Olsen sounds normal, creating an odd combo. The other team with Kate Scott, it's kind of annoying. I'm all for bringing in female talent, and I don't want to come across as sexist in any way, but her voice is too over-enthusiastic. It's all about the tone. Kind of like a female Joe Tessitore. It's a lot. Brendan Gaudin and Charles Davis return for the 9th year in a row, and they sound as stale as ever. I actually like them in real life, but I'm sick of them in Madden. Apparently crowd noise is now sourced from NFL Films. You'll hear more team-specific chants, and it's a bit better, but it lacks reactions to what's happening on the field or the overall context of the game outside of a touchdown. A last-second Hail Mary feels like a random play from the first quarter. It's basically just a bit louder and sounds a bit different. The scoreboard is new. It resembles Monday Night Football, although it has some awkward dead space on the left and right. The EA logo is really small and flush left, instead of filling the area like the ESPN scoreboard does. At least it looks more authentic than it did. When a player gets hit, the impact sounds nice. I actually like the new tackling and hit sounds a lot. Pre-snap, defensive players move around in a lifelike way. This is a good change, and it's something we actually haven't seen before in a football game to this level. It's the one innovative thing EA added. Don't say I never give EA credit. You'll expose yourself for not watching this far into the video if you comment that. The camera angle is slightly changed for whatever reason, maybe to make the game feel less like the last 7 titles. Some little things. Challenging plays is the same as always. You can't be specific, like in 2K5, and choose what to challenge. You also can't view instant replays in offline games until well after the play ends. It's pretty annoying. In 2K5, you could view replays mid-play if you wanted to. Graphically, it looks a bit better than Madden 24. The lighting is more vibrant, similar to Madden 18 or 20. EA does this thing where every other year the graphics go from vibrant to darker, and then back to vibrant. Are we progressing here, or just changing for the sake of change to make the game feel more different from last year? There's still no dynamic weather. Heavy snow is at least slightly heavier than usual, not by much however. The sidelines are still rough. There's a mix of fully rendered players, and then these guys. EA probably has the game's memory maxed out and can't make the sidelines look any better until they rebuild the game from scratch. This legacy code from at least 2 generations ago is really holding the game back. You can only build on top of a game for so many years before you gotta start over. All Pro Football 2K8 from 2007 had fully rendered sidelines that interacted with what was happening on the field every time on the PlayStation 3. Most of what Madden falls short with has been done better before. The crowd also doesn't seem any better visually. Overall, I would say presentation is improved, but barely. A new scoreboard and 2 new commentary teams with limited lines can only do so much. Stat overlays look decent, but aren't frequent enough or useful enough. The main menu is better, but that is such a small change. The pregame does not get me hyped. The halftime show is awful, and it still doesn't feel like a real NFL broadcast. Nor does it come close to what 2K did with ESPN NFL 2K5 in 2004. It's better than Madden 24, but I still feel like I'm playing a low-effort knockoff rather than NFL football. I miss the days of virtual Chris Berman. Gameplay is exactly how you would expect it to be. Defense is terrible, players stubbornly don't leave their zones, man coverage is useless, and the CPU AI never seems to improve. I don't think it's ever improved. It does not feel like College Football 25 at all to me. It feels like the same game as Madden 24 with some small tweaks. Let's go over them. Boom tech is actually better than I thought. If a defender makes a poor tackle attempt based on the angle, maybe he's hitting too high or too low, there's a good chance the running back will bounce off of it. This is nice and a logical use of new animations. However, I feel like we all have a short memory. Ignite Engine Madden did this too. The original Madden 25 did this too, and it was more physics-based overall. It also has a downside in Madden 25. Now every running back is prime Marshawn Lynch, bouncing off of every tackle. Even washed Zeke Elliott, who is a 79 overall. Signature running animations look decent. Regular running animations, not so much. Some people say college football and Madden have the same gameplay. I disagree strongly. The freedom of player movement, the lack of suction tackling, the lack of X factors, revamped passing, and ball trajectory, just to name a few things, make college football's gameplay so much better and less annoying. I don't think College Football 25 plays like a sim football game, and I don't even think if they ported that gameplay into Madden that I would be satisfied.
Found out we were pregnant. Of course, we were looking for any ways to slash bills, and Spectrum just had a better deal.
That money we saved.
Madden that I would be satisfied because this is the only simulation NFL game. But college football's gameplay is actually fun, and the annoyances of animation-based gameplay are smoothed out, unlike in Madden. Some people have said that college football's gameplay is a faster Madden. Madden 20 had fast gameplay, but it also had insane suction tackling, you couldn't throw out of a sack, which was a PS1 feature, and it lacked the freedom of user control that College Football 25 provides. Playing Madden 25 feels like playing a patched Madden 24. And coming from college football, it feels like such a downgrade. And it sure as hell doesn't feel like a simulation NFL game. EA clearly prioritized College Football 25 over the exclusive NFL sim game, and I don't think the NFL should like that. CPU AI is so bad. I've heard people wonder how it could even improve. It's easy, just copy what ESPN NFL 2K5 did. The VIP system gave every coach unique play calling and realistic tendencies. The player logic was also more organic. In 2K5, a defender will leave his zone if he believes it will help him make a tackle or get a turnover. Offensive linemen can choose who to block based on how the play develops. And running the same play over and over against the same defense actually yields wildly different results in 2K5. They nailed player logic in 2004. The players had free will and could make decisions. I'm not saying 2K5 was better than Madden in gameplay in every way, of course not. But when it comes to player logic and decision making for AI CPU players, 2K5 is vastly ahead. In Madden 25, players are stubborn and stupid. They will never leave their zones unless you push the right stick in, which will cause them to just blitz blindly. Offensive linemen will do the exact same thing and follow the exact same assignment to a T if you run the same play against the same defense over and over. Plays don't develop organically, they develop in a scripted manner. AI logic is literally worse and less complex than it was in a 2004 video game on a PS2. Players have no awareness. Holding X or A won't always result in an inbound catch because the game's AI is dumber than a rock. If EA actually touched CPU AI, maybe offline franchise mode wouldn't be so boring. Maybe people would actually want to play against the CPU. A well-programmed CPU would be unpredictable. Instead, playing the CPU in Madden is so easy you can be zooted off 3 blinkers and light up the scoreboard on autopilot. This is by design. Since EA makes the most money from Ultimate Team microtransactions, they have to cater to online gameplay. And they make CPU AI very predictable so that user skill on the user player determines games rather than the CPU players. This is anti-simulation and the only simulation NFL game for the sake of profit. In offline games, the CPU offers no real challenge, and cranking it up to all Madden just makes your quarterback throw straight to defenders and it increases your fumbles. This is not simulation football. This is a very scripted arcade football game that sucks. Knockouts seem less frequent, but at a cost. When you play a CPU team, their quarterback does not throw incomplete passes often. No matter how little separation a receiver has, they will always catch it. Enjoy playing against the Broncos in franchise mode and watching Bo Nix complete 29 out of 30 passes. Nothing here really feels new or fresh to me in gameplay. I really wish the revamped passing was ported over, as that was one of my favorite additions to College Football 25, but no, EA hasn't done that yet. Apparently, it's coming in a future update, but it's not currently in the game I'm reviewing, so it takes a hit for that. Release the finished game on time. It starts at $70. The hurry up is still ruined. Picking a play is faster than doing hurry up. It skips the animation of players running to the line and takes 17 to 20 seconds off the clock. It's terrible, and this was actually fixed in College Football 25. Why not here? Same goes for taking a knee. It doesn't run the clock down like it does in college football. You gotta sit there and wait. We are going backwards. The new kick meter is similar to college football's. It's fine. The new kickoff is here, and that's probably what EA is most proud of. This is a bare minimum soulless product. Playbooks are mostly the same, and without creative play, there's only so much you can do on the field. I really want some more variety to defensive playbooks especially. You can at least customize route stem length pre-play like in college football, which is nice, but not as nice as creative play, a feature that was in the first ever Madden on MS-DOS. Animations are ugly and awkward. The whole game looks so awkward on the field. It's almost comical how stupid it looks. Football strategy is not rewarded in Madden 25, but abusing idiot AI defenders sticking to their zones is rewarded, and some might mistake that for football strategy. At least the switch stick was brought over. Another annoyance, auto subs don't work realistically in the game. I was playing with the Lions, and David Montgomery was in for every single play at running back. I never got to see Jahmyr Gibbs once. You would think EA would create some custom packages for teams that resemble real life, but no. Nothing ever changes, man. Nothing that matters, at least. All I see are online meta tweaks to adjust the game for online competitive play and change the meta for the sake of changing the meta. This game does not seem to be getting any closer to simulating real football, despite being the exclusive sim NFL game, the only one allowed to exist. The only simulation NFL game? Madden 25. It's a cheesy online arcade game that is much worse than the college one they just dropped. Every year, they make some parts of gameplay better and other parts regress. Gameplay isn't heading anywhere. No step in the right direction here. Here. Selecting a team in franchise mode does show more info than before. Nice job, EA. You really outdid yourself here. You can no longer start a franchise as a player, however. Only a coach or an owner. Kinda weird. The messaging system is new. Actually, it's not. I take that back. It's a removed feature from PS2 Madden. Just like everything else they add to this game. But hey, it's back. Your generic, nameless GM will send you pointless messages throughout the year now. It's something that might become better over time, but it's pretty basic right now. The other new change is NFL Draft presentation. Did EA actually listen to my video I made going over how they could fix the NFL Draft in Madden? No. However, you do get a cool little motivational draft video when you first start the draft, which is a cool touch. I like it. The actual draft is terrible, however. The graphics are horrible, there's no audio to it, so you don't hear the commissioner or analysis or anything. Like the rest of the game, it's sluggish, awkward, and ugly. It's so half-baked, it feels like it was created in one day. Why does the commissioner look so bad? Why do the players look so bad? Why is it so slow? Player selection itself is improved, but like last year, you cannot see who you previously drafted. If I take a quarterback in round 1, go grab some food, come back and I don't remember who I took in round 1, I might take a quarterback in round 2, because there is no way for me to check who I already drafted. How terrible is that? Now is a great time for me to make a little point. I always hear that EA shouldn't bother with stuff like presentation because players will skip it anyways. So this draft stuff is pointless. Well, when it's this low effort and repetitive, of course it'll be skipped. This wouldn't have been impressive in 2004. 2K5's draft presentation destroys this game, and you probably wouldn't skip that because it's actually kind of cool. This new draft in Madden 25 is worse than I could have imagined, and now EA will get a pat on the back from stupid people for updating franchise. Relocation teams are actually still there and are the same for Madden 24, but you also get the option to start a league with a team builder team. Unless I'm mistaken, you can't relocate into a team builder team. You can only start the franchise as a team builder team. Speaking of team builder, it's a laggy website and it's heavily flawed. Although, it's better than not having created a team at all. It's cool when it works, but why was designing your own team gone from Madden 13 through 24? That's over 10 years. Why isn't Team Builder inside of Madden? Why is it a separate website? Oh, I know, all the legacy code. Why can't we give a team the location St. Louis? Why can't we design a stadium? You can pick between 6 presets like always. You can edit the field art, but not the stadium. I just want to design my own stadium like I used to do in Madden 07 on the PS2. It can't be that complex. Team Builder teams can't even be used in Play Now. Only when starting an online private franchise. Can't even use it in an offline franchise. Create a Team was gone for 12 years, only to return handicapped. Outside of that, franchise mode is nearly identical to 24. Even the laggy menu navigation returns. To adjust your lineup, instead of a quick swipe over like Madden had just a few years ago, you have to enter a menu, wait some more, make your changes, wait, back out, wait, and wait some more. If you got sick of franchise mode in Madden 19, you're already sick of this mode. You've been sick of this mode for so long. It's the worst franchise mode out of all the modern sports games for solo franchises. Every player still has those same few faces, and after a few years there will be 10 starting quarterbacks with the same face. College football fixed this with AI-generated faces. Madden did not. The mode also suffers from logic issues. You might have a goal to throw 35 touchdowns with a guy, throw 37, and then be told you didn't reach your goal because you didn't literally throw exactly 35 touchdowns, you threw 37. You didn't follow directions. That's just one example of many. I don't want this video to be an hour long, so I'm keeping it brief. This whole video is being kept brief. That's how bad this game is. Important stats like targets don't exist. Offensive linemen just get 1 stat. Long snappers are still low overall tight ends that are worse at long snapping than your backup left guard. You can't customize your special teams depth chart beyond kicker and return specialist. I want to set a gunner. Where's the Matthew Slater respect? There's really not much you can do. All the issues I mentioned in my Madden 24 review are still present. It's been 4 years since #FixMaddenFranchise, which EA responded to, and franchise has not been fixed. Not nearly. It's arguably worse than ever due to how slow and tedious it is to navigate through. And like I mentioned with gameplay, the CPU AI is so bad that playing a solo franchise is the opposite of engaging. EA caters exclusively to online competitive gameplay, rather than simulation gameplay. Even though they hold the exclusive NFL license for it, I have zero faith in EA ever making a good franchise mode. Superstar mode has an in-depth face creating tool, and yet it still only exists within this mode. It cannot be used to edit or create players when making roster files or draft classes. If you import your 5-star college football player into Superstar mode, guess what? His college career has zero impact on him or his stats. He's going to be trash. You can only be 5 positions, unlike in PS2 Madden, when you could be any position, even punter, even guard. Superstar has been back since Madden 20, and this has not changed. In classic EA fashion, features are removed, and then a worse version is added back a decade later as a major selling point, and IGN eats it up. It's an unstable and awkward, cheap copy of 2K's My Career. The cutscenes and Force story isn't as apparent or annoying as usual, I'll give it that, but it's really bare bones, and it's pushing you towards the online mode Showdown rather than the actual NFL part of the mode. And Showdown is an online 3v3 arcade football game, and yes, this mode has microtransactions, which is why it is pushed over the NFL part of the career mode. Again, EA focuses most of their attention to arcade game modes with microtransactions, despite being the exclusive simulation NFL game. They don't want you to play anything simulation, but they don't want anyone else to make a simulation game. Fuck! The NFL should be embarrassed and offended that EA pushes Showdown over their own league in the default career mode for the exclusive simulation NFL game. I'm so sick of saying exclusive simulation NFL game, but I gotta drive this point home, guys. I gotta drive this point home.
Discover more fun with Nintendo Switch Online Plus Expansion Pack.
I'm gonna dip.
This point home. Technically, Showdown is the closest thing to an NFL Pro Clubs, but it's 3v3. It's not even like the Yard. 11-on-11 gameplay with all users would be amazing, but I don't think EA is capable of creating that, do you? Navigating around this mode takes forever. Madden is so bloated by legacy code that nothing works properly. It needs a full rebuild. Or we need another NFL game from another company that is more competent. Hashtag bring back NFL 2K. Ultimate Team is the main mode of this game. It might be worth playing if it didn't have microtransactions and the grind wasn't intentionally difficult to push you to spend money, but it really only exists to generate more revenue. Historic NFL players are hidden behind a paywall, and matchmaking is not ratings-based, so you'll be facing 90 overall teams who paid to win, while your team is a 70. EA hopes that will push you to buy packs. I personally don't play this mode because I don't hate myself. Outside of that exclusive license, it's another major reason Madden has regressed over the last 2 decades. Minigames return. They are a soulless copy of the ones you played on PS2, with worse progression and less incentive to replay them. But at least they aren't a removed feature anymore, I guess. Last, there is still Superstar KO. Who even cares anymore, man? This game is full of glitches, bugs, and legacy issues. The main menu feels smooth, but inside of game modes, the menus become sluggish and unbearable. You can feel the lack of polish and the weight, the heaviness of the legacy code running behind everything. This is one of the least polished Maddens I've played at launch. If you only play online head-to-head, you probably won't notice anything that buggy, but if you play offline modes, if you actually play everything Madden has to offer, you're gonna have a bad time. If you want to do anything with this game, good luck. There are misspellings all over the place. Oversights are common in these EA games. Whoever designed the UI within franchise mode and superstar mode needs to retire. EA desperately needs to start over and rebuild Madden from scratch. But they won't, because the game will meet sales expectations regardless of its terrible quality, thanks to the theme of this video. Can you guess it? Can you guess it? Let me know in the comments if you can guess it. Yes, it's the exclusive license. I wanted to add a segment here to use some imagination and explain to you guys what we actually are missing. When Madden has no competition, and hasn't innovated in 2 decades, it's really tough to visualize what features we should have in 2024. But with just a little passion for football, and with just a little bit of creativity, there's actually so much EA can do with Madden. Instead of constantly removing features and rotating around the endless Madden cycle for the last 20 years, they could have added the following. A historic game mode where you can replay classic situations in NFL history, just like what 2K already did with ESPN's 25th anniversary mode in 2K5, a game from 2004. With modern tech, that mode could be incredible today. The different NFL eras with iconic classic stadiums, uniforms, equipment options, the really old stadiums where the goalposts are shaped differently and they're at the beginning of the goal line, stuff like that, different broadcast packages, similar to what 2K does today with its My Eras mode, would be incredible. Look at this image. Look at it. Imagine experiencing that era with realistic graphics that really depict that gritty weather. Oh my gosh, in a video game that would be so cool. Video games can be a time machine, a fantastic medium for younger fans of the NFL to experience for themselves the rich history of the league and its best players that they're too young to have seen live. I understand licensing all 53 players for those teams would be impossible. I get it. That's why you make it a moments type mode, focusing on moments that feature the players you can get the rights to. Quarterbacks and skill position players should at least be licensed. If most of the roster is generic filler, so be it. But allowing users to customize these historic rosters manually and even share them online would be ideal. Imagine running through mud in black and white as Jim Brown, or recreating the David Tyree helmet catch as the 07 Giants in that exact Super Bowl stadium with camera flashes in the crowd to really distinguish the era. Or imagine recreating the Immaculate Reception, which you could do in 2K5, by the way. Currently, Madden has no classic teams, and it has no classic players. They do have classic player cards you can try and unlock by spending real money on Ultimate Team packs if you're a fucking idiot. If the NFL cares about their brand, they should care about their history too. So why do they choose EA, a company that does not respect NFL history, to be the exclusive maker of Sim NFL games? It makes no sense to me. In terms of presentation, we should have a different style scoreboard for each commentary team with slightly different camera angles, creating the illusion of different networks for different games if you can't get the rights to them, which they probably could. There should be dynamic weather. Can you believe that's gone? Imagine if Superstar Mode put your player in an apartment with no furniture. As you play games, you earn currency, and that can be used to decorate your house with TVs and posters and whatnot. No microtransactions, by the way. Or you could buy a nicer house, a nicer car. If you've ever played NBA Ballers, similar to that, but more interactive since it's a modern game. NFL 2K5 had the crib. Let's evolve that into being a major part of a career mode, rather than avoiding it altogether like EA has. Let's actually innovate from the past, rather than fail to match the past. Think back to those PS2 What did you imagine back then football games would look like 20 years in the future? Those are the expectations we should have right now. Instead, these games somehow have lost features and gotten less fun because of that exclusive license. In franchise mode, I should be able to play any game. I should be able to control every team and manually override free agent signings or draft picks that I don't think make sense. I should get comp picks when my players leave in free agency, because right now they leave for nothing. I should have full control over the structure of the contract I give players, complete with bonuses and incentives. I should be able to make rule changes, such as 3 downs instead of 4, or bring back the old kickoff, or come up with silly rules that are stupid just for fun. I should be able to choose future Super Bowl locations. I should be able to choose future draft locations, and every draft should be featured at a different location. I should be able to design a stadium, like I said earlier, from the ground up and create something unique that rivals SoFi Stadium. Me and my friends should be able to create a custom schedule each year in our leagues, and we should be able to play in games where no user is playing, such as the Super Bowl if we all missed it. We should be able to play it together on the same team in franchise. We should be able to play something like Pro Clubs online where all 22 players are controlled by a user. NBA 2K, with all of its flaws, actually gives players most of those freedoms I just talked about in its franchise mode, My NBA. The halftime show should at least be on par with ESPN NFL 2K5. I mean, that game's from 04. What is the excuse? franchise should have weekly highlights that take what 2K5 did and improve upon it. Right now we have nothing. We had the extra point show in Madden 10 and 11. They took that out. Some people might skip these things. So what? If the higher-ups at EA actually cared about football or appreciated the license they exclusively hold, they'd make it happen. They'd be desperate to get people like me to shut up about 2K5 if they actually cared. But they don't care. The little things do matter, and they do add up. Madden currently not only lacks these little things, but they also lack the big things. EA could use real NFL stars for motion capture in order to make animations look more authentic. You might have assumed they do that already. They don't. Look at the throwing mechanics in All Pro Football 2K8. 2K did motion capture with real NFL quarterbacks, including Tom Brady, to get this right. Now look at quarterback animations in Madden 25. It's not close. It's awkward. Ian Cummings, the former creative director of Madden until Madden 13, stated on Twitter that the kicking animation in Madden 25 is still the same kicking animation he personally motion captured himself doing. For the last 20 years, when a kicker kicks in Madden, that animation was motion captured from Ian Cummings. It's from the PS2 era. Could EA seriously not afford one NFL kicker for one motion capture session over the last 2 decades? That's kind of sad. This is just scratching the surface of what an NFL game made with a high budget and directed by passionate people could look like. I will eventually make an entire video detailing what my perfect NFL game would look like, but hopefully you get the point for now, that Madden could be a whole lot better. Madden NFL 25 does not...
Code review with Codex feels
Legendary
like a safety net where I know it'll catch.
After
oh shit, okay.
At the police station.
Oh, whoa. We just got spoon-fed a banger. Wait, hold on. Straight into the next one. Karen explodes after police deny her complaint. What do you mean hundreds of complaints? Hold on, stop.
After making hundreds of complaints at the police station, this woman is about to mess around and find out.
This is just like your BPD girlfriend in like 30 years. You know, that's all. They just make 100 complaints at the police department and drink wine at home. You know.
Absolutely not. So he has refused.
Oh, we stream IRL streaming.
We met with a sergeant.
Are they with you?
They are with me. Yeah.
Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Complaint over and over again, and I explained that to you. The fact that you don't like, don't get it.
Whoa! She walked right up on his shit. Talking about some. Whoa!
You can touch my face and I can get in the driver's face. You can touch my face and I can get in the personal space. I can touch your face.
Step outside.
Absolutely not.
Nope, you just touched it.
No, I did not. He touched me. He touched me. He touched me. He touched me.
Stay away from him. Don't get in his face.
One of these 3 complaints that I have today is about an officer coming down here on the 17th and pretending to take 2 citizens complaint affidavit. I have not any moment before this, and no moment before this, have I ever been a complaint about that. So that is not a repeat. And rather than take it, which this policy says you...
Yo, imagine this is your mom. Or like your wife. Oh my god, dude. Imagine the crash out at home, dude. You forget to ask for no pickles on her shit. Oh.
You must do. You invalidated it.
I could fix her. I knew there would be one of you. Okay. I want to hear, what is the complaint, dude? I'm dying to know what the complaint is.
The reason I have to leave here. I can get out myself and sit here and read as much as I want.
You can sit here and read all day, but you can't stand here and scream and yell when there are people in here.
You can't come down here and refuse to take my citizen complaint affidavit. There is no more.
I don't know. It's kind of like, I don't know how to, you can tell she looks like her father. Like, does that make sense? Like, I don't know. Like, you can really see, like, you can just tell, like, she looks like her father.
Like, I know what her father looks like.
There is no margin for you to refuse. It does not say there anywhere. I have a complaint about Gregory lying to me on the phone yesterday. That's getting filled out right now. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. As your policy says that you will do. And nobody told me when I called here on the 5th asking how to do it. It doesn't know. You as we established, you have no right to make me leave the lobby. You have no right to leave me.
I mean, she didn't touch that cop.
You had no right to touch me, which you did. You had no right. Yes, you did. You touched me. You touched me. You had no right to pick my things up and carry them out there. You have no right to touch my things. You have no right to touch my things. Literally lying. These aren't repeats. I have never complained about that pretending. They pretended.
Oh, that's the... So she's here to complain that they pretended to take 2 citizen complaints. So she's got a complaint now about the complaint. So we've established layers to this. No, that's kind of, I get it. Hey, that's fine. Because if they didn't take her complaint, then you need to complain about that.
Okay. They put the numbers on the pages. They went back there and made a copy for me, and then didn't sign them. And then Shields comes down here going, "I don't know what you're talking about."
They called it to 94.
Are they arresting her?
Stand up. Stand up. Please stand up. Stand up. That's nice. Put your hands behind your back.
Oh my God! No, this is not okay.
Oh, she's about to snap.
This is not okay. Please, somebody do something about this. This is not okay.
That guy's sitting there. He's trying to like get a copy of a parking ticket he got or some shit. He's just filing like a claim, like my neighbors were making some noise last night. He's
Please.
You don't give a fuck, dude. Look at she's back in.
This is not okay! This is not okay! This is not okay! This is not okay! Please! 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 I am under arrest for no reason! I am under arrest for no reason! I am under arrest for no reason! This is not okay! This is not okay! This is not okay! I cannot believe this! I cannot believe this!
Don't kick! You're going to catch a charge.
What are you arresting me? What are you arresting me?
Yeah, what is her charge technically? I'm kind of intrigued. Just disorderly? Wait, I thought we were at the PD. Wait, where are we taking her? Just gonna go drop her off like somewhere else? just ditching her at the gas station? Take your ass out of Circle K, sir.
You are violating my rights. Quietly. You can't come down here.
Yeah, hey, hold on. Straight to the psych ward.
Why am I being arrested? Why am I being arrested?
Put your feet up.
Why am I being arrested? What was I doing? Why am I being arrested? Why am I being arrested?
Oh, she's out of her cuffs.
Why am I being arrested? Why am I being arrested?
Whoa! She's fighting.
I am allowed to sit there quietly and fill out a form. We established that. Why are you arresting me?
You are resisting. If you stop resisting...
That is not true.
She might be the goat.
You have no right to be arresting me.
Y'all need a few moments? All right, ma'am, you got anything on you that's going to hurt me?
No, I don't have anything on me. There is no reason to be arresting me. it. I was sitting quietly in the lobby filling out a form. It is my right to fill out. And these officers came up and arrested me. Told me to stand. What do you need? Told me to stand. Told me to stand. And I have every right to be sitting there. What law was I
Yo, she's
breaking
gotta
when I
have
was
some,
sitting
like,
there?
manic strength. Like, I bet she's swole as hell, guys. Like, yo, don't underestimate how strong this woman is, dude.
With Venmo, treating a friend is just the beginning. You can split.
Breaking when I was doing this.
Stop.
No! Answer me what law I was breaking. Hey, quit kicking. Answer me what law I was breaking. Answer me what law I was breaking. Answer me what law I was breaking.
Are you on any medication?
Yes, I am.
Probably should have asked that sooner, eh?
I need some shoes because my feet are burning, which is the reason I was doing this. So that's not kicking anyone. That's because my feet are hot. So there you go. When you have one body cam, in the hot car, I have every right to sit in that lobby and fill in a form. You don't have a right to tell me to leave.
Nah, she's kinda goated.
You don't have a right to tell me
This chick's kind of goated, dude.
You can't tell me.
I want, like, if this was one of my aunties, like, I need her at the Thanksgiving dinner off a Zan and 2 glasses of wine every year. Like, this is heat.
5 days after that fiasco, the suspect was released from custody after she posted bond. When an officer calls her to give her important information regarding her arrest, she reveals something wild.
Hello?
Hey, Miss.
Yes.
Hey, how you doing? It's Officer Bates.
Yes.
Hey, did you get
I'm not bothered answer how I'm doing because that's a rhetorical question. Go ahead.
There was a misunderstanding. Your phone is not placed as evidence. It's placed for safekeeping. You are able to come retrieve your phone.
I'm sorry. I'm here at the Sheriff's Department to file some more complaints about the jail and your behavior at the jail, and I didn't catch that because other people were talking. I'm sorry. There was a misunderstanding I heard.
She's back. And retrieve your phone.
Okay, sure. And the paperwork that I was asking about while you were arresting me was the ones that got left behind.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, you nearly left my sandals on the hood of your car because you were so unconcerned about the person under whom you were put under arrest.
No, she's kind of the goat, dude.
So thanks so much. I will make an appointment with your evidence department, and as I'm here to clear up as well.
Okay, I got one more thing.
Which officer? So am I accused of having battered? What is his name?
Commander Sinise.
Great, thank you so much.
Hold up. Can I explain one more thing to you?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you know you were issued a trespass for the Northport Police Department?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I went by your residence. I placed a form on your door, okay?
Wait, she got trespassed from the police department? Do you know how much of a demon you have to be? I didn't even know they could do that. I've never heard of that in my life. Brother, what?
You still seem to understand that is not my door.
Psychedelics, a lot of people think you can learn from them. People that believe that reference, like Steve Jobs was big on LSD, actually. Some people might argue they might be smarter from drug use.
I think people can learn from drug use, but I think, like, the way we did it,
right? Not the way we did it. Imagine Steve Jobs taking LSD. He probably microdosed.
He's got a notepad
2 or 3 times, you know.
He's like being studious and insightful about the trip, and like when I take acid, I just want to like melt my brain and see the walls move.
Watch Family Guy. Psychedelics, a lot of people think you can learn from them. People that believe that reference, like Steve Jobs was big on LSD, actually. Some people.
Hitler, on the other hand, and I looked through a lot of his paintings, was like he missed out on a lot of the fundamentals. He tried to like make hyper-realistic renditions of like castles and whatnot, but his perspective is so bad. He was Einstein's brother. Look, what's happening with this building, dude? What's going on? Is it on a slant? Is the building falling into the fucking... What's happening? It honestly feels like instead of lining up the perspective, he literally just individually drew windows in. Was it, yeah, Hitler sucked at painting? painting. I'm so glad I didn't become an artist. Relax with the line perspective slander. We can't all do them right. I get so many points taken off for that. But yeah, but you do get points taken off for that. And that's the whole point. That's a pretty good painting, right? You just enjoyed one of Adolf Hitler's artworks. Yeah, dude. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the window to the door. 90-degree angle for the windows. Why is this window hidden underneath the stair? Hitler, on the other hand, and I looked through a lot of his paintings, was not good at all. Like, he missed out on a lot of the fundamentals. He tried to, like, make hyper-realistic renditions of, like, castles and whatnot, but his perspective is so bad. He was asset painting, dude. Look at these lines, brother. Look, what's happening with this building, dude? What's going on? Is it on a slant? Is the building falling into the fucking... What's happening? It honestly feels like instead of lining up the perspective, he literally just individually drew windows in. Was it, yeah, Hitler sucked at painting? I'm so glad I didn't become an artist. Relax with the line perspective slander. We can't all do them right. I get so many points taken off for that. But yeah, but you do get points taken off for that. And that's the whole point. That's a pretty good painting, right? You just enjoyed one of Adolf Hitler's artworks. Yeah, dude. Look at that. Look.
It's Rat Patrol time!
We are on Rat Patrol right now, Derry. But to get you in the mind, to get you in the mindset to prepare for the great rat hunt, we have a song prepared for you that we'd like you to listen to now. That will put you in the mindset. I apologize early. We're going to get dark. I hope you are ready in your souls to stare into the abyss.
I have not heard this song yet.
All right, let's hear it.
That he will never die.
Cut the music. Cut it. What the fuck was that? That song was directed by Ari Aster, by the way.
That was more demonic than like fucking anything.
Shout out to Mike Kowalski for doing the remix on that one.
Yeah.
Mike Kowalski, cousin of Molly O'Brien. Let's give a shout out to Molly O'Brien tonight, everybody.
Honestly, it's generally very unholy when the Irish interact with the Polish, but it's fine.
New England specific reference. I never thought.
Gotta mute my microphone real quick. We back.
Thought I'd hear something more disturbing than Giles Corey. More bone shaking. That's in the canon now. Amazing work, you Polish warrior.
Okay, I hope you guys have been chilled to your core by the chopped and screwed version of High Hopes. Because guess what? We are going to chop and screw all of his lifetime hopes on Tuesday. Ready for that, guys? Are you ready for that? But first, we must stare into the abyss.
Yes.
We must stare into the abyss. And the first thing I'd like to talk about is, okay, so we all watched the debate on just the other night, and it really crystallized to me. It's something it's hard to articulate. But when you see Pete Buttigieg talk, when you see him give a campaign speech, a stump speech, when you see him answer questions at the debate, I am just totally overcome inside with this one question. What the fuck are you talking about? Seriously though, anytime you see a campaign ad, a media hit, just a stump speech from this motherfucker, ask yourself, if you're a voter, or if you're any normal human being, what is he offering you?
Okay, back to the
What is he actually saying to you? What is he saying that he's going to do on your behind behalf? What is he saying he represents? What is he offering you?
Unmedicated ADHD, mind you. Our doctor.
No, not just nothing. Also bad stuff.
Because, well,
what he's offering you, it doesn't matter
He's
what
offering you terrible food and the portions so small.
he's not offering you anything, but it isn't really what he's offering you, it's how he's offering it to you. He's offering you beautiful sounding gibberish, but most importantly, in a fake, deep Elizabeth Holmes accent.
Yes.
We watched the debate on Friday, and I got it because whenever we'd watch the previous debate, we would always just ignore Mayor. It just sounded like fucking Peanuts teacher talking. But because this is the first debate where he was one of like the guys, he is the guy who won Iowa. One second. And it was the first time I realized when he was talking, holy shit, this motherfucker is making his voice deeper to sound more serious.
Or to sound more like Obama.
Every time.
I would never do such a thing.
Every time there.
Definitely don't listen to me on podcasts where I speak to girls. I'm like, oh my God, you're right.
No, he's deliberately making his voice lower to sound like Obama. He's doing vocal blackface.
He is. He is doing Elizabeth Holmes shit. He's doing Elizabeth Holmes shit.
The inflection too.
Because they cut to him and they say, Mayor Pete, what do you think? And they cut to him and it's this howdy-doody looking motherfucker. This like little scrubbed schoolboy who should be wearing short pants. And they say, what do you think about this? He goes, I think the problems of America are the problems of the country.
It's like if Milhouse did a whip it.
Yeah. Like, motherfucker, you're faking that. You're trying to
Mayor Pete.
Yo,
Mayor Pete, Joe Biden says you don't have enough experience to be president. How do you respond? Joe Biden? Isn't he a great big old person? Some of you got that one. Shout out to God. By the way, shout out to Ted Levine, certified Bernie Bro. Donated to the campaign. To God, Ted Levine.
It puts the SDEs in the basket.
Yes. Or else it gets the hose. Also, I didn't mention this. I didn't mention this in the first half, but there was a photo today of Paul Giamatti at a Bernie Sanders event right here in New Hampshire. Friends, brothers and sisters. I will qualify this by saying he was also at an Andrew Yang event.
And a Buttigieg event.
And he's a sort of a political tourist. In my heart of hearts, though, I know inside that Giamatti is a Bernie bro.
He is.
And I truly feel that like our whole show is just coming full circle. Giamatti is on our side. Friends, brothers and sisters, truly the best among us are all together.
By the way, I once sat one row away from Giamatti at a double feature at BAM. It was the Manchurian Candidate.
Interesting. We'll be talking about that in a second.
And all the president's men.
Speaking of the Manchurian Candidate, people are just asked,
it's not in this game. I'm so upset.
Kasim Suleimani ordered that hit, and he said, I would never consider military action until I looked at all the evidence, and then someone shows me the Queen of Diamonds.
Damn you! Damn you to hell, Sid Meier's!
It'll become more clear to you.
Good movie.
It'll become more clear to you as this second half.
Damn you!
But, so we're just like, trying to discern. What the fuck are you saying?
I'm just kidding. I'm
Every
loving
fucking answer.
Civilization 7.
It's just this
I'm
vague,
loving
totally vague gibberish. It's
It's what we would refer to as platitudinous.
He's doing an impression of Obama that's even more vacuous than when Obama did it to great success. So, of course we know.
Let me be clear.
It's number 2.
You'll be back.
Number 2.
No, but here's the thing.
I'm not stopping this fucking car, okay?
Here's the thing, though. The Obama thing, and I wrote about this in the It's Bernie Bitch thing. Obama was the last of the horoscope candidates.
Thank you.
Where you give someone a horoscope and you're like, you're very creative and things are going to happen to you. And you're like, oh my God, that's so me. Like, he formed a campaign around the most vague, kind of cold reads that like a dime store psychic uses. And everyone was so traumatized by Bush too that they were like, "Yeah, fine."
Syria.
Literally. And anytime people are like, "Oh, like, well, okay, but he had a little bit of help from his predecessor."
Yeah.
You can't do that a second time without people being like, "You're not saying."
When I put
anything.
it saw.
And here's the thing, and this has been confirmed over and over again. Not Chris and everybody.
Did you flush?
The chamber is empty, and we're all ready to go.
Here's the thing, though, and this goes to my point about watching him and just like my brain like falling out of my ears. What the fuck are you talking about? This has been confirmed over and over again by every conversation I've had with many of the volunteers and canvassers, both here in New Hampshire and Iowa. And they say when you encounter Pete Buttigieg supporters or people, and you ask them, well, like, what do you like about Pete? Why are you supporting Pete? They never, not a single one of them, will ever say anything about a policy, an idea, or a problem that they're facing in their life. They all say the same thing. He gives me a certain feeling. He makes me feel the way Obama did. You know, he's so smart. He's just so smart.
You know what that is? It's fluoride. The more fluoride you've ingested, the more Pete Buttigieg speaks to you.
No, fluoride is good. Fuck off.
Yes, yeah. Everyone should have fluoride in their fucking water. It's the reason all our teeth aren't falling out of our fucking head.
True.
But, so, you know, if you've been following the show, you will remember the amazing way Felix has channeled Joseph Robinette Biden, right? Now that Joseph Robinette Biden is completely done.
Bye-bye!
Bye-bye!
Bye, Sleepy Joe!
He just said today to a woman who asked him why he lost the Iowa caucus.
I did everything right.
You know about the caucus?
Yeah?
No, you're
oh my God.
Dog-faced pony soldier. And you know, he wasn't insulting her. He was being cheeky, and it was quoting a John Wayne movie, the famous John Wayne film that we're all aware of, Lying Dog-Faced Pony Soldier, starring John Wayne and Henry Fonda.
Yeah, he was talking to like a 30-year-old woman and was like, "Hey, remember this movie that came out before desegregation?
You know you want to do a line."
That's called the Biden Classic."
So we have imbibed so much Biden. But here's the thing, though. We're beginning to imbibe
all my
Pete.
negative vices
And he
into
has
Donald Trump.
Pete-isms as well. He has a way of talking that we've been allowing into our souls, which is very dangerous. It is not as funny as the Joe Biden, but it is specific. So,
20 months over.
For your edification, can we have some Pete-isms? Can we have some examples of the things Pete talks about?
All right.
How he sounds, or like his way of talking without talking or saying anything.
There are two types
Allegedly,
of
although if you believe that line of bullshit, I got another line of bullshit to tell you. I was never on Epstein Island. Oh, believe me, it's
The
true.
community that I'm from, we care less about the NASDAQ and more about building a coat rack.
Apparently, he says he doesn't do drugs.
Be something
Although,
like,
I got a story to tell you. By the time I was in Studio 54 in the 70s, oh, it was wonderful. It was marvelous.
Where I'm from, we care less about the schools
Oh, the music
Montessori
was pumping. It was
and more about raising our son
spectacular
Corey.
thing you've ever seen.
And That's almost like the least evil type of Petism, because it's like the robot wants to be part of humanity, kind of. There's like a spiritual yearning, and you wish you could update his...
The human.
You wish you could update his NVIDIA settings to get that done, and we wouldn't have to go through this whole thing.
It's sad because you know he kind of...
That's the code
Oh, yeah, he definitely does. There's pain in that little Arthur fist he makes. There's pain. But
I could never drink.
The second type of Pete thing, I think, is like the most evil because it's the spell he casts over people.
I have an alter ego
it's like
called
his
Tanla.
magic, and that's
in
when
many ways,
he starts with something and then ends with the opposite. And
the devil.
It'll be something like, a nation that fails to heal its division is a nation that divides into failures. And it's truly sickening. Awful. And it gives you the illness known as diarrhea, too.
My main problem with him is, sir, how dare you plagiarize an American poet like Bob Seger?
I know.
With your fucking turn the page bullshit. You didn't think of that. You didn't build that, sir. The Silver Bullet Band built that.
Detroit City.
Out of Detroit motherfucking City.
Damaged our brain in ways we cannot fathom.
A true Midwesterner, Bob Seger.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, but that's also like Pete's thing too, is that he doesn't have any particular personal appeal, so he does kind of a weird plagiarism, but it's like the strange sort of like off-brand version of whatever. He's the off-brand Obama, he's the off-brand Bob Seger.
Yeah.
He has no individual identity. He mainly preys on people's intellectual and political insecurity.
Yeah.
Which, as socialists, I think, if you're in this room, you're a little pink, if not red. What we do is not make people insecure. That's liberal bullshit. That's technocrat bullshit. That's like, okay, well, you don't understand the Caucasus, whereas we're like, no one understands the Caucasus. They're fucking stupid. They're dumb, and they're intentionally obfuscational. But Mayor Pete's thing is very much preying on people's insecurities. And what we want to do is embolden people and be like, actually, your instincts about this are probably right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. You don't need this fucking Chuck E. Cheese animatronic to lead you through politics.
Holy shit!
I'll tell you another thing.
Okay, I'm sorry, but Cory Booker is actually the animatronic.
Yeah. He is the animatronic.
He's like a Furby.
He is the Cory Booker is the Chuck E. Cheese where they drop water on him and sparks start shooting out of his head. Mayor Pete is the drummer who's keeping the beat like that. Here we go.
Oh, yeah, no. To what Amber said and what Matt said about him ripping off Bob Seger, his only night moves are discarding dog carcasses.
Just like Frank Sheeran. Like Frank Sheeran and the Irishman dropping him off bridges. Night moves. Just a montage of him dropping wrap packages into rivers in swing states.
So we talked about this backstage, Felix. If you want to have a Pete Buttigieg off, I'm game.
Let's roll. Let's vibe.
Are you guys ready for this? I wrote these down. Your souls.
You got 5 seconds to place bets. I'm gonna be honest. I'm going for Virgil.
Your souls will be placed at hazard, but let's do this.
No!
Virgil does the Hail Mary.
All right, who wants to go first?
Let's do a coin toss.
Virgil wants me to go first, I'll go first. In the communities that I represent, people don't care so much about stock options as about chicken soup stock options.
All right.
Pretty bad.
How's the dog shit? Here we go.
President Trump says that facts don't matter. Well, I believe in the passion of our dreams as a matter of fact.
Felix, I would love it if you showed me up.
Okay. Oh, alright. We're fucking rolling, actually. Okay. A president that uses the office for personal gain is the president who leads to the loss of a nation.
got some lose yourself shit right here. If you guys like that song earlier, all right, Virgil, spit.
When we stop being divided, the sum of our values will add to the quotient of our imagination.
Real modification.
Oh, my stomach.
I have resisted whatever disease you had for 2 weeks, and I just felt my white blood cells spontaneously.
Well, get ready to vomit.
Oh, God, no.
When the weight of our conscience is heavier than the weight of our divisions, that is when truth elides the path of our liberty.
Terrible.
Really bad.
I really feel ill right now. Oh, I don't know if I
Buddy,
can
you
handle
can do this. You can fucking do this.
Oh, God.
KG can do this.
You know, some people say blue lives matter.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Please, Lance.
No.
No. This is a Hail Mary. This is the Hail Mary I told you about.
Some people say all lives matter.
Oh, boy, here it comes.
But when it comes to our dreams, all ambitions matter.
All right, Felix, I'm sorry.
I have one more. I have one more.
Bring it.
I got one more.
All right, one more final exchange.
Buzzer.
All right,
here we go.
This is warning. This is pure dog shit. We can find ourselves arguing about rideshare, but I hope we can all find ourselves agreeing about childcare.
Oh, fuck!
Oh, shit!
Fuck you!
Oh,
Fuck
shit!
you!
All right, Virgil, yo, you better come strong with this last one.
Okay, all right. You know, Joe Biden says that small towns don't matter. Well, I believe that the smallest towns have the biggest heart, and the biggest cities have the smallest cocks.
There we go.
Wow. Okay. Whoever wins, we all lose.
You've all got coronavirus now. Congratulations.
Okay. Okay. We are on the path.
That was brutal.
The darkness right now.
We're on the shining path.
Yeah.
I wish.
Oh, I mean, well, they shared an enthusiasm with Pete.
They were also mayors of small towns.
That's the thing.
Okay. To that end, a mayor of a small town. A mayor of a city
Cleveland's in Florida. I just realized it, bro.
In Indiana.
Cleveland's in Florida.
A state that is in the bottom half quartile of population.
So, right. One term, the most votes he's ever gotten up until Iowa was probably 8,000 people in a municipal election in a college town in Indiana.
And not even the big college.
Yes, not even the big one.
Bloomington.
Bloomington's the big one, yeah.
Bloomington, Indiana, Tree City.
So...
Got any Hoosiers?
Oh, we got some Hoosiers?
Hoosiers!
Oh, God. So...
We're mean and dumb! Yeah.
Just a small town mayor living in a rodent lair.
That's okay, but that's actually about Detroit. You really would have done I was born in a small town if you really wanted to be accurate.
Let's pull out of this for a second. So back to what Rizzo said. Mayor of a college town in Indiana.
Catholic college town.
All of a sudden, he's a national figure. Where did this guy come from? Why is he in a position now of being neck and neck with the most popular politician in the country who's leading a mass movement led by the democratic hopes and dreams of not just the young generation, but every decent person in this country who wants a better future?
He got it.
How did it get here? How did it get here? How did all that shit that we saw in Iowa happen? So here's where I'm going with this, guys. And we're going down this rat hole right now.
Oh yeah.
Here's the thing. If you've listened to our show, if you're a fan of the show, you know that we've talked about, how should we say, stories, news events some might say conspiracy theories on the show.
History.
Right? History, right? We've talked about, Matt has done a solo episode on Operation Gladio. We did.
I did stuff on the. I did an article about the infiltration of various left groups.
COINTELPRO, yeah.
Yes, by COINTELPRO, which was, by the way, based on just released FBI documents that they have publicly acknowledged are true.
We did an interview with the journalist Tom O'Neill about the connection between Charles Manson and the CIA's MK Ultra program. And of course, we have talked extensively about the Jeffrey Epstein case. Now, what do all of these stories, shout out TrueAnon, yeah. Now, what do all of these stories,
TrueAnon Live in New York March, by the way.
By the way,
we will be there.
Spread the word now as well. We're closing out this tour in San Francisco. Special guests, Brace and Liz from TrueAnon.
They will be at our live show in San Francisco.
I'm announcing that now. So, we've talked about these stories, right? What do they all have in common? They all have the, the veneer of what some might call conspiracy theory. But on some level, they're only based on nothing that requires any huge leap of faith on your part or incredible evidence that, we need to tell you or are holding back from you. These are stories that are assembled based on basic matters of public record. When you add them up, think about it this way. In each one of them, you add them up and the official story is simply incredible. It doesn't make any sense. Whether it's Jeffrey Epstein, Manson, Gladio, think Epstein now, right? So when you begin to assemble these facts or go down these various rabbit holes or look at the bigger picture, you will never ever get, and this is what Tom O'Neill said to us that's very important, you will never ever get to a point of capital T journalistic truth that can be published in the New York Times or ever achieve a level of closure, satisfaction, or justice that these things shout out for. It will never happen. But if you begin to look at everything together, they all take on a similar shape. So, keeping that in mind, we would like now to share with you another story. We would like to paint a picture for you now, again, based solely on matters of public record, media accounts, and things that we all know. We are going to assemble these facts for you to tell you another story. You can believe it is a story, a conspiracy theory, 100% true and accurate, or somewhere in between all of them. But there is a story we'd like to tell you tonight that rhymes with all of these other things that we've talked about on the show. And that is the career and now emergence on a national global political stage of former South Bend, Indiana Mayor Pete Buttigieg. You guys ready for this? Okay. So this is... Matt is going to go off now. Matt, okay, you guys, we're going to let Matt open up the throttle now, ladies and gentlemen.
Just so everyone knows, I sacrificed my sanity long ago on the altar of truth-seeking, and this is just part of that journey. But I just remind myself that all things serve the being, and it makes it okay.
Oh, and by the way, very, very quickly, anyone out there who's a reporter for New York Magazine, Politico, The New Yorker, The New York Times, Washington Post, anything like that, this is off the record, okay?
Okay. So
and if you have a hidden camera, could you please leave?
All right. So I first became aware of Peter Paul Montgomery Buttigieg in 2017. Okay? And that was during the race to replace whoever the fuck it was. Debbie Washington Schultz as DNC chair. And famously, Bernie put forward his ally Steve Ellison as DNC chair. And it looked like he was just going to get it, and it was going to be sort of like, it was going to be the consolation prize that the Hillary campaign gave to Bernie. All right, fine, you're good. But Barack Obama said, no, I'm not giving control of this party up. And so he got Tom Perez, the skeleton man, the living version of the Crypt Keeper, to be his guy. But he wasn't the only one. Pete Buttigieg also ran for DSC chairman. And I remember that's the first time I encountered his name. And I saw him in the list, and I thought, first of all, I was like, what is that last name? And then I looked into it, and my thought was, who the fuck do you think you are? You're the mayor of South Bend, and you're trying to be the chairman of the Democratic National Committee? That is an insane overreach. And he was defeated handily.
Indiana, and hugely punch above my weight, and even I'm like, okay, calm down.
Yeah. So, but then they just gone for a while. And then he says, I'm running for president. And I thought, okay, this guy has some sort of disease that he doesn't realize what he is.
Yeah, the hantavirus.
Yes. And then I watched because he came on the scene, hey, I'm the gay mayor of South Bend, and I'm just going to say Obama bullshit. Former troop, yeah. I'm going to say Obama bullshit. But the thing is, there were a ton of people who were running in 2020 as, I'm just going to say Obama bullshit. They had O'Rourke coming off of the highest profile Senate race of 2018 midterms, where he almost beat Cruz, became the darling
national attention.
The entire American
cover of Vanity Fair, any legal
guy who was going to break the GOP stranglehold on Texas. And then you had Cory Booker, a longtime
senator,
a guy who has the same vocal cadence as Obama, a guy who has the same message as Obama. A bunch of these guys all went for the Obama lane. All of them flamed out spectacularly. And the guy who was left to not only hold that lane, but to become the establishment choice to stop Sanders at the very end is the fucking mayor of South Bend, Indiana.
Not only that, but why, very early on in his campaign, again, former mayor of South Bend, Indiana, a city of 100,000 people, very early on in his campaign, why was this guy, instead of Joe Biden, former vice president, Beto O'Rourke, Kamala Harris, Cory Booker, Kristen Gillibrand, go down the fucking list. Very early on in the campaign, why did 40 of the world's most wealthy billionaires, why did they give him all this money?
Why was he having huge ticket fundraisers as this nobody? This is before he became the last option. This is back when there were like 25 people in the field. But then you start to look at his career. You look at his CV, the one that he's so proud of, and every single element of it makes you raise your fucking eyebrow until it falls off of the top of your fucking head. Starting with the fact that he loves, I'm a Rhodes Scholar, Harvard graduate. Oh, I'm so very, very smart. My dad translated Gramsci. Oh, I'm a genius. So his first gig after college was with McKinsey Associates, which we've talked about. We've talked about how they are a global fixer for every disgusting company that wants to excuse layoffs. He was involved, as Benjamin Applebaum pointed out. You worked for a company that was fixing bread prices.
Again, to be fair, how did overpriced bread ever end up poorly for a bourgeois class?
People love paying too much for bread.
You didn't think it would be a big deal.
Hey, Virgil. So, McKinsey, fixing bread prices. But not only that, while he was with McKinsey, he spent a time in Iraq when McKinsey was being subcontracted to help build the post-war government there. And while he did that, he took a vacation to Somaliland, which is not a country. Somaliland is a breakaway region of Somalia, which has its own... No, Somalia. Oh, okay. Which is has its own local government, because Somalia, it hasn't had a functioning government for 30 years. Part of it broke away and has a coherent government. At the exact same time that the U.S. government was making inroads to attempt to establish military bases there with the connivance of the local leadership, Pete Buttigieg and his friend from Harvard, a guy whose name is, oh good Lord, Nathaniel Myers was his name, a guy who works for USAID, the USAID for International Development Organization, which has been for 40 years a known CIA front. His current job, according to LinkedIn, is Senior Transition Advisor, referring to the governments that we overthrow. Not kidding, as in they send guys like him in to staff the new governments after we've nuked created. So this guy and Pete went to Somaliland and they published a New York Times op-ed about the need for Somaliland to become an independent country.
literally doing like PR on behalf of this organization, of this government, so that they could make some sort of sweetheart deal with the government. Then he joins the.
But at the same time, all of this is going on. U.S. operations in the Horn of Africa
are going way up. Yeah, up. Our base in Djibouti there is like one of the most important nodes for counterinsurgency in the Middle East completely.
Whenever they do lists of how many places of the U.S. bombing, the one thing that like no one can ever get are the weird North African countries.
Yeah. No, Somali big time, and it's all coming from the base in Djibouti, very near Somaliland. So the U.S. was in the process of trying to make relations with these local leaders, and this motherfucker and his friend from USAID write an op-ed that gets published in the New York Times to talk about how the Somaliland is going to be a new front for democracy and we need to support it. Then he joins naval intelligence and goes to Afghanistan. The Navy, famously necessary to get intelligence in landlocked Afghanistan.
The Navy's really good at mountains, actually.
Yes, where he has admitted in his own books that he spent time in CIA safe houses. A guy who has glowing portraits of this guy talk about how in his study he has maps of the mineral resources of Afghanistan in his fucking house.
He's a cartography
like a normal guy.
He's a cartography buff.
He loves maps. He's a goddamn map nerd. So this is a guy whose entire career before he becomes mayor is pure intelligence. Absolutely. There is not a single thing he did, either with McKinsey or with the military, that does not indicate that he was doing, at the very least, like high-end grifting McKinley shit, or at the worst, like Project Phoenix, like targeted assassinations.
LGBTQ CIA.
Exactly.
That's not my joke. That's someone else's joke. But you know.
And then he becomes mayor of South Bend, where he becomes the most media-savvy, most media-connected guy in this pissant town of 100,000 people, where his job is basically just to ethnically cleanse the black people out of the neighborhood so they can be gentrified.
By the way, someone reminded me of this, like about a year ago. Pete Buttigieg tweeted out, I think it was another New York Times article, about using counterinsurgency techniques on restive urban populations.
Yes.
His comment was, interesting article.
That was in 2012.
2012, yeah.
Well, to be fair, South Bend is not an urban population.
I just want to say this really quick, and I maybe you've seen this too, but it's that the Peter Bernie meme, right? And it's like quotes from as they were both small town mayors, right?
Yes.
Bernie of Burlington, Vermont in the 1980s, and Pete of South Bend, and they both had different. There were some differences in their housing policy, so to speak. And here's a quote from an article about Pete's housing policy. Buttigieg has sold a park to private developers and giving tax breaks to luxury condos less than a mile west of South Bend's booming downtown. Its African-American Latino residents continue to complain of police harassment, rampant evictions, and a team of code enforcement inspectors who find them every time they forget to mow their own lawns. And this is a guy who came into office with a specific policy of, hey, if your house sucks, we're gonna fucking tear it down and turn it into one of those fucking like fake bistros called like Fork in Ukraine. You know, something. You know what I mean? Like a fucking like a place in an airport.
Bites with a Y.
Yes, exactly.
Any place just called Plus Salt.
Anyway, but and you know, I'm sorry, I gotta read because I just love this so much. Here's a quote from a similar article about Mayor Bernie Sanders. He often butted heads with local developers who were overeager to convert subsidized housing into luxury condos. This is the 1980s, by the way. Quote, hang on, quote, over my dead body, are you going to displace 366 working families?
He's so good. And the way you need to think about Mayor Pete, again, is, I don't know if anyone here has ever lived in a college town not as a student. Okay, well, it's garbage. It's fucking garbage. Basically, you just get abused by grad students while serving them drinks. That's the Mayor Pete thing. His job was serving the tourists that came in through fucking Notre Dame, who would be gone in 4 years to whatever, open up speedboat dealerships or whatever. and just fucking the people that actually lived there.
Yes, and
the most like clear-cut moment of the debate was when the moderator actually nailed him to the fucking wall about his record of how the arrests for marijuana use among black youths while he was mayor spiked through the fucking roof. And he didn't answer the question. He dodged it entirely. But what little attempt he made to try to justify it was, he said, we wanted to tie drug arrests to gun and organized crime and gangs.
Okay. To be fair, growing up as a Hoosier, we all lived in constant fear of the South Bend Mids gangs. Yeah. It was extremely dangerous because of all of that ditchweed around Notre fucking Dame.
That's what the Crips and Bloods war was about. Was against the drug market of South Bend.
But I want to make
my cousin, he got his wisdom teeth out. He's got a 6 Vicodin left over.
I want to make
shit.
That guy's the El Chapo of South Bend.
I want to make clear though that his justification for prosecuting a brutal drug war of, let's say, surveillance, incarceration, and oppression.
Again, by the way, the students of Notre Dame in South Bend had no problem.
Touchdown.
No problem.
Was not going to fucking jail for
these people are not being policed. That's the fucking town-gown relations.
To the extent that he tried to answer that question at the debate last night, the justification that he gave for it is identical to the one that Mayor Michael Bloomberg gave for his stop and frisk program in New York City for years and years and years as his 3-term fucking tyranny of the city I fucking grew up.
So Mayor Pete spends 2 terms as Mayor South Bend, just doing ethnic cleansing on behalf of developers, and also trying to get out of fucking Indiana because he has no chance of getting a statewide race. He ate shit running for state treasurer, couldn't fucking win that race. I mean, I believe he was running against just like a fucking, just like a barrel with a smile on it, and he still lost.
We do have a lot of them.
But anyway, so then he gets to run, and as I said, he's running against one of the biggest fields they've ever had. Governors, senators, every half of them just trying to run the Obama playbook. All of them fall away, and he's the last one left. And he is the one that the media is willing to go to bat for and lie on behalf of after he stole Iowa and give him...
Tried to steal Iowa.
But they gave him 72 hours of pure he won Iowa propaganda coverage. And you're like, why the fuck would you do this to this fucking pissant? And if you guys want to really destroy your brains, look up something called Operation Mockingbird, which is a CIA operation that was uncovered by the Church Committee in the 70s, whereby the CIA was suborning through blackmail and bribery the acquiescence of foreign and domestic journalists to literally parrot what they wanted to be said. And they said after they got caught, we're not going to do it anymore. But man, if you believe that, I got a fucking bridge to sell you in Brooklyn.
Would you like to just to close out, would you like to share who one of Pete Buttigieg's biggest campaign contributors is?
So, if you guys are aware of a guy named...
Okay, look, I got the name wrong when I was filling out the ActBlue form. Some of his policies are okay.
Okay, so if you guys are aware of a guy named Jeffrey Epstein, right? Okay, we all know all the billionaire scumbags who were on his jet, were friends with him, etc. One of the big ones was a guy named Glenn Dugan. He is married to a former Miss Sweden who is Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend from the 90s before she aged out of his preferences. And they not only are friends with Epstein, after Epstein got out of his fake imprisonment, his fake year of service in Florida and tried to move back to New York, and he wanted to get his sex offender registry expunged. And his wife, Glenn Dugan's wife, wrote a letter to the DA saying, Jeffrey Epstein is an upstanding man. I would let him alone with my teenage children. I love him. He's fine. They literally said that to try to get him. And by the way, apparently, according to a number of sources, there was an effort shortly before he ended up getting in trouble and going to jail where he was going to marry their daughter so that he could start reproducing and creating those monstrous Epstein clones that he was thinking about. That guy, Glenn Dugan, maxed out donor to Mayor Pete. And you guys are aware, of course, of the Shadow app, right? The one that fucked up Iowa on purpose. The main funder of that app is LinkedIn and Netflix honcho Reid Hoffman, if you know who that is. Reid Hoffman was essentially the guy who laundered Jeffrey Epstein's donations to the MIT Media Center. He's literally his bag man. And he has his fingerprints all over the fucking Iowa caucuses. Epstein, fucking Mayor Pete is at the nexus of every black ops, CIA fucking thing in the last 30 fucking years.
Yes. Is your, okay.
His bladder is full of conspiracies.
Okay, here's what I want to say. So, like, that's a narrative that you can create. Again, requires no leap of faith on your part. All of these things are part of the matters of public record. And I remember early on the show when we were making fun of Pete by calling him Agent Pete or saying he's a CIA op. And of course, I was half kidding then. Am I half kidding now? I will leave it to you, the audience, to judge for yourself. So I was joking about it online, and some, fucking globe emoji shithead replied to me and being like, oh yeah, real good idea by the CIA to just, have a mayor of South Bend run for presidency out of nowhere, right? Good investment on their part. And at the time in my head, I was like, you know what, there's a logic to that. Yeah, it kind of seems like a long shot, right? After everything you just heard, doesn't it actually kind of make sense? Yeah, that is fucking weird,
because
right?
if you're a senator or a governor, you have power in your own right.
Yes.
You would not be a cat's paw.
Exactly. Because that's the thing with Epstein. The reason they picked Epstein is because he had no independent power. He was just some asshole from Coney Island. Yeah. He's just some asshole from fucking South Bend. They could run his shit. And by the way, while I was taking that leak, some king or queen in the audience added me to tell me, thank you, I didn't know this, that another maxed out donor for Pete Buttigieg is David fucking Geffen. Oh. Any of you are aware of Bryan Singer, West Coast Epstein shit, you know what that means.
Okay.
Fine.
So we've given you one version of it, one sort of lens, one heuristic through which to look at the reality or facts that surround us. But there's another way as well. And we want to pull you back from we don't want to tell you this to drive you insane. Because as Tom O'Neill told us about this, what would you do if you were looking into the Epstein case? And Tom O'Neill says, I wouldn't unless I was getting paid to. So unless you're getting paid, you should not, it's titillating, it's exciting, but it is also a distraction. So here's another way of looking at these same facts and reality.
Okay. Let's say you're like me, and you believe that yarn is for knitting sweaters. You don't want to connect a bunch of things on a corkboard. And when the Epstein shit happened and everyone was freaking out around you, including your beloved podcast co-host,
normal, totally being normal,
screaming about how the world is run by billionaire pedophiles, and you were like, yeah, obviously. And it doesn't really matter, because fundamentally your job is not to necessarily bring everyone in on the conspiracy that you thoughtfully have considered and maybe have developed an instinct about. Because we don't need conspiracy. Because he's bad enough on his own. And that's the thing that you absolutely need to remember. Because it is actually really important that we don't look crazy. It's really important that we don't look crazy. And for me, this shit, I think it started with actually...
I see your point.
They went for it on 4, changed the whole game.
Rico, give me something smart to say.
Go with the parlay.
Yeah, Archive sent this to me. So apparently a big thing on Billy has been taking YouTube videos and AI generating a Chinese translation for Billy. So they've been doing that for me recently. 一个挺酷的 alpha 男性，我想和你们分享一些他的智慧。万一你们谁恰好是 Now believe it or not, I did not learn how to speak Chinese This is not actually me saying those things. That's AI. And based on the one comment I can read without having an account, this guy liked it. So man, I'll start learning Chinese. There's a whole new market out there. This was the alpha video, so even the alpha is in Chinese.
真正男人的傻瓜呢？
软弱的男人每隔15到20分钟就往厕所跑，他们会有点紧张，他们得去拉屎，他们得去撒尿。当你走进公共厕所，看到一个男的正在拉屎。
But is it accurate? I have no fucking clue if it's accurate or not. I have no idea. Not just a robot voice either, it sounds like you. Yeah, the AI dubs are getting really good. They're getting very good. You're going to sue them. You kidding me, man? Do you know nothing about copyright law in China? I would get nowhere. What the fuck? Even if I wanted to. Fight AI with AI. Use ChatGPT to translate to Chinese yourself. What I didn't check is if this whole channel is just my videos in Chinese. Let me see. No, it's a wide array of content it seems. Is that Jeffrey Epstein? Yeah, these channels are called movers. Is that right? That's the terminology.
就没再用过拉臭臭这种词了。我是拉屎，我就是这么干的。也许这家伙一直在那里用屁股放些没响声的小屁，所以他才管那叫拉臭臭。但一个真正的男人可不是那样的。而且，到底谁他妈会每隔15分钟就去一趟
？Hey man,
Chinese Charlie.
You gotta spit. Chinese Charlie kind of going in right now.
Right.
And Chinese Markiplier. I don't even know how I would. I only found this because Archive linked it.
Charlie gotta pop it up.
I don't even know how I'd search for Markiplier on here, but I bet they have Markiplier dubbed in Chinese. Let's see Markiplier talking about Iron Lung, maybe? Let's try that. Oh, this is his Iron Lung video in general. Oh no, here's an Iron Lung trailer. They just haven't got his more recent Iron Lung content.
Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier and I'm very tired. I'm gonna go into the ocean.
What the fuck, he doesn't get a cool Chinese AI voice dub? They not respect him out there? What the hell?
See that question in your eyes? Alone in the...
Yeah, they don't they don't have any AI clones of him? Yeah, let's just try Markiplier in general. Maybe it's more of a newer thing. Yeah, let's try this one. This one's brand new. Oh, this is a stream.
Hi.
What the fuck?
Welcome back to the stream.
I don't even know what he's saying. It's not in Chinese. There we go. That's the kit and caboodle. Oh, here's the Oreo sweatshirt.
Can you believe there's actually a chance?
Ew. English.
毫无疑问，男人最普遍的自卑来源就是阴茎的大小。
Good God. Uh-oh, Sly Boy. Sly Boy video.
When it comes to travel,
Sly Boy video.
you're a winner. That's why when you sit behind a crying babe.
I think YouTube's creator economy has some pretty major issues, and nothing illustrated those issues better, in my view, than the Turkey Tom allegations of this week. Now, I made a video about these allegations. I was relatively even-handed, at least I would like to think so. I just sort of spelled out the worst of it, which it ended up being a far more time-consuming task.
I don't care.
Super Bowl.
It's because he's like...
The year is 1852. Dr. Wildman Whitehouse abruptly closes a successful medical practice in Brighton, England, and soon he leaves the medical profession altogether. His full name is Edward Orange Wildman Whitehouse, so he had a lot of options to choose from. If he were the kind of person who went by, say, Edward Whitehouse, well, that would have made him the kind of man who would have been content to remain a doctor for the rest of his life. And if Tim Taylor had been content to remain a Benford tool salesman, he wouldn't have ascended to the title of Tim the Toolman Taylor. Tim is, of course, a sitcom caricature, a pretend man so wildly overconfident and cartoonishly destructive that surely could never actually exist. Or could he? Wildman Whitehouse is our most volatile of Tims. He will fill the role of catastrophic Tim. He is a super Tim, a man who perhaps captures Tim's essence far better than any other man known to history. History features, and is sometimes propelled forward by, its fair share of dummies, dolts, screw-ups, jackasses, and blockheads, but I have never encountered anyone else quite like Wildman.
Full time. Part 3.
Wildman begins his next journey by following a proud and time-honored quad tradition, dropping everything he's doing to follow a shiny, noisy object. The shiny object in this time is certainly the telegraph. I mean, what's not to love? You tap the telegraph key and it makes a fun little click and the battery goes zzz, and then a minute later the receiving apparatus starts spinning its own little wheel full of paper and it taps a bunch of little dots and dashes on the paper that form its own cool little code that you get to decipher. That's neat. I can't blame him for falling in love with it. But he's also a doctor, which puts him in a special position. For one, he has a little money to invest in his new hobby. For another, he's educated, so he's a decent writer. And as any honest writer would tell you, you can be a decent writer and also be a doofus. But my theory is that just like a diver needs a diving board from which to fall higher than they climb, you gotta first be a little bit smart if you're gonna be a lot stupid. And in this quest, a seemingly impossible quest to string a transcontinental telegraph cable across the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, he could not ask for a deeper pool. Wildman Whitehouse is a little bit smart. He's also remarkably ambitious and hard-working, although he's the poster boy for working harder, not smarter. His experiments earn him the attention of J.W. Brett, who, along with Atlantic Telegraph Company director Cyrus Field, are pretty spooked by this phenomenon of telegraph signals slowing down to the point of uselessness underwater. Now, Brett describes Whitehouse as this dogged, outside-the-box experimenter, the exact sort of guy they want to tackle a problem that's eluded conventional problem-solving, but what Whitehouse actually is, and what I think Brett knows he is from the jump, is a guy who can spin a story. Brett has a bunch of cable lying around that hasn't yet been shipped out to places like the Red Sea, so he throws it to Whitehouse and says, "Here, go nuts." So Whitehouse starts pretending to be a scientist. This is a guy who, in championing his own outsider status, dismisses academic science by using the words scientist and philosopher interchangeably. He calls the forces of nature in their way the enemy, one he intends to conquer. It's not about solving or creating or inventing with this guy, it's about conquest in the name of England. Whitehouse has the attitude of a soldier marching off to war, but at the same time he lacks the stomach for the regimentation, routine, and standards that define the life and purpose of a soldier. He wants to be both conquering hero and one-man army, which we see in the proprietary nature of his experiments, but he's never accrued any hands-on real-world experience, and as we'll see, whenever he does get the opportunity to do so, he calls in sick. He's like Rambo if Rambo never went outside. One observer notes that concepts like intensity and resistance, in other words, the basic building blocks upon which our entire understanding of electricity is built, are really not of much interest to Whitehouse. So God knows what his experiments, if you want to call them that, are actually going to teach anybody about anything, especially since said experiments aren't very repeatable, since he uses his own proprietary equipment he built himself. He has this apparatus that lets him shoot current through a wire, then some doohickey on the other end scribbles some lines, and he declares this to be the current's autograph. This is what those in the field of modern science would refer to as dicking around. Some dismiss his experiments as largely scientifically useless. Yeah? Well, then why does everyone call him the Lightning King?
Yeah? Why does everybody call me the Tool Man? Because it's your show and you made up the name?
Yep, this is their show and they made up the name. The Atlantic Telegraph Company has decided the White House is their man, and they've done a whole lot of work to hype him up, including giving him the nickname Lightning King. But his credibility is still under attack, as is Tim's when a guest establishes that she is a lot more qualified than he is. See, Tim and Wildman have the exact same problem. They're neither practical men nor men of science. Historically, Whitehouse has been framed as a practical man by default since he seems to despise the entire field of science the second it gets too tough to follow. But as Bruce J. Hunt convincingly points out in his 1996 paper, Wildman was no practical man at all. He had zero experience in the field. He'd never actually played any part in laying or maintaining any functioning cable anywhere in the real world. He just screwed around in his lab and pretended to accomplish things. Tim's exact same dilemma is laid bare in the Season 3 episode of Home Improvement titled Swing Time, in which he's so burned up by the prospect of a woman being more qualified than him that he challenges her to a trivia contest, which he loses. Badly.
In a non-rusting aluminum epoxy, what are the percentages of aluminum and epoxy? Easy. Everyone knows that. 70% aluminum, 30% epoxy.
Actually, that's 80% aluminum and 20% epoxy.
70%, 80%. What's the difference? One is right and one is wrong.
Having lost his claim to the title of Man of Science, Tim insists on skipping to the bonus round where he can demonstrate that he has no use for science because he is the practical man.
And what is that? It's the Toolable Super Bonus Screw-Off. First person to screw the screws in takes the whole thing.
Tim makes Wildman Whitehouse proud by foregoing all the reliable and time-tested power drills in favor of his own handmade piece of crap.
Your electric screwdriver has a gas engine?
It's big, it's stupid, it sucks. He loses. These men are neither men of science nor practical men. They're just loud and busy. But loud and busy is enough to keep Tim the Toolman Taylor on the air for about a decade, and loud and busy is enough to earn Wildman the Lightning King Whitehouse a spot on the board of directors of the Atlantic Telegraph Company.
Hey, last one down buys the Ultras.
You're on. Their intention is for Wildman to serve as the company's attack dog. The law of squares put forth by William Thomson threatens to doom the project before it even gets going. It argues that the capacitance of the cable's insulation combines with the resistance of the wire itself to produce an exponential slowdown effect. Thomson has suggested that this effect could be sufficiently mitigated if the copper wire interior were larger and of higher quality, but Cyrus Field's trademark impatience has led him to already order the manufacture of the cable without heeding any of this advice. This is the cable they're stuck with. Defending it seems impossible. But it's not impossible to Wildman, who continues to demonstrate a singular gift for saying stuff. Thomson has laid out a very thorough defense of his law of squares. I do not understand any of this. I would like to tell you that I really gave it my best shot, but I think I made it to about this equation right here before pulling the ripcord. I'm just not doing this. Sorry. And neither are the investors, who have about as much appetite for all this stuff as I do. Wildman's counter-argument to the law of squares is, I gotta admit, a lot more palatable. It basically boils down to his claim that he tested hundreds of miles of cable with his own methods, and it was fine. How did he test them? Doesn't matter. He calls the law of squares a, quote, fiction of the schools. In other words, it's for nerds. Wildman's argument is vague and insubstantial, but the layperson investor doesn't know that. In fact, they probably appreciate hearing that all these ivory tower schoolboys are philosophers who work in abstractions and don't understand how things really get done. Whitehouse and Thomson spend the fall of 1856 going back and forth a few times in London scientific journals. It should be noted that while the law of squares is generally accurate, Thomson, as he himself will later admit, made some hasty assumptions based on it that were less than perfectly accurate. More than anything, though, he's having trouble figuring out how to even respond to Whitehouse because he's not exactly sure of what Whitehouse is saying, because he doesn't even think Whitehouse is exactly sure of what Whitehouse is saying. Apparently, Wildman experimented on that length of cable by just dumping it all in a gigantic vat and filling it with dirt, somehow believing that the dirt would present the exact same properties as if you submerged the cable in water, which of course is what he should have been most interested in. Wildman throws out a lot of assertions and conclusions that are just plain old regular wrong, but this one is special. He claims that wrapping a cable in iron wires is exactly the same as submerging it in water. It's such an eccentrically stupid thing to say. In its own way, it's so dumb it's exciting. This is the Wild Man White House experience, though. Wild Man doesn't conduct experiments, he just does stuff. Wild Man doesn't construct arguments, he just says stuff. Pretending for just a second the White House is a scientist, he and William Thompson are as different as two scientists could possibly be. White House has accomplished nothing and is wildly impressed with himself. By the time Thompson reaches his later years, he'll be recognized as one of the greatest and most important scientists to ever live. Even now, in his early 30s, he holds more than enough clout in academic circles to end this guy's non-career. But Thompson's as humble as Wild Man is not. He'll define himself by all the things he wasn't able to accomplish rather than all the things he was. Science humbles him. He's deeply religious, but never feels the need to study theology because he believes God speaks to him through science. It's as though he has a healthy understanding of how small he truly is, in spite of all the praise and accolades thrown his way. These days, he's even less inclined to pull himself into an argument than usual, as he's spending most of his time caring for his ailing wife. I bet he also sees the writing on the wall. He knows that the 9 million variable equations that impress academia are not going to do anything to sway investors. He knows that the cable has already been ordered, and probably knows that this cable, as fundamentally crappy as it is nonetheless their best and only chance to make history. So, Thompson caves. He falls in line, writing, well, White House's experiments are probably consistent with the law of squares. It's probably some weird battery thing. The important thing is he's got the practical men on board. Good work, everybody. It's going to go great. He is, after all, an Al Borland, and Al Borland is a company man. Al's relationship with his employer, Binford Tools, was always deferential and subservient. It came from a place of gratitude, which is commendable even if the subservience itself is not. Let's now return to that Season 3 episode titled Be True to Your Tool, in which Tim and Al discover that Binford wants them to promote a substandard reciprocating saw. Tim insists they go to company headquarters personally to voice their concerns.
Why did we have to come here? You know I'm not good at confronting superiors.
Now you've got to speak up. If a kiss-up like you has a complaint, he'll take it seriously.
This was one of the only times Tim was ever right. So the president of Binford shows up, and right here, stop the tape. I didn't make this connection until way late in production, but you remember how I established that Cyrus Field has graduated from being Tim to being Binford Tools? And you remember that story about his globe in the office, and from that point forward, he always made it a point to be the globe guy? Well, here you go. The president of Binford is very proud of the globe in his office, the calling card of the head-up-his-ass executive-class dumb guy. Continue.
It's an inferior tool. Both Al and I agree. Is this true, Al?
I would like some tea.
He can't do it. There's too much loyalty to Binford to buck, even when he should. Maybe he feels like he's fully dependent on Binford and wouldn't ever be able to host another show elsewhere, and maybe he's right. How many third-rate regional home improvement shows can there be? Similarly, Thompson seems to know that the Atlantic Telegraph Company, as lacking as it is nonetheless the only outfit that presents even a remote chance of successfully laying a transatlantic telegraph cable. So, he joins up as an unpaid advisor, probably in the hope that he'll be able to help squeeze some kind of miracle out of this thing. In so doing, the funniest thing happens. William and Wildman don't just make peace with each other, they become buddies. William pays Wildman a visit. Wildman shows him all his stupid instruments and experiments. William says they're neat. William publicly declares that Wildman's results are sound and it's all going to work out after all. William lends credibility to Wildman by talking him up in academic circles. He even tries to get him elected to the Royal Society. Thompson is way too smart to truly believe what he's saying here, but maybe he really has talked himself into it. As prolific as his contributions have been in theoretical science, he's still pretty new to applied science. Maybe he dismisses his own convictions as an irrational gut feeling, but he's humble to a fault here. Thompson should have trusted that gut because he's right. And because one day, not too far from now, White House is going to return all this goodwill by betraying. Al's do this, though. Goodwill is their vice. Tim gave Al every reason to walk away. He upstaged Al, he embarrassed him, he ignored him, he coasted on his hard work, he regularly put him in harm's way. He wouldn't stop clowning him, he wouldn't stop slandering his mother on TV. If the series finale of Home Improvement had ended with Al sending Tim to the hospital with his bare hands, I think we all would have understood. But Al stuck with Tim. He loved him. He cared about him. He showed up and came through for him again and again. He really shouldn't have.
I'm going to make a reggaeton beat with a pen.
He really shouldn't have. As the calendar turns over to 1857, both William Thompson and Wildman Whitehouse tell the Atlantic Telegraph Company that they need more time to experiment with the cable before they start laying it across the ocean, but remember, this project is being overseen by Cyrus Field, the man who, despite having next to no experience in the business of underwater telegraphy, went off and ordered 2 gigantic lengths of cable without even asking for feedback from someone like Thompson. He seems to have solely relied on the recommendations of Brett and the manufacturers of the cable, who predictably said, oh yeah, sure, it's going to go great. This is also a man who ordered the cable to be produced in 2 different factories and was such a novice, or so careless, or both, that at no point did he ever bother to check and make sure the wires of both cables were being twisted in the right direction. Which they are not, so they're going to have to complicate the process even further by retrofitting this cable with a big, janky bracket apparatus. Field, who feels a need to impress investors and who also feels a need to rush everything because he is the most impatient man alive, says no. No time for further experiments. We're doing this now.
It's true. I mean, fish sticks. I love fish sticks. I'm sorry.
2 ships have been commissioned. One is the USS Niagara, a steam frigate that, at 328 feet in length, figures to be one of the largest warships ever built as of 1857. The other is the HMS Agamemnon. Compared to the Niagara, she's a little fella, about 100 feet shorter in length. She's also purely a wooden vessel, lacking the Niagara's iron ribbing in the hull. These 2 ships will start from the inland waters east of Valentia Island, perhaps the least Irish-sounding place in all of Ireland. The most treacherous segments of this cable's path figure to be the 2 stretches where it approaches land in Ireland and Newfoundland, given the rapid rise in the seafloor elevation and the rocky terrain. So placing the point of landfall here helps them at least avoid the extra trouble of contending with the brutal currents of the open ocean. Additionally, these shore-end stretches of 10 or 15 miles will be made up of a special cable construction that's a lot thicker and tougher than the dime-sized design that'll make up the vast majority. The Niagara and Agamemnon will sail together across the Atlantic and pay out this cable off the stern, with the Niagara going first. Once the Niagara runs out of cable, they'll splice it to the length of cable carried by the Agamemnon, which will lay the cable the rest of the way to Newfoundland. This end will terminate at a little coastal village called Heart's Content. The U.S. Navy has used primitive yet surprisingly accurate sounding technology to roughly estimate the undersea terrain across this stretch of the North Atlantic, which appears to be so friendly to this project that it's been called the Telegraph Plateau. This elevation chart is dramatically upscaled vertically, just so you can see the rapid rises near the continental shelves, as well as the Mid-Atlantic Ridge in the middle, but it's actually pretty flat, and nowhere near as deep as some other oceans around the world, with a maximum depth of a little less than 15,000 feet. This will still be enough to produce enormous hydrostatic pressure on the cable's insulation, which is a big reason why it won't behave quite like it does in above-ground testing. Now, of course, a range of different personalities have their fingerprints all over this project, and while I couldn't confirm this, my guess is that Charles Wright is the guy chiefly responsible for this incredibly impressive coiling system deep within the belly of the Agamemnon. An identical system is employed by the Niagara. It's born of ingenuity, experience, and a true understanding of the cable they're working with. The cable is very carefully wrapped around this giant cone in perfectly round layers. Although they're missing from this illustration, a series of iron rings surrounds this cone, and when the cable is pulled above deck, those rings gently guide it through the hatch. Loading the cable like this is a very intricate process that takes them forever, but when you've got 1,000 miles of cable coated in natural insulation and you can't afford any kinks anywhere throughout the entire length, this is how it's got to be. What this means, though, and this is where we enter the Cyrus Field experience, the Agamemnon isn't big enough to comfortably store both this cable and the massive amounts of coal required to power the engine. If I were Cyrus Field, well, there are many things I would do differently, but for one, I think I'd choose to contract 3 large ships, or even 4. splice the cables into 4 lengths and splice them back together at sea. That obviously wouldn't be cheap, so I would just give myself more time to do the thing I'm best at if I'm Cyrus Field, talking a big game and raising money. This would also give Thompson and Whitehouse the time they were asking for to do more experiments, but nope, 2 ships it is. A couple of support ships will tag along, but they won't be carrying any cable. And while the gigantic Niagara can carry this load pretty much fine, the Agamemnon has to utilize its coal bunkers just to make room for the cable. This means that 70 tons of coal has to be stored on the deck in open air. They try to do this as smartly as they can, storing 35 tons on both the port and starboard side of the deck to stabilize it. Not optimal, but we'll probably find out whether or not this is a good idea soon enough, won't we? When the 2 ships sail into Valencia Bay, practically everyone in County Kerry is there to greet them. This part of Ireland is like the vast majority of places on Earth in this time, and that nothing ever happens here. So it's nice that they're treated to the opening stage of what figures to be one of the most impressive feats in human history to this point. Nearly all the major players will be aboard one of these 2 vessels: Cyrus Field, William Thompson, Wright, J.W. Brett, and unfortunately Samuel Morse. Wildman Whitehouse is a late scratch, staying home on the advice of his doctor, so the Tim Alpha, the Tim of Tims, will not be going. And as previously established, Cyrus Field, our previous Tim, has fully graduated into the form of Binford Tools. But don't worry, we will not be lacking for Tims. These ships will be filled with maybe a couple of Als, surrounded by hundreds of Tims. Believe you me. At dawn on Thursday, August 6, 1857, the Niagara and Agamemnon are sent off by throngs of adoring onlookers. As they disappear from view out of Valencia Bay and into the open ocean, the Niagara begins to pay out the heavier shore-end cable from her stern. Now, the paying out machinery is a pretty sophisticated and impressive thing. It's designed to gently pull the cable up from one of these cone apparatuses below decks and just as gently spin it over a big wheel, with workers stationed all along the line to keep an eye out and make sure it's being guided along properly. This wheel also has a brake system on it that its chief operator, Charles Bright, can apply in the event that they're letting go of the cable too quickly. This is important because when dropped underwater, the weight of the cables can act... The cable has broken. 5 miles into their journey, the cable has broken. The line got caught in the machinery, probably because they're still at the phase where they're laying out that thicker shoring cable, and possibly because this is the fate that most often befalls the toolman. Whenever the writers wanted to bottle up an episode with a simple Tim goof, they just tie some cable to him and shove him off the roof.
Guys, only go that road.
Cables confounded Tim. He didn't understand their basic properties, and how much can we really blame him? Cables, cords, ropes, these are counterintuitive things. I count myself among the legions of people who've broken a phone because our headphones snagged a railing or doorknob and yanked the phone right out of our pocket. These things humble us often. Luckily, they're still close enough to the shore to be able to go back and start over. This means one of the support ships has to go all the way back to the shore, pull it back out of the water, and resplice it, which takes a while. I'm not sure if the adoring crowd is still there. I hope they've all left because this is pretty embarrassing. Eventually they set off again, with the Niagara dropping cable behind it. The sun sets and they sail on without incident as the paying out wheel loudly cranks along. Cyrus Field's brother, Henry, describes an interesting phenomenon aboard the Niagara. The men are still rattled by this morning's incident and the lesson in how truly fragile this cable is. They feel like it could snap at any moment and rejoice in every moment it doesn't. Its fragility seems to humanize it in a way, as though they're caring for a sick friend. They even tiptoe and whisper around it as though it's resting and they don't want to wake it up. Their care is rewarded. Days pass without incident. The weather is good, the paying out machine keeps doing its thing, grinding more cable out of the holds and into the water. They can see the cables functioning well, which, by the way, is one fun little perk of this whole enterprise. While they're dropping this cable, they're actually also using it to send messages hundreds of miles back and forth between the ship and the station in Valencia Bay. This is incredibly useful since they'll know instantly if something happens to go wrong with the cable somewhere. It's also just unbelievably cool. They're in a ship, a moving ship in the ocean talking to people on land hundreds of miles away, 50 years before the advent of wireless radio. It's got to be the most amazing thing any of them have ever seen. On Monday evening, the line goes dead.
Yeah.
First beer of the wedding.
Is there enough for everyone?
Oh, right there.
I got this.
Line goes dead. It doesn't fade, it doesn't get jumbled up, it just plain stops instantly. The line doesn't seem to have broken, because if it had, they'd be able to tell from a difference in weight on the cable. Not knowing what to do, they call the ship's electricians, who can't make heads or tails of it, so they call the ship's racist, Samuel Morse. Morse has been in his quarters all day, horribly seasick, and I'm very glad he is, but if only for this particular moment, put yourself in his shoes if you would like to imagine hell. You're 66 years old, and by all accounts about as seasick as you can possibly get, bedridden, constantly vomiting, the whole deal. You're miserable, and since the ship never stops rocking and you're only a short way into the voyage, you know you're in for many more days of this. And then they drag you out of bed and ask you to troubleshoot a troubleshooter's worst nightmare. It's just a telegraph hooked up to a dead cable. You might have some sort of instrument to sort of ping the wire and try to estimate where the problem is, but it's 1857. Your instruments probably aren't precise enough to tell you anything valuable at all. And even if you could somehow isolate the length of cable where the problem was, you've already laid a couple hundred miles of it. What if it's mile number 37, mile number 174? What are you actually supposed to do about it? If you've ever had to solve a complicated problem while also being so sick you could barely get out of bed, multiply that by 10 with around 200 people anxiously staring at you, and you've got this. Morse can't do anything about this. Nobody can. And then, out of nowhere, the cable comes back to life and functions perfectly. To this day, no one knows why it went dead. No one knows why it clicked back on. Those aboard can barely contain their emotion. Their old buddy is doing just fine. There is, thankfully, an Al Borland in the mix. Charles Bright has spent every waking moment managing the brake on the cable's wheel, which takes an extraordinary amount of skill. In a report to the directors later this year, Bright will outline the ridiculous on-the-fly calculus that's necessary to operate this thing. So here's the USS Niagara. As of noon on Saturday the 8th, it's right about here, with a sea floor about 2,000 feet deep. The Niagara's been pretty slow, less than 5 knots. This is easy mode, but only compared to what comes after. It's still tricky. If he just sat there and let the wheel spin, it would spit out the cable way too quick. Because this cable here that's in free fall, it's not quite as heavy since it's underwater, but it's still really heavy. Since the ocean floor is 2,000 feet away, that's 2,000 feet of loose, iron-reinforced cable that's going to weigh on the wheel and make it pay out the stored cable way too quickly. Which, of course, is where the brake comes in. This wheel manipulates a very powerful brake that applies literal tons of resistance to the wheel. It requires finesse. You never want to slam on the brake, since that would jerk the cable, which is a great way to break it. How much resistance you want to apply depends on a few factors. A big one is how fast the ship is moving. Another is how the undersea terrain is changing. Saturday the 8th through Monday the 10th are critical, because these are the days when the Niagara creeps very slowly over the transcontinental shelf. That's this monster over here. Again, this scale is warped for the sake of illustration, just so you can see it. But down here, I'll keep everything perfectly to scale, just so we can get a picture of how quickly this terrain drops off. The Niagara keeps on scooting along over this shelf, and over a span of just 30 miles or so, the ocean floor drops way, way off. What used to be 2,000 feet of water is now about 12,000 feet, meaning there's 6 times as much heavy iron cable hanging loose in the water, 6 times the strain. So what Charles Bright wants to do here is minimize the amount of cable in free fall. Get it on the floor as quick as possible, because once it hits the floor, it stops working against you. Ideally, it looks something like this. If he were to apply too much brake and feed it out too slowly, it would look like that. Obviously, that means way, way more loose cable hanging out there. You're basically playing tug-of-war with your cable. Great way to break it entirely. But if Bright applies the brake too lightly and pays out the cable more generously, he runs the risk of this. It can kink up and fold over on itself, which could really easily crack the gutta-percha insulation. You're inevitably going to need to pick up this slack, which is going to mean dragging all this extra cable across the ocean floor. Also bad, because for all we know, in 1857 there's all kinds of rocks and debris that could snag and damage it. So in order to maintain this ideal form, Bright has to perform constant on-the-fly calculus and track a number of variables. Where is the ship? What does the available data say about the ocean depth at this particular location?
Republicans
How
like Nick
fast is the
Fuentes,
ship moving?
not Charlie
The wind's picking up. Will those winds suddenly speed them up or slow them down? Hey, look, there's more strain on the cable than there's supposed to be. Is there some invisible undercurrent taking hold of it? Should you ride it out or do something about it? Is one of the coils of cable running low? Is it time for the ship hands to splice in a new cable? Have they happened to notice a weak spot in the insulation? Do you need to slow it down and buy him some time to repair it? Bright has to take all of these things and more into account every moment in order to gently lay down this on a surface 2 miles away that he cannot see. Imagine being Charles Bright and obsessing over this for, 18 hours a day, maybe more, for 3 days straight. It's amazing he hasn't suffered a nervous breakdown, but having laid undersea cables before, he's probably the best person on Earth at this particular job. It's now Tuesday the 11th at around 3:30 in the morning. Everything's moving like clockwork. Bright has decided he's going to take 5, so he puts a less experienced mechanic in charge so he can make some rounds across the ship. Perhaps the greatest and most iconic stunt in the history of Tool Time occurs in Season 4. The boys head off-site to demonstrate how a gigantic hydraulic crane works. Al is licensed to operate this crane and is experienced in its operation. Tim is not.
Let me jump inside and show our viewers some of the controls.
Maybe I should be...
Hold on a minute.
Bright doesn't say exactly how far he gets to the other end of the ship, how many steps he's able to take before he stops hearing the paying out machine. It's gone silent, and he knows exactly what that means. He sprints back as fast as he can, yelling, "Brakes! Brakes!"
Tim, your foot! Don't hit the brake release! What?
My car!
This is almost certainly the most expensive goof throughout the entire 8-season run of Home Improvement. It's tough to precisely calculate how expensive this goof is in the immediate wake of the cable snapping and falling to the ocean floor. Bright had yelled and screamed at his mechanic to ease off the brake, but apparently he just didn't hear him. 380 miles of cable gone instantly because the wrong man had his hand on the brake for what? 30 seconds? A few months later, they do manage to scoop up and recover about 50 miles of it, but the remaining 330 or so miles are left to sit on the ocean floor for eternity. The mission is over. The Niagara and Agamemnon head home. The estimated losses from the cable alone total about 12 million modern American dollars, but these men don't care about that. It's not their money. They've just experienced the loss of their friend, one they'd spent days caring for. None of them speak. Most of them cry. Now, this is one of those rare circumstances in which a Tim can find himself pretty useful. Tims tend to present extreme confidence that's quite often unfounded, but powerful nonetheless.
True!
In the wake of the Atlantic Telegraph Company's devastating failure, Cyrus Field picks himself and everyone else...
They're the ultimate antagonists.
...refusing to let him or his company quit.
Let me tell you.
He's a live wire. The second he disembarks, he makes the rounds among fellow board members, investors, and the press, championing the viability of this enterprise. It results in a second attempt in 1858, one that almost certainly wouldn't have happened without a guy like him banging the drum. He also, for a time, evolves into an end-of-episode variant of Tim, which is to say the Tim who actually learns a lesson and changes his ways in the few moments before forgetting it entirely and becoming his usual self in the next episode. And as usual, he learns his lesson by way of a conversation with a Wilson. Since the paying out apparatus was the problem the first time around, Field adopts a new technology developed by John Apples, a man who's the rarest of creatures. A rich guy who's actually uniquely gifted and seems like a pretty cool guy. He's invented a lot of interesting stuff, but he rarely bothers with patents at all, preferring to give his ideas away to the public for free. And now he makes available his brilliant automatic braking system, which engineer William Everett incorporates into a far more efficient paying out machine. This braking system can actually sense when the strain on the cable exceeds a set limit and release the brake automatically, thus protecting the cable. This would have prevented the snap that ended their last attempt. It's incredibly advanced stuff for 1858. So this time around, instead of staying together for the entire voyage, the Niagara and Agamemnon are going to stop at the midpoint, splice their cables together, and sail away from each other in opposite directions, laying the cables behind them. This means they will not be able to communicate with the shore, but they will be able to talk to each other on the trip home, which is probably more important. Many of the key players will still be on board, with Field on the Niagara and Thompson and Bright on the Agamemnon. Morse has had enough seasickness and is staying home, but Wildman Whitehouse, after missing the last trip for medical reasons, will be on this one. Finally, he'll be able to accrue some practical, real-world experience. Actually, strike that. Thompson has to take his place after Wildman bails at the last minute. This is becoming a theme. Wildman Whitehouse, the Lightning King himself, has been talking a pretty big game for someone who missed the first historic voyage, is offered a second chance, and this is this one,
He
too.
acts like that's
Both
what
his
I
peers and future historians
I don't.
are starting to roll their eyes at his explanation that he's missing these trips for legitimate medical reasons. And while none of us can really know for sure, I mean, listen, the guy's a Tim. And Tim is a bullshitter.
You see, I think you're avoiding this again. Every time we go to make an appointment with a lawyer, we end up
I just care about workers' rights. Pretty fucking simple.
canceling it. Usually because you come up with some bizarre physical ailment.
Right.
You're not. The last time we didn't go because your hair hurt.
Here, Tim's dodging an appointment to see a lawyer about his will. He doesn't want to even imagine a future that doesn't include him because he doesn't want to confront conditions he can't control. This is also Wildman's deal. Bruce J. Hunt's work, as you've probably noticed by now, offers an invaluable window into the type of dude Wildman is, and Hunt notes that Wildman always keeps his methods and experiments proprietary. It's part of the reason why Thompson had so much trouble critiquing him. It's almost as though he was operating in his own bespoke language. He carefully curated his findings through papers and speeches and staged experiments, but he had no real collaborators, and I think that's by design. It allowed him to ensure that no one could identify or call out his bullshit. It offered an enclosed, controlled environment that, were he to board the Niagara or the Agamemnon,
This is my stream.
he
I'm
wouldn't
basically
have.
fucking crazy.
Well, get well soon, Wildman. Unlike last time, the Niagara and Agamemnon set sail from Plymouth, England. Being a little more careful in the planning phase this time around, they've decided to begin the voyage on Thursday, June 10th, during a time of year when conditions are typically most favorable.
I'll tell you what he thinks.
In the Atlantic Ocean. There's less fanfare
I'll
this
tell you what he thinks.
time, which doesn't really bother anyone on board because everything is
I'll tell you what he thinks.
actually going like it's supposed to. Throughout Thursday and Friday and into Saturday, the weather's nice, the waters are calm, they don't even have to worry about dropping the cable yet, but when they do, the new and improved paying out machine figures to run like clockwork. Having run out of things to worry about, some on board start complaining about the lack of a breeze. Less wind means less sail power, which means the ships need to burn up more of their coal.
Which I don't know jack shit about anything. I'm just a man who cares about workers' rights.
Oh, you want some wind? You'll get some wind. Soon, the sailors spot clouds and the horizon is black as night. This means one thing, and only one thing. It is tool time. What awaits them is an endless barrage of catastrophic events, as though every single tool time disaster occurred against such powerful...
I don't know jack shit about anything!
Aboard the HMS Agamemnon, who previously
I'll
regarded
tell you what he
himself in
said.
New Orleans, will be
I'll
reduced
tell
to
you
a
what he
hapless,
thinks.
beaten, and
Basically a
bloody
gargled down version of whatever I say. Salty.
On Saturday the 12th, the barometer
watch
begins
my
to
live
drop, the winds pick up, and rain starts falling. On Sunday, a storm pulls in. It's not possible to objectively place the magnitude of this storm within historical context, since modern meteorology did not yet exist, but multiple accounts describe it as one of the most powerful storms, if not the most, ever seen in the Atlantic Ocean. There are many grizzled old sailors on board who've sailed all over the world and think they've seen everything. They haven't. From here forth, we'll rely on the account of London Times correspondent Nicholas
Oh, I have a mortar.
Hail, hail America. The gigantic Niagara, with its state-of-the-art iron ribbing, is having some trouble given all the weight she's carrying, but the smaller Agamemnon, who's carrying about as much,
How long have we been live?
no trouble. She's rolling
For
over the
4
waves
hours,
side to
bro.
side, and her wooden beams are cracking so
About
loudly they sound like gunfire.
14 hours to
Cans
go.
burst all throughout the night without sleep. On Monday the 14th, the barometer falls.
We'll be live until like 3 p.m.
The sun
tomorrow.
appears briefly, but the ships are hit with a gale so loud that nothing, not even orders yelled from officers, can be heard. Then the storm returns and hits even harder than it did the day before. Woods would use the word desperate. Suddenly, everyone gets a bit worried about what all this agitation will do to the cables stored in the holds, as well as the 70 tons of coal stored above decks, but after securing them, it seems like they'll stay in place. On Tuesday the 15th, the barometer rises and the storm eases up just a bit, but it's still knocking the Agamemnon all over the place. She's just not a very nimble ship and can't navigate the waves as well as the Niagara, despite being much smaller. Carrying all this weight makes it tougher, to the point where she just kind of has to plunge headfirst right down into the waves and...
Like that story about the fucking time he got robbed or whatever the fuck, that was complete bullshit.
Take her medicine all at once. She takes so many head-on shots that one of the main beams completely snaps and has to be rigged back together. It goes on like this for 4 more entire days. Everyone on board the Agamemnon is physically and emotionally spent. On Saturday afternoon, the barometer finally begins to inch back up and the storm lays off. And then the sky turns black.
For a while, a lot of the stories I did tell were fake because I was trying to cope from my meth addiction.
Again, every hardened sailor sees it and becomes pale in the face. They know the worst is yet to come. They now enter the tool time singularity. By Saturday night, about 6 days into this onslaught, the Agamemnon is rolling a full 30 degrees from side to side. Once again, the gale force wind makes it impossible to hear anything or anyone, which is perhaps just as well because everyone is too preoccupied with keeping themselves alive and on board to do anything else. Sailors are wrapping their arms around beams and hiding themselves in corners just to keep the storm from grabbing them and throwing them overboard.
I hid that shit fairly well.
This is the persistent state of things, not for a few moments, not for a few minutes, but for hours and hours and hours. Even this,
until the end,
is yet another opening act. It's getting worse. Woods declares that what follows almost defies description, although not for lack of effort. Salt water crashes in and begins to flood the lower decks. The Agamemnon creaks over and nosedives into the trough of a gigantic wave.
Yeah, that Rikishi story is crazy, man.
While it somehow remains intact, everything that isn't bolted down goes flying. The sacks holding dozens of tons of coal bust open and spray so much coal dust that the men cannot see their hands in front of their faces. Everything made of glass shatters. William Thompson, like everyone else, is fighting for his life. He tries in vain to save his equipment until it's mostly smashed to pieces and his cabin is flooded entirely. With everything below decks now becoming a death trap, all hands get to the main deck where no one can keep both feet down for more than a few seconds at a time. The storm throws everyone on board back and forth, but soon gets bored of that and now starts prying loose the main deck's barge, which certainly weighs several tons, and starts sliding it and knocking it around the deck. Anyone who can't get out of its way is dead. The Agamemnon is now lurching sideways at a full 45-degree angle, then suddenly and violently 45 degrees the other way. Back and forth like this, over and over and over. At this point, she is no longer being bullied or punished or beaten. She is being devoured.
Commit to your true passion and add uniqueness to everything you do.
He appears.
This is what we mean by dedicated to everyday excellence.
I believe in
It's the God to choose your banana and get him just how you like.
I believe in Johann.
An unholy cocktail is forming. Scalding hot soup is spilling out of its enormous cauldrons, burning anyone who touches it. Barrels of oil come loose, bouncing all around the ship and spilling highly viscous, highly flammable fluid everywhere. Barrels of copper sulfate come loose. Copper sulfate, which makes your eyes and skin feel like they're on fire upon contact, now slushes together with this slurry of hot soup, oil, salt water, and coal dust. It covers everything and everyone is too shit scared to notice or care. The Niagara, which hasn't been nearly as bad off, helplessly watches all of this unfold. Having given the Agamemnon some space up until this point, she now moves closer and resolves to crash through the waves with her in an expression of solidarity. Those aboard the Niagara, including Cyrus Field, are incapable of offering any more than that. And after the Agamemnon nosedives into yet another mountain-like wave, those aboard the Niagara are convinced she's sinking. She isn't yet, although it's impossible to count how many devastating blows she's now sustained. Another one snaps off her steam pipe, adding scalding water vapor to that cocktail of oil, sulfate, seawater, soup, and coal dust. Having now endured approximately a week of this in some measure or another, some men aboard are so desperate for sleep that they actually work up the audacity, or more likely delirium, to lay on their cots. After a few seconds, the storm always throws them out and onto the floor. There's almost no furniture left that hasn't been reduced to crumbs. 50 miles or so worth of telegraph cable has shaken itself loose and whips around the lower decks, resembling, Wood says, a cargo of live eels. The Agamemnon is in this position in the first place, of course, because of this cable. She's carrying about 1,000 tons of it, making her almost impossible to maneuver. Wright himself describes the cable as, quote, the millstone about the necks of all on board. They could significantly improve their odds of survival were they to throw it overboard, but have resolved to hold on to it until it's clear they have no other choice. For this obstinance, the storm punishes them further, hitting even harder with a crash that sends a full 3/4 of everyone aboard ragdolling across the decks and smashing into one another. It's now when everyone aboard suspects they're likely to die. But this is the cable that will tether humankind together, and they will not surrender it to the sea. They will not give in to its demands, no matter what. Day breaks on Tuesday, the 22nd. The storm, one that lasted about 9 entire days, has finally left. Most sailors on board have lost their boots, which were either blown out of storage or torn right off their feet by the waves. Almost unbelievably, the Agamemnon survives, and no one aboard has died. The trauma of the experience might be best illustrated by these figures. 45 men are in sick bay. Only 10 are there because of physical injury. The rest are, I suppose we can say, spiritually broken. As the officers begin to right the ship and find their bearings, they realize that the storm has blown them 200 miles backward. Having visited hell for a whole week and change, the transatlantic telegraph project now feels like an afterthought. The Agamemnon does limp along with the Niagara to the rendezvous point. They splice the cable and go their separate ways, finally being able to utilize their shiny new cable devices. If you're trying to lay some cable, well, you can't do better than the Appleton Everett automatic braking system cable paying apparatus.
If you're like me and you have a problem with space, well, you can't do better than the Binford 6100 telescopic ladder.
It's a ladder. You are an adult who hosts a home improvement show. You cannot possibly mess this up.
I want you to be careful so you don't...
It's a wheel that goes forwards and backwards. You are an experienced mechanic. You cannot possibly mess this up. But again, the storm has reduced every hand aboard to a Tim. This Tim, probably in a fit of equal parts excitement and sleep deprivation, somehow pulls the wrong way, snapping the cable instantly. They quickly resplice and start over, but the tone has been set. About 12 hours later, in the middle of the night, the cable goes dead. Both ships turn around, meet back at the rendezvous point, and try to figure out what happened. Upon trading notes, they realize that the break happened at least 10 miles away from both ships, meaning it occurred somewhere at the bottom of the ocean. A devastating outcome. If a break happens near a ship or on its way to the bottom, you can chalk that up to a failure in the paying out, whether it's failing mechanics or human error. But if it was at least 10 miles away from the ships, that means it hit the ocean floor and then broke. How? Why? Absolutely impossible to know. What can be done about it? Absolutely nothing. Maybe we can execute everything perfectly and survive the storm of the century and still be doomed to failure. Defeated in every sense, they resolve to try one last time. This time they agree that if the ships get further than 100 miles from the rendezvous point and the cable breaks, that's it. They give up and go home for good. The Agamemnon sails 114 miles away, just past the point of no return, and the cable breaks. As the coil stored on the main deck unwound, it was found that the storm had damaged the cable so badly it couldn't withstand the strain. And still, Cyrus Field will not stay on the mat. The impulsiveness that led him to rush the order of substandard cable, to rush the laying of that cable, to pretend as though any of this was his original idea to begin with, is the same impulsiveness that makes quitting impossible. Field has proven that he's not quite the knock-kneed, pencil-pushing businessman some had taken him for. He's been out there on both voyages, and when he beelines straight off the boat and into London to beg the rest of the directors of the Atlantic Telegraph Company to give it one last shot, he does so with a good deal of credibility. He is all in on this thing. Others are not. The room reeks of defeatism. It seems to have dawned on the investors how silly of an idea this all was. How stupid it was of them to think they could, on the cheap and on a claustrophobic timetable, string a telegraph cable to the other side of the world that was 6 times longer than the longest telegraph line in existence. Neither the technology nor our understanding of it is even here yet. Look at the progress we've made as of now. Attempt number 1, after repeated failures, couldn't even make it 400 miles. Attempt number 2, after repeated failures, couldn't even make it 300 miles. All this money and we couldn't even make it a quarter of the way, and even if we could, we'd still have to deal with the problem of signal slowdown, which we still have not found a proven solution for. We've jumped the gun. Maybe in 1880, or 1900, or 1950, we'll have the technology to actually lay a transatlantic cable that works. Trying it now is just throwing good money after bad. You might as well try to run this thing to Jupiter. One investor wants to call it now, sell off all the cable they have left, and cut their losses. The vice chairman of the company, who up until this last failure has been a rock-solid supporter of the enterprise, storms out of the room and never comes back. What follows could only be made possible by a rare yet powerful Tim-Al alliance. Cyrus Field joins forces with William Thompson and Charles Bright to passionately present their case that this is still worth trying. That they have enough cable left, that even though the chances of success are probably 1 in 100, those odds are worth taking. They managed to convince the board, which votes in favor of one last try. This time, however, they won't wait another year, nor do they feel they can. As Cyrus's brother Henry later writes, a bold decision needs to be followed by prompt action, lest the spirit that inspired it be weakened by delay. While there is still barely enough cable in the ships to run the entire length, there's not enough to allow for any more mistakes. It's clear that whether this succeeds or fails, this will be the last transatlantic cable expedition for many years to come. This is the Atlantic Telegraph Company's last-ditch Hail Mary, and no other company on Earth is capable of raising anywhere near enough capital to take up the cause if they fail. This is it.
Sound like a different person? Tap here to pick a new voice.
Didn't eat her dinner just so she could fit a dream.
Didn't eat her dinner just so she could fit a dream.
2. Get rid of any noise in your recording.
William Thompson, who weeks ago barely escaped the Agamemnon with his life, was only there to begin with because he was taking the place of Whitehouse, who'd called in sick. Clearly, Thompson could use a break, but Whitehouse now calls in sick a 3rd time. Not that much of a surprise, given that he previously promised to go on a practice run, then suddenly bailed on that at the last minute too. But while he misses out on yet another chance to make history, it won't be long before he finds another much more spectacular way to become world famous. Don't worry about him. On July 17th, 1858, just weeks after the last trip ended, the Niagara and Agamemnon, which has somehow already been made seaworthy again, sail out of the Cove of Cork to the rendezvous point. No one on the shore waves or cares. The consensus among the media, the public, and even many of those on board is that this is a joke. For the second time in about a month, the Agamemnon and Niagara splice the cables and part ways. Not long after, a whale surfaces near the Agamemnon, very close to the cable. They hold their breaths. The ship has faced every other kind of disaster, why not this one? The whale grazes the cable, but then backs off and lets them continue on their way. Only hours later, though, the great storm of June 1858, despite having dissipated in a previous voyage weeks ago, now prepares to deliver one final, likely fatal blow. Field, Bright, and Thompson understand that all these hundreds of miles of cable may have sustained damage from the storm that, being coiled up and hidden, they can't see or know about. Consequently, they're paying out the cable at a very conservative rate that limits its strain to 1,700 pounds. At around 8 p.m., the coil unwraps to reveal a segment of cable that's badly damaged. It's set to go overboard in about 20 minutes. This is not an operation in which they can safely hit the pause button. If they abruptly stop the ship or apply too much brake, prior experience has taught them that the resultant jerk in the cable would probably snap it. They're on the clock. They should have enough time to make repairs. They're almost finished, and then Thompson reports that the current on the cable has gone completely dead. They understandably assume that this faulty segment of cable must be the source of the problem, that maybe they've inadvertently broken the copper core while repairing it. They quickly decide they have no choice but to cut the faulty section altogether and make a splice. This is a far more involved and time-consuming maneuver. It's one they perform regularly, of course, but never this quickly. This is not enough clock. They cut the bad section and try anyway, racing against time. Right after it's cut out, right after it's too late, Thompson discovers that the source of the fault is actually miles up the line, far away from the Agamemnon. It had nothing to do with this segment they just cut out. Later, they'll learn that the current on the line died for the most basic of reasons. A battery went faulty on the Niagara, and all they have to do is switch out the battery for a new one to bring the line back to life. But in the moment, they don't know that. For all they know, the cable broke on the ocean floor again, and this panic they're in the throes of to make this splice is all for nothing. They embrace the panic anyway, even in the face of what they probably regard as near certain failure. Only so many men can work on the splice at one time, so the rest huddle around in breathless, helpless terror. Eyes darting from the men's fingers making the splice to the coil that's quickly unwinding, shedding cable like an hourglass sheds sand, until finally, time has run out. They have no choice but to slam the brake on the cable, practically daring it to snap until the men can finish the splice. With no more slack on the cable, it begins to go taut. Portions of cable that were neatly rested on the ocean floor now start to peel back up, adding more and more weight to the line. The men look on in despair as the instruments report a steadily increasing strain far beyond the 1,700 pounds that was prescribed. It doesn't break. Before long, the strain exceeds 2 imperial tons and nears 5,000 pounds, nearly triple the amount that this poor cable should ever be asked to bear. It doesn't break. This correspondent describes the HMS Agamemnon as hanging by its end, as though this cable is pulling back the entire battleship. It's worth remembering that if this cable breaks, there is no more cable, there is no more investment, there is no more Atlantic Telegraph Company, there is no other company at this point in history that can even begin to dream of such a venture. If this cable breaks, the history of global telecommunications will be set back by years, perhaps decades. This cable does not break. Finally, after minutes that seem like days, the splice is completed and the cable is finally allowed to run free and fly overboard. The cable did not break. By this point, the Atlantic Telegraph Company has left hundreds of miles of cable to waste away at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. What happens to them? Well, in 1877, an engineer will raise and recover a piece of it and find that the ocean has eaten away its iron exterior entirely, leaving nothing but the insulation and copper core. It's nearly impossible to imagine any of it surviving into the year 2025. It's gone. It was abandoned as garbage, never having been connected to its destination. It belonged to no network. It never was, never will be, part of this superstructure. But this cable, this thread, held on when snapping would have meant setting back the progress of global communication by years, probably by decades. It was probably damaged. It was made imperfectly. It was stored and treated poorly. It was ragged. It had survived a near shipwreck, and it was asked to heroically withstand multiple tons of strain, far more than it ever should have been able to bear. For reasons that cannot be explained, it survived. And it will make it to the shore. It will connect to this unified superstructure, this ship of Theseus, and although it no longer materially exists, It is the electric fabric that weaves through our walls and connects you to me right now.
What do you think about T-Mobile Home?
The hard part of running good tests is identifying
The drill, 20 months sober, 20 hours.
Hello and welcome to the St. James in Buffalo, New York. Do you have a reservation with us this evening? I see you right here, September 1st, 1858, 8 p.m. Perfect. We have some very weird 1800s crap on the menu this evening for you. I hope we can interest you in our international dishes featuring plates from all over the world. America, France, Germany, and the British Isles. You know, the four places. We've also got calf brain fritters and something called risole of ham. I tried to look this up and I found nothing. I still have absolutely no idea what it is, but it is guaranteed to be the nastiest thing you have ever eaten, seen, or thought about. Enjoy. Former President Millard Fillmore rises to deliver opening remarks for this evening's banquet, thrown in honor of the successful laying of the Atlantic Telegraph cable. Everyone here in Buffalo is going nuts. Everyone everywhere is going nuts. They've finally laid the cable and successfully sent messages across it, an achievement that's being called, quote, the breaking of the dawn of the world's great jubilee. I mean, can you believe they really pulled this off? That they dragged 2,000 or so miles of telegraph cable across the ocean and actually got it to work? In 1858? 15 years ago, this technology didn't even functionally exist outside of laboratories. Now you can sit in New Orleans and have a conversation with somebody in Moscow without anybody having to get out of their chair. But nowhere have people partied harder than in New York City.
Soundtracks on
the whole
YouTube,
town's been on a bender for weeks. In mid-August, they set up this big, brilliant pyrotechnics display at City Hall in celebration of the telegraph. Everything went just great, except for the part where City Hall almost burned down. At first, onlookers thought the outpouring of flames was just part of the fireworks display, and it wasn't until the dome on the top finally collapsed and caved in that they realized that probably fires were a big problem for Americans around this time, as was recognizing what is and is not part of the show.
Seven times.
In the few minutes before the building started burning down, at least, New Yorkers were treated to big, bright lettering spelling out the name of the man who's instantly become an international hero, Cyrus W. Field. They got his middle initial wrong, but that's okay. On the very same day as President Fillmore's banquet, the city of New York throws a massive parade in celebration of the cable and of Cyrus, the founder of the Atlantic Telegraph Company. It's the sort of parade that'll only be equaled in measure and spectacle by future military victories and sports championships. In 1858, nobody has seen anything like this. It looks as though the entire city is standing on the street. Signs and banners bearing Cyrus's likeness are hanging from every other building. Banks, newspapers, government buildings have been shut down. The New York Times reports, quote, we anticipated an unrivaled display, but the enthusiasm far surpassed our expectations, and the display was such as even New York has never witnessed. Cyrus Field is being lauded and celebrated as few, if any, other human beings ever have to this point in history. It's everything he ever wanted. His horse-drawn carriage slowly creeps through the adoring masses. I'm sure he's smiling and waving and doing everything he's supposed to be doing, but I'm just as sure, deep down inside, he's saying to himself, once all these people know what I know, I am fucked. Before we go any further, I'd like to give a nod to a few especially valuable sources I leaned on throughout this project, all of which deserve a little bit more than just a passing mention in the closing credits. There's Lightning Man by Kenneth Silverman, Degrees Kelvin by David Lindley, and A Thread Across the Ocean by John Seal Gordon, all of which tell larger stories that are beyond the scope of this project. So, if you're interested in learning more, highly recommend those. Also, want to give a special shout out to Bruce J. Hunt, who, across several different writings, offered a lot of crucial and fascinating insight into some of the elements of this story, and to the website AtlanticCable.com, an absolutely exhaustive treasure trove of rare and hard-to-find materials that has been around since 2001 and is still being updated today. So, before we continue to complain about the substandard makeup of this transatlantic telegraph cable, let's first appreciate what has been accomplished here. This could have been a phone charger, could have been a lamp cord, and it still would have been outrageously impressive that in the middle of the 19th century, when ships were still mostly made out of wood and doing everything took forever, they were able to spool nearly 2,000 miles of it across the ocean floor. That this works at all is a MacGyvering of historical proportion. It's built of impure copper and organic insulation they pulled out of plants, which is all they had in 1858, which makes this whole enterprise feel like an anachronism. It's like when you fire up a game of Civilization and you go so one-sided with your tech tree that your cities are pumping out space shuttles and aircraft carriers before you've researched, like, pottery. It feels like something that shouldn't have been accomplished for another 50 years at least. And in that sense, I consider all of this to be a monumental victory regardless of what happens to the cable going forward. Or rather, who happens to it. The remainder of this story is primarily one of two men. Wildman Whitehouse, the catastrophic Tim, and William Thompson, his transformational Al. This is the most powerful Tim and the most powerful Al we have yet encountered. Strangely, and in ways I never could have imagined, both will be necessary. Thompson, along with Charles Bright, head back to London once they disembark from the HMS Agamemnon at Valentia Island. Wildman stays right there on the island. As chief engineer, he holds immediate authority both here in Ireland and on the other side of the cable in Newfoundland. But he ultimately still has the bosses at the Atlantic Telegraph Company to answer to, bosses with whom he has not been on great terms lately. You see, Wildman is pretty annoying. He talks a lot, he complains incessantly. When it's put up or shut up time, he always finds an excuse to punk out. He always found reasons to stay home while everybody else braved the dangers of the open seas. At the same time, he demanded impossibly large budgets for his equipment and experiments. Consider the manufacturing the cable cost the company £225,000. That would be just over 30 million modern US dollars. A later report will specify that in total, Whitehouse's experiments cost them $176,000. That's then money. In now money, that's about 6.7 million bucks. Consider also that this big chunk of money bought them 2,500 miles of cable. Through every bit of it runs strands of copper, a very expensive metal to acquire in bulk, some 300 tons of gutta percha, which had to be ferried in from across the world, an exterior of wires made of iron, also not cheap. That's not including the massive machinery required to produce this, on top of the labor costs, on top of other unforeseen expenses. It makes perfect sense that this cable is as incredibly expensive as it is. And while, granted, equipment and experiments cost a non-zero amount of money, Whitehouse doesn't have to build a clean room or a Hadron Collider or anything like that. His expenses should be an invisible speck compared to this cable. What are you doing, man? What is this for? Well, to take one example, at one point, Wildman expensed these two gigantic, laughably expensive plates for the batteries that were made of pure silver, only to throw them out upon realizing that regular graphite plates worked better. If he were an actual electrician, he probably would have known that to begin with. Failing that, if he were just a normal person, he would have asked around first, but Again, Wildman is neither a practical man nor scientist. It's kind of amazing that he's still around at all. At first, he was useful, but only as a loud, blustery champion of this considerably substandard cable Field had ordered. Now that it's acquired and laid down, he's mostly just irritated. While White House does remain chief electrician, Field recently bought him out of his ownership stake entirely, which White House publicly denounces as the, quote, frantic fooleries of the Americans. Until now, White House could at least count on the support of another Tim in Samuel Morse, a fellow attention star poser with a poor grasp of both theory and execution, but Morse has now bailed on both White House and the entire project. And you know you've totally lost the room when you've lost William Thompson, who at every turn has demonstrated himself to be an especially patient, empathetic, and gracious guy. Once willing to overlook Wildman's ridiculous, ascientific non-arguments and extend the olive branch of friendship, not even Thompson wants much to do with him these days. It got to the point where Field had to make sure Thompson and White House didn't stay on the same ship during their voyages, an issue that of course was made moot when Wildman bailed. I'd be unhappy too if I were a god of contemporary science who couldn't finance my modest yet brilliant invention because this idiot had already burned through the entire budget. Being intimately familiar with the failings of this transatlantic cable and realizing that devising workarounds was paramount, Thompson requested a far smaller budget and didn't even get that. He ended up taking just 500 pounds. That was the amount they could find in their couch cushions after White House drained their finances dry. Thompson had to cover the rest out of his own pocket. In modern U.S. money, that's about $67,000. Again, White House blew through a reported $6.7 million or so, just about 100 times as much. What Thompson was after, and what he soon achieved, was an elegant, ingenious device perfectly suited for the problem at hand. The cable's insulation is not great. The copper core, against his own recommendations, is extremely small, literally thread-like in diameter, too small for a heavy charge, which does absolutely nothing to account for these problems anyway. The wire is also obviously really long, and its less than perfect insulation is surrounded by seawater that would love to leach away some of that current any chance it gets. The answer then is to go lighter with the charge. Traditional above-ground telegraph engineers sometimes detect current on a line by literally sticking their tongue on it and seeing if they can taste a little charge, but the current on this line needs to be far more weak and subtle. Traditional galvanometers, which measure electric currents, aren't nearly precise enough to measure signals that weak, necessitating William Thompson's mirror galvanometer. This, unlike Cyrus Field's line across the globe story, is an origin myth I actually do buy. One day he noticed his monocle dangling loose from his neck and its reflection throwing light around the room with absolutely zero effort, and there he experienced his epiphany. An infinitesimally small current is all it would take to nudge a tiny magnet connected to a virtually weightless thread attached to a tiny mirror on which you can shine a light that the mirror will reflect and throw left or right. Does it automatically record Morse code like traditional instruments do? No. The current isn't nearly strong enough to push ink to paper, so you have to watch the readings and write them down by hand. Easy to overlook considering what it will do. Make transatlantic telegraph communication possible. Thompson has already tested it extensively on this cable, and it works great. Now you might think William Thompson makes for a strange Al Borland, huh? He's an academic, a college boy. Not at all callous-handed and big and imposing, but those superficialities do not matter because they don't matter to Al, and they never did. Al is traditionally masculine, but he doesn't seem to care whether he is or not. Al Borland loves square dancing. He prefers to settle disagreements over a cup of tea. He knows his astrological sign. He's populated with canonical flourishes that run afoul of Tim's idea of masculinity. Now, deconstructing the gender politics of home improvement kind of feels like escaping an escape room. You know, it's prefabricated. You can't deconstruct it. They kind of already did it for you. Masculinity is something Tim does, and it's something Al is. That's the joke. Things like the man's bathroom might not seem as funny now because this genre of comedy is just so played out by every hack stand-up comedian and Rules of the Man Cave poster, but this cottage industry could arguably trace its roots back to home improvement. Maybe it's because it hadn't been played out yet, maybe it's because I was 11, but I thought the man's bathroom was funny. It's pretty cool to imagine grabbing a brewski and watching the game from the crapper with your friend kind of just sitting in there with you on his weird chair. This is what real guys like to do. This is what me and all my friends do. Now, Tim's toilet is obviously terrible engineering that is terribly suited for this purpose. He can't recline on a toilet. It's a really bad idea for reasons best left unspecified here. Let's just say it lacks precision. The electromagnetic steelyard lacks precision.
It's the best reviewed movie of the year. Critics are roaring.
You're on to something I like it.
The #1 movie in the world is fun, freaky, and full of surprises. Ascent Hill, now playing.
Your W-2 isn't just a form, it's the key to understanding your taxes. This edition of Tax Tips by TurboTax breaks it down for you. Your W-2 is the form your employer uses to report your earnings and taxes withheld from your pay. If you work as an independent contractor, meaning you're self-employed, you might receive a 1099 instead. Employers should send your W-2 by January 31st. The key information for preparing your federal tax return is in boxes 1, 2, 17, and 19. Box 1 reports your taxable wages, including salary and bonuses. Box 2 reports the federal income taxes withheld from your paychecks throughout the year. This is important because the amount of tax withheld often determines if you'll receive a refund. If the taxes you owe after completing your tax return is less than the total amount reported in Box 2 of your W-2, you should receive a refund from the IRS since you've already paid more tax than you owe. Your W-2 also includes information that can increase your refund, provided you itemize your tax deductions. Boxes 17 and 19 report the state and local income taxes that your employer withheld from your wages. If you itemize instead of claiming the standard deduction, you may deduct the amounts included in these boxes. But the total deduction for all your state and local taxes can't exceed $10,000. It's also important to remember that you can't claim both itemized deductions and the standard deduction on the same tax return. But you can pick whichever one is higher and saves you the most money. For most people, the standard deduction is larger than their itemized deduction.
That is, swear to God, the name of Wildman Whitehouse's signature invention, the electromagnetic steelyard. He's so proud of it, he calls it his pet child. Man, what a weird couple of words to put together. Anyway, what Wildman has done here is turn the science of electrical telegraphy into weightlifting, quite literally. A current pulls on an electromagnet, and if the current is strong enough, it lifts this weight, which can be adjusted back and forth like the scale at a doctor's office. It's neat, sure, but Whitehouse is trying to vault this thing from neat to scientifically useful by quantifying the strength of an electric current in weight. If it can lift X amount, that's how much it weighs. A sensationally stupid way to quantify something like electricity that you'd only resort to if you didn't really know anything about electricity and had no interest in learning. What is this thing actually measuring? Voltage? Current? Wildman doesn't know, and he doesn't care. And besides, as renowned electrician J.N. Herder observed upon studying the device, Whitehouse seems to have just rolled out of bed one morning and decided that the weight a current can lift on this thing will always be consistently proportional to its strength, which it's not. Herder concedes that this thing might be well suited for some specific applications, but there are too many unaccounted for variables for this to do what Whitehouse says it will do. It's never stopped Wildman before, though. He's a born bullshitter, and judging from his defensive impulse to outbluster all potential comers, he knows that about himself. In 1857, before he'd completely annoyed and alienated everyone else in the Atlantic Telegraph Company, he used the company letterhead to fire a preemptive shot across the bow toward the electromagnetic steelyard's chief competition, the galvanometer, specifically William Thomson's mirror galvanometer. That thing is a dinky little mirror tied to a piece of silk Thompson pulled out of his niece's dress. It's like a woman. Am I right, fellas? Wild and crazy, ecstatic, impulsive, passionate, hysterical. Whitehouse's steelyard is, on the other hand, steady, strong, sure, stable, staid, businesslike, self-possessed. As Bruce J. Hunt observed, the language is strikingly gendered. The choice is clear. Do you want to be a real man, or do you want to, succeed? The Atlantic Telegraph Company, despite a few glaring indications to the contrary, has decided it wants to succeed. This transatlantic cable requires nuance, finesse, and an intimate understanding of what it means to fire the world's hopes and dreams through 2,000 miles of speaker wire. And that means opting for the mirror galvanometer. It's the Atlantic Telegraph Company's apparatus of choice going forward. So it's August of 1858. Now that the cable is successfully linked to each end, its operators spend a few days calibrating their instruments and sending out test signals. At this point, they're mostly just shooting solid currents that don't actually translate into Morse code. They're just shoving them out there to let the other side know that they are indeed connected. August 10th is when the official message log begins. The Valentia end in Ireland is run by a Wildman White House, and the Newfoundland end is managed by respected electrician Charles de Sauty. On day one, Newfoundland thinks Valentia is trying to send them something, but they can't tell what it is. They ask for it to be sent slower, and aside from one instance in which they think they get a yes, no luck. They ask Valentia to send them the letter B, which in Morse code is a dash dot dot dot, and the letter V, which is a dot 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 dash. More of this in day 2, in which Newfoundland again asks Valentia to slow down. Meanwhile, in Valentia, White House is keeping the directors of the Atlantic Telegraph Company in London apprised via conventional telegraph, and he believes the instruments over on the Newfoundland side still need more calibrating. The directors reply by cautioning White House not to use too strong a current on the cable for fear of damaging it. White House is so offended by this that he doesn't immediately answer. He calls the directors childish for daring to try to micromanage him from hundreds of miles away. This defensiveness is beautifully ironic, considering that up until this point, he's always been the one far away from the action, making wild claims and prognostications from 20 downs over. White House finally responds, insisting, hey, listen, I'm not using any overly strong currents or doing anything weird at all. Don't worry about it. Oh, by the way, Thompson, can you shoot me an entire half a ton of copper sulfate for the batteries? No reason, just because. I just want some. Day 3 is more of the same, with Valentia able to read Newfoundland's messages, but Newfoundland can't make out what Valentia is sending. Finally, in the early hours of day 4, they can make out the first word sent from White House's end, Atlantic. For whatever reason, that doesn't last long. Newfoundland asks Valentia to send literally any word. No? Okay, send the alphabet. No? Okay, just send the letter V. No? Fuck it, just send me a bunch of dots. This is obviously not quite going as planned so far, so the board of directors tells White House they'll be sending him some assistance in the form of one Mr. France, a respected electrician. The historical record tells us virtually nothing more than that about Mr. France, whoever he is. We don't know where he was from, what he looked like, or what he did before or after this, but judging from White House's reaction, we can think of him as the Bob Vila of this operation. The toolman hated Bob Vila. Hated him. Vila, the god of home improvement television, represented everything Tim was not. A host who was genial, likable, widely respected, and who, crucially, actually knew how to do stuff. In his first guest appearance on Tool Time, Al gets a brief taste of the far better life he could have had, chopping it up with an equally knowledgeable co-host.
Folks, it's a good idea to use your framing square at this point in the job, because you want to make sure this header goes in there nice and level.
Excellent point, Mr. Vila.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than trying to hang a door in an opening that isn't true.
How true, how true.
But this is Tim's world, one in which a Bob Vila cannot survive for long.
Al, I was going to get to that.
White House, enraged by their decision to send him Mr. France, angrily replies to the directors, "This is a huge mistake. I hate Mr. France. Tell him to turn around and go home." Wildman never specifies exactly what he doesn't like about Mr. France, but it isn't hard to figure out. Mr. France actually knows what he's doing, and having someone like that around threatens to compromise Wildman's big, huge, make-believe electrical funhouse adventure. A magical world in which he doesn't have to recognize the difference between voltage and current, he doesn't believe in the law of squares, and he just sort of kind of makes things up as he goes along. Mr. France is clearly the sort of chief electrician this company should have had instead of White House. If he were, this whole story would probably play out a little differently and a lot better. Unfortunately, White House is chief electrician, and as day 4 continues, those on the Newfoundland side are beginning to strongly suspect he's using hardware that's far too powerful. They ask him to either switch out his powering apparatus or scale it down. Now, crucially, White House has used his authority as chief electrician to insist that both sides use his own proprietary equipment instead of Thomson's mirror galvanometer, and that is not at all what the directors intended. On day 5, however, Newfoundland finally gives up on White House's ineffective paperweights and switches to Thomson.
Advisor recommends communism.
It is impossible to Wildman that his beautiful little electrical pet children could be the problem, which I bet is why he now makes up a new problem. He's suddenly fully convinced that somewhere his end of the cable near the shore, the insulation is damaged. What is giving him this idea? Is electromagnetic steelyard the thing that is completely unsuited for this cable and can tell you absolutely nothing about it? Probably, and he decides it's up to him to save the day. 3 voyages of attempted oceanic cable laying have made its operators intimately familiar with this cable. Remember that many on board began to think of the cable as a dear friend, one they obsessively studied and fussed over and repaired and lost sleep worrying about. When the Agamemnon was fighting for its life in that storm of the century, they considered throwing the cable overboard to stabilize the ship and potentially save their own lives. They just could not bring themselves to do it. To say they know and respect this cable would be an understatement. The White House, stricken with the world's unluckiest series of tummy aches, did not go on any of those voyages. Even his mostly pointless pseudo-scientific experiments were mostly conducted on other cables, not this one. He doesn't know shit about this cable, this enormously expensive cable that should not be touched without getting the green light from the bosses. So, of course, on day 5, White House fires off another message to the directors. Hey, heads up, I think the cable's busted. I'm sending my boy out there to screw around with it and see what's what. A bit later in the day. Yeah, we found some kinks in the cable and voided. What do you think? This appears to give the directors a full-on panic attack. Immediately, they shoot back a message. Do not touch the cable. Don't underrun it. Don't buoy it. Don't inspect it. Don't try to repair it. Don't look at it. Stay away. George Soward, one of the directors of the company, also sends a second message directly to White House to hammer the point home. I just talked to William Thompson. He says that whatever you're saying is the problem is not the problem. It's something else. Again, do not mess with the cable. I don't know why you wouldn't mess with it without telling us first, but you are not authorized to touch it. Sit tight. Mr. France is on the way. You need his help. Stop talking shit about it. White House's subsequent reply doesn't acknowledge any of that. Instead, he continues to complain about the supposed damage on the cable, which he believes spells certain doom unless something is immediately done. Wildman begs them to send none other than William Thompson to help. Thompson, of course, is fairly fed up with Wildman, but at least has a history of being nice to him and overlooking his constant screw-ups, and at this point he might be the only person left in the company who doesn't hate him. While White House's side still can't manage to push intelligible messages to Newfoundland, Newfoundland is at least now able to string together some longer messages to Valentia. They're clearly feeling the heat over there as word has started to get out that this cable is not working as well as advertised. They're stuck doing damage control in the American press, explaining that this is no ordinary cable and delays were always to be expected. People seem to buy that for the moment, as most of America is basically holding a jubilee over this thing, but they gotta figure out what's going on here, and they gotta figure it out now. At 10 p.m. on day number 5, Soward again directly messages White House, clearly agitated by his elusiveness. Nothing so important as that which you have undertaken should have been done without proper sanction, much less in disobedience of positive instructions. You have assumed a serious responsibility from which I cannot relieve you until Monday. Oh, buddy, you're in trouble. Big trouble. I think they're about to fire your ass. Sensing this, White House still refuses to acknowledge anything he's being taken to task for, but he does send a few messages to show the directors what a good boy he's being. What should I do? Should I keep receiving messages? They want me to relay a message, but I told them, wait, I'd better ask the directors for permission. That's the right thing to do. That's me, though. Always doing the right thing and being a good boy. Early on day 6, a response from Soward. Yeah, okay, whatever, I don't fucking care. Anyway, I heard that you want to assign Mr. France to some menial job. This guy is a pro. You need to treat him with more respect. You need help. Let him help you. White House. No. Fuck Mr. France. I hate him. I've assigned him the job of clerk. He can write down messages. That's all he gets to do. Later, White House will explain his thinking here. Jealous? No, definitely not jealous at all. He writes that assistants, quote, came in a most questionable form at a time and in a manner calculated to do the utmost damage possible to the reputation of the company's officers. Oh boy, things are going down the tubes on Valentia Island. Wildman White House is not only an unqualified idiot, he's not only using the wrong instruments, he's not only messing with a priceless cable in violation of direct orders, he's not only refusing help, he's not only being a jerk and alienating everyone, now, on top of all this, he's going paranoid, insisting that sending Mr. France is the company's way of sabotaging him. He can call it what he wants, but all they're doing is sending a person who's actually qualified and who can take one look around in the Valencia telegraph station, observe all of White House's worthless inventions, and realize he's a fraud. That cannot be allowed. And White House will not shut up about it either. He now demands that instead of Mr. France, the company send him a guy named Phillips. Phillips is Wildman's boy, one of the few who've actually bought into his bullshit and can help maintain his facade. Soward replies, "Nope, sorry, already fired."
Who created
the most advanced AI social?
Tron Ares, now streaming on Disney Plus.
Replies, "Nope, sorry, already fired." The walls are clearly closing in on Wildman, who's now fired off another big long screed saying he, quote, hourly trembles for the safety of the cable, declaring that all will soon be lost if it isn't repaired. He also complains about how hard he's working, how hard his job is, how the directors have failed him by not coming to Valencia Island themselves, which is clearly a bluff because he would hate it if they actually did. Anyway, that's the play here. Just start being a crybaby on top of everything else. People love it when you do that. A big long letter, which the board of directors wrote a couple days ago, finally makes its way to White House on day number 7. Turns out there's a mole in White House's operation, and that mole has let the directors know that White House is still planning to go out there and mess with the cable some more. This after being told multiple times explicitly not to do so under any circumstances. Soward also continues to insist that Mr. France, a highly distinguished electrician and a pretty tough get, be treated with more respect. The White House returns fire with an even longer letter. This one is a monster, running about 1,600 words long. Folks, I think he's starting to lose it a little bit. At one point, while trying to explain his treatment of Mr. France, he deploys this mammoth 174-word run-on sentence. It's a preview of what's to come from Wildman, who also fires off a second, much shorter message. I didn't let Mr. France see any of the instruments or even enter the instrument room. Since you wouldn't fire him, I did. And that does it. Soward replies, "Come to London right now. The board of directors is assembled and waiting for you." We don't have the full minutes from the subsequent meeting, but we do have the important part. Citing his treatment of Mr. France and refusal to stop interfering with the cable, Chief Engineer Wildman White House is terminated, effective immediately. Didn't even make it to the New York City accidental arson party. The impossible has happened. Wildman, the Lightning King White House, has been fired from the Atlantic Telegraph Company, a fate as unimaginable as Tim the Toolman Taylor being fired from Tool Time. He was Cyrus Field's golden boy, his ace in the hole, the champion of this substandard telegraph cable, defending all attacks from the world of science and the law of squares. Having far outlasted his usefulness in that regard, he found a way to remain entrenched, but couldn't overcome his own combativeness and obsession with tinkering, which did him in. But it's now, and only now, when the fun really begins. For most of us, being fired would signal the end of the story. For somebody like Wildman, it's only beginning. He soon snaps off another 1,000-word letter to the board of directors. His misspelling his own name as Wildman is maybe the 4th or 5th funniest thing in here. He talks as though he still works here, delivering a report in which he reveals that under his leadership, they've only been able to transmit to Newfoundland at the rate of 1.5 words per minute. That is so slow that if you wanted to transmit a really long letter like Wildman's here, for example, you might want to take your chances stuffing it into a bottle and throwing it into the ocean instead. Once again, Wildman blames the directors for all his problems and accuses them of conspiring against him. He concludes by formally submitting his resignation, which is such a powerful thing to do several days after he's been fired. What a move. But it gets even better when he requests that the board of directors, who he just got done accusing of orchestrating a Machiavellian conspiracy against him, give him the title of honorary consulting electrician, which of course they don't. I bet they never even read this. You and I might be the first people to ever read this. Meanwhile, like magic, transmission across the cable improves as soon as Wildman gets the boot. During his last full day on the job, his team in Valencia had tried to transmit a message of goodwill from the Queen of England to President James Buchanan. The message was 99 words total. If you were to tap out this message at a standard signaling speed and send it along a line with 0 latency, it would take you about 9 minutes. Valencia began sending it at about 6:30 p.m. and didn't finish until nearly 7 in the morning. It took them 12 entire hours and change. Newfoundland answers with a similarly long message from President Buchanan to the Queen. Valencia receives the message much more quickly, within an hour or two. You know why? Because Newfoundland and Valencia are finally getting on the same page. Now the White House isn't in Valencia breathing down everybody's necks. The technicians there can not only use Thomson's mirror galvanometer, but more importantly tell the other side they are using it. They're operating compatible systems and now know they are, rather than resorting to a solution that wasn't unlike trying to shove a Nintendo cartridge into a Sega Genesis. They openly tell each other, hey, I'm using the galvanometer. Are you using it too? Okay, great. Transmission immediately and dramatically improves. Soon, William Thomson himself arrives in Valencia to keep an eye on things. Wildman has, of course, put Thomson through the ringer. First, by publicly attacking his law of squares and dismissing his findings as a quote fiction of the schools. Then, upon mending fences and somehow becoming friends, White House repaid Thomson for his graciousness by burning through the company's budget and leaving almost nothing left over for Thomson. Unsurprisingly, after many days of this cable completely crashing and burning, Thomson fully supported the board's decision to fire White House, but now he takes a look around here in the Valencia Island Telegraph Station. What he finds surprises him. It would appear that White House had actually been using Thomson's galvanometer all along, like he was supposed to. How did Thomson not realize this? Was there a miscommunication somewhere? Couldn't say. But upon seeing that his old buddy had actually been using his instrument, Thomson's sentimental side takes over. Maybe Wildman had been misunderstood. Maybe he hadn't been doing such a bad job after all. Maybe they'd been too hasty and they ran him off too quickly without giving the facts straight. On August 21st, Thomson writes to the board of directors. Yes, he said, it's true that things haven't gone great over here. Wildman shouldn't have been such a jerk to Mr. France. His behavior was not acceptable, but whatever errors in judgment he made could be explained by all the pressure he's been under. Thomson recommends that the board reverse its decision and reinstate Wildman White House. Thomson even wants to bring the old tool-time duo back together, suggesting that he and White House should team up in Valencia to try to turn this project around. He also telegraphs White House directly in London to let him know he has his back and is trying to get the board to reconsider. Thanks, Wildman says. But the worst of it has not yet been revealed. Thomson would never be this gracious if he had any idea of what exactly Wildman White House has done.
The hard part about writing good text is identifying
what exactly Wildman White House has done.
But what has it?
For starters, White House has stabbed Thomson in the back again. While it is true that he switched to using Thomson's mirror galvanometer, he did so in secret, which is why Thomson never knew about it. White House was too proud to let anyone know that he'd given up on his own stupid instruments to the extent that he actually appears to have forged the record. Upon receiving messages on Thomson's device, he would have an assistant turn around and print them out word for word on the White House device and send that to the board, thus perpetuating the lie that his equipment was working as advertised. Maintaining this lie meant enormous consequences and single-handedly explains why Newfoundland had so much more trouble receiving his messages. Since he didn't tell them, they had no idea they should have been switching out their own devices accordingly. They were still trying to use White House's crappy instruments to read signals. It would seem that White House was willing to risk dooming this entire project for the sake of preserving a lie that, obviously and inevitably, was going to be found out one way or another eventually. There's really no explanation for this logic behind the simple observation that Wildman White House is an idiot. And even that was not the stupidest thing he did. Even outside of the context of this transatlantic cable, the mirror galvanometer is a brilliant and elegant device, but what makes it so perfect for this application is its ability to detect the weakest and most negligible of currents, which means, of course, that you can send smaller currents that won't overwhelm the cable.
Hey, I smell voltage.
I think it's time to drill.
Hey, right, Tim. And we'll be using a 1.5-inch auger bit.
But a Tim sees no value in that. A Tim understands quantity and nothing else.
Come on, Al. That's a girl drill. We need a man drill, don't we?
A Tim equates quantity with masculinity. A Tim assigns masculinity to, say, an electromagnetic steel yard or a 6.8 amp power drill.
But Tim, this is the proper tool.
And Al is agnostic as to how masculine a thing is or is not. He is only concerned with finding the proper solution.
Yeah, I bet it is, Al. You know, men, we want a job done right, and we want it done quick. What do we need?
And an Al, more often than not, is shouted down and shut out. Consequently, ruin befalls Tim when there's no Al to save him from his own impulses.
1,400 RPM, 6.8 amps.
Left to his own devices, Tim's only answer, Wildman Whitehouse's only answer, is more power. Thompson had originally intended the signals to be powered by a Daniel cell battery, the most common and reliable type of battery in this time. It stands about a foot tall, it packs a decent punch, it's capable of shooting a current across these hundreds of miles of cable that is frankly very weak, but again, that ought to be fine because his mirror galvanometer can easily pick it up. The White House, without consulting Thompson, without consulting anybody, wired together dozens of these Daniel cell batteries, at least 25, sometimes as many as 50. This alone actually wouldn't be so terrible, but White House connected all of these batteries to his induction coil. Now, what an induction coil does is pull power from a DC power source, such as a battery, and it charges itself up until it is capable of outputting enormous voltage. We don't have any photographs or illustrations of the exact coils White House used. This coil is likely a little bit different, but it gives you the basic idea. We do know that each of White House's coils was 5 feet long. Based on what I've read, these might have been, as of 1858, the largest induction coils built anywhere on Earth. These coils, in fact, are among the hardware that cost the company so much money that there was nothing left for Thompson. Not that Thompson ever needed that much, especially not in the voltage department. Thompson's estimation of exactly how much power would suffice seems to have shifted over time. At one point, he seems to have reckoned that a single Daniel cell would be enough to carry a signal across the ocean. The Daniel cell was itself the original basis for the unit of measurement known as the volt, so we're talking about 1 volt here. A volt is not a measure of energy itself, but rather how quickly and forcefully that energy is pushed out. A couple years later, in 1860, Thompson wrote that a maximum of 20 Daniel cells would have been acceptable. That's 20 volts, which is still pretty modest. For comparison's sake, a standard American power outlet supplies 120 volts. If you have something like a big, heavy-duty window air conditioner unit, it probably asks for 230 volts. White House's configuration, of course, maxed out at 50 Daniel cells, not 20, but the coil was what really spiked it into oblivion. It should be emphasized that Thompson expressly warned against using a coil in the first place. So how many volts did White House actually produce? Thousands. The number most commonly thrown out there is 2,000. A catastrophic number of volts, no doubt, but this figure isn't very well sourced. It's possible that someone once wrote that White House generated, quote, thousands of volts, and someone took that to mean 2,000 volts, and that's the number that stuck. In a footnote from his book, Imperial Science, Bruce J. Hunt points to a passage from the Joint Committee report in which somebody who tested the coils testified that the voltage was 10,000 to 15,000 volts. This, again, when Thompson felt that any more than 20 volts would be irresponsible. 10,000 to 15,000 volts. This is enough to throw an electrical charge over an empty span of air. It is more than enough to throw somebody across the room and kill them. Thankfully, it didn't do that. But if he can do that to us, what chance does a little 22.5 gauge wire stand? It's essentially speaker wire. It's imperfect. It's of varying purity from mile to mile. It's surrounded by equally imperfect organic insulation. It's so delicate. It needs our help. It needs us to understand it if it's going to faithfully carry our signals and survive. It's our poor little guy. It's our little friend, the one ship hands treated with such love and care as they waded across the ocean floor. Even the most grizzled sailors aboard worried over it and paced and wrung their hands, just hoping it would stay in one piece, hoping it would be okay. Remember? Oh, you don't remember, do you? You don't remember because you called in sick for every single voyage, didn't you? You demanded far more from this little tiny cable than you could ever expect of yourself. Upon receiving this cable on Valencia Island, White House immediately connected this poor little wire, 25 to 50 batteries and gigantic induction coils, and prepared to slam thousands of volts of Morse code across it. Even if it did not threaten to fry the cable, it never would have worked the way White House hoped it would. There was no excuse for this. Nobody advised him to do this. On the contrary, Thompson had already perfectly demonstrated what was possible with his modestly powered system. White House ignored all his findings, and in order to burnish his own legend, in order to prove the superiority of his masculine little trinkets, he decided that he could brute force the immutable laws of nature themselves, that he could bully the universe and shake its principles out of its pockets like they were its fucking lunch money. White House took to the coil and slammed this cable with thousands of volts for days, over and over and over and over. How could anybody be this stupid? And what you first utter as an exasperated rhetorical question might be interesting to answer in earnest as best we can. What was he thinking?
What do you think about T-Mobile Home Internet only being $35 a month?
We need to take your mind off of this. Come check out my new man cave.
T-Mobile's got home internet, just $35 a month, and it's guaranteed for 5 years.
I wanted to play football because the Niners were incredible.
Tim's passion project throughout the entire run of the show was his 1933 Ford Roadster, which I never really got as a kid. Why a hot rod? It's a silent generation nerdmobile. Sure, it had a V8 engine and it was loud, but some casual forum browsing tells me that the 0 to 60 time of a stock 33 Roadster was about 15 or 20 seconds, maybe even more. The worst car you've ever driven probably would have smoked it. It didn't even make a lot of sense as a nostalgia play, since Tim Taylor was born decades after his production run. But he loved it because it was loud, and more crucially, because it was his. Relatively speaking, it may not have been that powerful, but it sounded powerful, and by way of his endless tinkering and fussing over it, he was able to feel that he did that he produced that power. It's become more and more difficult for us to claim ownership of our machines, because as they become more sophisticated, we inevitably become more and more passively along for the ride. That's the price of admission for technology that's vastly superior in almost every respect, a price that some of us are happier to pay than others. This shift has largely occurred between the 1990s and the present day, but Wildman White House caught what was probably the first wave of this phenomenon way back in the 1850s. This cable required new logic. It rewarded less power, not more, because power, in its more abstract definition, was no longer a matter of quantity. An idea, the most powerful of all human creations, can be shot to another hemisphere at the speed of light, or at least so close to the speed of light that the difference doesn't matter. Nothing could be more powerful than that, but to harness that power, the voltage must be weak. So weak that it barely nudges a little thread of silk on the opposite continent. All of a sudden, things were upside down. Brute forcing no longer worked, and in fact was the very worst thing you could do. It was a new world that a man like Wildman White House was not ready for. He seemed to have forgotten the spirit behind the entire enterprise. A global telecommunication network is, by definition, an acknowledgement that we all need and rely on one another. That the community, the network, is bigger than the self. Because otherwise, what are we building this for? So the thing that was required on his part was a signing away of his personal ownership, a sacrifice of his individual conquest, an admission that he was a small part of the whole. He refused. He wanted it to be his. He wanted it to feel his power and bend to his logic. He wanted to own it. And when it refused to be owned, he fried it to death. forgive wasn't immediate. After Wildman was finally removed from his post, the others treated this brave little cable with the care and respect it had always deserved. It stayed together and passed along its currents as best it could for as long as it could. It's somewhat amazing that it lasted as long as it did, but all the abuse has finally caught up to it. By the end of August, signals are fading fast. On September 1st, the day of Cyrus Field's parade that shuts down Manhattan, the cable dies in the middle of transmitting a message from George Soward to Field, and it never comes back. Surprise you to hear that the supposed fault in the cable near the shore, the one that White House was certain was the problem, never existed at all. This cable's existence was justified by the unheralded and ingenious work of Alfred Vail, who died young without ever reaping the benefits of his code. The groundwork was laid by people like Frederick Gisborne and his Mi'kmaq companions who braved deadly terrain in pursuit of a future none of them could quite see yet. The cable was strung into incomprehensible lengths by hundreds of people whose names we will never know. It was taken to sea by sailors who nearly died trying to protect it, who refused to throw it overboard even at the risk of their own lives, who cared so much for it and placed so many of their hopes and dreams in it that they almost humanized it and wept in shame when they broke it. The sacrifices had been made. The miracles had already been performed. The hard parts were done. For about 2 or 3 precious weeks, humanity had vaulted into the future. We were able to send messages across the ocean to the other side of the planet, one of the foremost definitional qualities of modern life. We had it for a couple weeks, and then we were all thrown right back into the Stone Age. It turned out that the most daunting barrier of all, more unforgiving than the storms or the salt water or the logistical nightmares or the confounding properties of electricity or anything else, was the relentless stupidity that inhabited a man named Wildman Whitehouse. Nothing could survive that.
Okay, everything's
White House demonstrates
now.
that being stupid, pure, industrial-grade toolman stupid, is not simply a matter of not knowing things. It's not even about having the opportunity to know things and turning it down. I mean, a lot of us are busy, you know? Instead, it's about knowledge being served up to you on a silver platter, in his case, enjoying the company of experienced professionals, as well as one of the greatest scientists in the world, and turning down that enormous privilege because you have decided you know more than they do. This kind of stupid, the kind that's inseparable from one's ego, is the kind of stupid you cannot fix. White House has aggressively resisted learning a single thing throughout his entire 6-year career in electrical telegraphy, so of course, the aftermath of the transatlantic cable's failure is no different. He spends all of September trying to defend himself, continuing to insist that he was right all along and that it was actually everybody else's fault. This confidence, this pride, has not been earned. Where does it come from? We could ask the same question of Tim. By season 3, it's pretty well established that Tool Time is a complete farce of a TV show that nobody should take seriously, but when Tim's son Randy jokes about it, Tim gets oddly defensive.
Tool Time puts clothes on your back and food in your stomach, all right? Look at me when I'm talking to you.
Tim's a clown. His own son understands this. Everyone understands this, except for Tim. What could Randy possibly have said to set Tim off like this? Well, earlier in the episode, Tim installs an intercom system in the house. It's one of the many spiritual descendants of the telegraph, one of the funnier ones actually, that exploded in popularity only to nearly instantly be rendered useless by cell phones. While working on the intercom, Tim inadvertently hears Randy talking about tool time with his friend. Popping in here with a brief content advisory, what you're about to hear is an absolutely devastating insult. I deliberated for some time over whether or not to censor the footage or perhaps avoid using it entirely. Ultimately, I did make the decision to allow it to play uncensored, so if you have children present in the room with you, or if you'd rather just not expose yourself to it, then you are welcome to skip a few seconds forward. Thank you, and we can now play the clip.
Well, your dad's funny. I wish my dad was like that. No, you don't. My dad's a total goofball. Ever see Tool Time? I thought all those groups were just an act. Are you kidding? They're thinking of changing the name of the show to Full Time.
Roasted!
Tim disintegrates upon hearing that Tool Time was more like Full Time. This is a Tim we aren't at all used to seeing. We are witnessing a man annihilated. Wildman Whitehouse, obsessed with his fame and reputation, keeps his ears to the newswire. Cyrus Field, after enjoying one last hurrah in the form of that New York City parade, finally makes it known that the cable will soon be dead, if it isn't already. He and the other directors of the Atlantic Telegraph Company have decided that Wildman will shoulder the blame. In fact, many in the press have already done so, scapegoating Wildman, suspecting that all his supposedly superior methods are useless, calling him childish, and reporting that his experiments alone cost the company $176,000, which again would be well over $5 million today. The world is convinced that Tool Time is indeed more like Fool Time, and they're right. The cable's failure is most directly Whitehouse's fault. He's a fraud, a farce, the only person who does not accept this as true. So rather than simply take his medicine and retreat, he fights back. Hard. And if we think of this telecommunications network as the proto-internet, we can also consider Wildman to be his proto-poster. By reading things on the wire that make him mad and by shooting his own words at volume back into the wire, he is among the very first people ever to be mad online. Every neighbor you've ever seen who posts 95 BC-style proclamations on Nextdoor, every member of a college football message board who posts 65 angry things a day and has since 2007, every social media paladin who keeps replying to you a week after you've muted them, all these keepers of the flame can trace their spiritual lineages directly back to Wildman Whitehouse. Whitehouse's posting throughout the month of September 1858 is truly heroic in magnitude. Having lost all relevant allies and friends, it is up to him to single-handedly convince the world that Tool Time is in fact not more like Fool Time. His opening salvo is completely unprovoked and preemptive. George Soward, secretary of the Atlantic Telegraph Company, rips off the Band-Aid and, with great pain, announces to the world that the cable is no longer functioning. He admits that they have no timetable to offer as to when or if it will work again. Soward doesn't mention Whitehouse. He doesn't even take any subtle swipe at him. Nonetheless, Whitehouse, the least qualified person on earth to say "I told you so," fires off a big 1,000-word long "I told you so" in response. I think he thinks the fault they're talking about is the fault he was sure was there. They're actually talking about the catastrophic damage Whitehouse inflicted with his induction coils and are, for now, nice enough to not publicly blame him for. Within this prolonged response, Whitehouse mostly just whines and complains about how he deserves no blame and everybody else in the company failed him. Soward has little choice but to respond, but he keeps it brief a few days later on the 11th. He says only that Whitehouse's claims are vastly false, except for the few garbled portions that are too unintelligible to be either true or false. Whitehouse's letter was, quote, read with much astonishment in this place. There is nothing a true poster hates more than a succinct response. If you just laugh at them, if you aren't as mad as they are, they can't take that shit. It sends them up a wall. Whitehouse's initial reply to this is a 400-worder that calls the board of directors negligent and incompetent. Later in the month, he submits a 3,500-worder to the British Association for the Advancement of Science, in which he shares all his supposed learnings about submarine telegraphy, but aside from one veiled shot at the end, he mostly holds his fire. Maybe he's finally given it a rest. Nope. The London Daily News, September 20th. Can you spot where exactly on this page Wildman Whitehouse's letter is printed? Should be pretty easy because it's almost the entire page. By my count, it runs 9,003 words. So, what we'll do now is break this down paragraph by paragraph in order to not... I'm fucking with you, we're not putting it. The London Daily News, 9 days later, on September 29th, another letter from Wildman Whitehouse that totals another 8,759 words. Now, I promise we're not going to read any of this one either, except for this one little passage that gives you a taste of the martyrdom on display here. If science, as has often been the case, must have its victims, I will not fall the butt of unrefuted slander and detraction. I had long been aware that sinister and unseen influences were at work. There is a feeling in the mind of every man which tells him of forthcoming evil. Yet here, at least in this enterprise, it might have been hoped that unity and sincerity would have gone hand in hand, and that pretended friends should not have been so suddenly perverted into foes. So, he says he's a victim of science. He describes the rest of the company as sinister and evil menaces who conspired against him. He even talks about fake friends. This is all straight out of the loser playbook, especially since, in true poster fashion, he's going on these endless rants long after his intended targets stop paying attention. An ocean of words that will go entirely unnoticed. The Atlantic Telegraph Company has not responded and will not respond to any of it.
When I first created PR, I handed over to Codex to take a first pass. Codex?
On to any of it.
Full time.
What's particularly interesting and fitting here is that there actually are a couple good points to be found in these letters. Throughout, he continues to point out that the directors left him to fend for himself despite him repeatedly asking for help. Honestly, that is on them. He also, and this seems notable, charges that they never actually bothered to bring the special shore-in cable to Valentia Island. You remember that extra thick cable they built for the shores to provide it with some extra insulation? Whitehouse correctly points out that they never bothered to install it and left it on the docks in England. Fairly damning stuff. Problem is, it's drowned out by an ocean of what I have counted to be a total of about 22,600 words Whitehouse wrote and published within a span of about 3 weeks. No one on Earth read it all. It was my job to read it all, and I didn't read it all. Absolutely no one was ever going to navigate these endless torrents of complaining and rage and blame and self-pity for long enough to notice any good points he might have had. But isn't this the Wildman Whitehouse experience? Just as with the cable, all he understood, all he ever understands, is quantity. He believed he would find salvation in pure volume. There's a coda here, one in which Whitehouse demonstrates another common behavior of a true poster. Not long after stumbling out of his weeks-long raid bender, he pops back up as if none of it ever happened. On October 23rd, nearly 2 months after the cable went dead and stayed dead, and about a month after his public temper tantrum, he writes to the board of directors and asks for his job back. He says he'll finance the cable with his own money and do whatever he can to bring it back to life. Look at the dateline. Whitehouse is back on Valentia Island. Aside from the telegraph station, there is nothing else to do on that island unless you own a farm. Nowhere else to put himself. What is he doing here? Staring sadly at the cable all day? Jiggling the handle on the telegraph station door? Go home, dude. George Soward responds, "They told me I had to answer you."
Workers of the world unite. You have nothing to lose.
3 days later, Whitehouse replies, "Yeah, well, hey, I'm in town. Can I just see it? I bet I can fix it." 2 days later from Soward, "No. Fuck off." A week later, Whitehouse responds with a 1,400-word letter, adamantly and delusionally claiming that he knows he can fix the cable. Everyone but him understands is deader than dead. He continues to rant about the mythical faulty section of cable near the shore, still refusing to acknowledge that his 10,000-volt induction coil barbecuing had anything to do with its failure. The Atlantic Telegraph Company does not reply, nor do they ever acknowledge him again. Because, you see, he already played his part, and it's been an invaluable one. What the board of directors never wanted to believe, much less publicly acknowledge, was that this cable was going to die regardless. It was manufactured about as well as one could expect on a first try in the 1850s, but still not well enough to be viable long term. Cyrus Field realized this sometime later after examining some unused samples of cable that had been sold off as souvenirs. He wrote to Thompson that in some places the wire had sunk so far off center that it was stuck in the middle of the gutta-percha insulation. This might have been caused by a flaw in manufacturing, improper storage, damage it accrued during a near shipwreck, or all three. Who knows how much longer it might have functioned? Maybe months, maybe years. White House's electro rampages were without a doubt the most acute reason for the cable's failure, but they only rapidly accelerated a more or less inevitable outcome. Imagine if White House never arrived on Valentia Island with those induction coils and the cable fizzled out unceremoniously sometime, say, a year later. The Atlantic Telegraph Company would be left with very poor options. Either they'd have to acknowledge that their cable was poorly designed, or they'd have to claim that they really did do their best and that laying a viable transatlantic telegraph cable is simply
Pretty
not
soon we're going to
possible
switch over to the 2K.
Both answers would completely destroy
stream.
any potential of raising more money and making another attempt. But having a fall guy, that changes everything. Since White House operated by his own ascientific principles, worked with his own proprietary devices, and was openly insubordinate, they could convincingly spin the story that this was never about the cable itself. It was, they could say, about one electrician who betrayed the company and went rogue. You could make a pretty solid argument that this was ultimately a Cyrus Field problem. He was the one who ordered all the substandard cable too hastily. He was the one who initially championed White House and gave him the job of chief electrician. The qualities that made him such a good bullshitter about the virtues of the cable were the exact same qualities that made him the master of disaster once he actually got put in charge of something. Of course White House deserves blame, but also deserving blame is the guy who put him there. But by strapping all the blame to White House and throwing him overboard, the entrepreneurs, scientists, and practical men alike could completely absolve themselves of responsibility. This wouldn't have worked with somebody of standard issue stupidity and overconfidence, but Wildman was so in love with his own stupidity and imploded in such a public and humiliating way that investors could be convinced that he single-handedly doomed a project that was otherwise totally deserving of investment. In the years to follow, Cyrus Field raised more capital, this time accepting William Thompson's input on the design of a new transatlantic cable. This cable boasted the two improvements Thompson had advocated for all along, a significantly larger copper core and stronger insulation. After waiting out the Civil War and another failed expedition in 1865 that ended with a broken cable, they tried again in 1866 using just one gigantic ship, the SS Great Eastern, instead of two. The cable was laid across the Atlantic, it worked, and it lasted, remaining operational for more than 5 years before it required refurbishing. By that time, enough lessons were learned from this transatlantic cable to lay several more. Those cables, the lost 1858 cable, all the fiber optic cables that now crisscross the floors of every ocean, and the stubby little RF cable that hangs out of your living room wall, are family. Together, they form this everlasting superstructure.
Created the most advanced AI social
Strawberries, now streaming on Disney Plus.
Wildman White House single-handedly set back the progress of global telecommunications by quite some time. This is an oversimplification, but it's still interesting to consider that we are living in 2025 right now when we should be living in 2033 were it not for Wildman. Paradoxically enough, though, his load-bearing stupidity, capable of supporting enormous amounts of blame, was arguably what allowed it to move forward again. That's the confusing thing about it, Tim. Sometimes you need somebody to break something so completely that there's no repairing it. Nothing left to do but start over and build it again. Home Improvement ended its run in 1999. More than 20 years after that, the character of Tim the Toolman Taylor was brought back for an episode of Tim Allen's new show, Last Man Standing. In one scene, a much older Toolman introduces himself to Mike, Allen's new character. My hunch is that Allen initially okayed this, but maybe during table reads or something, he realized how little use he had for the Toolman anymore.
I was pretty famous myself. I had this TV show for 8 years called Tool Time. They called me the Toolman.
It's a decidedly half-hearted rendition. Can't blame him. Party's over.
because it was, a little annoying.
He'd served his purpose for him and for everybody. Tim's have an expiration date, and since Tim was the star of Home Improvement, not merely a star, the show just hasn't lasted in our memories the way so many others have. It's rarely referenced or quoted. We just had our fun, and now we're done with it. Here's a true story. I was writing part of this script on the couch while the TV was on. I have cable TV. I'm probably the youngest person in America who has cable TV by a margin of 20 years, but it makes you feel like you're living in a hotel. It's great. One thing it means is that you see a bunch of commercials and infomercials you otherwise would not. Like this one. On this night, I looked up from my script and unexpectedly saw an old friend.
I'm Richard Karn, and I love my hose.
Working Blue Al, love it. He's advertising a garden hose, not a telegraph cable, but it offers some features that our Al Borland, William Thompson, would have killed for. It has copper, pure copper, not the janky inconsistent copper they used in that old cable. It features 3 layers of latex insulation and is wrapped in polymer filament, synthesized materials that were eons beyond the wildest dreams of a company that had to settle for glorified tree sap. But all this jargon is little more than an expected song and dance. We don't actually care whether the copper bullet hose is any good. They're not selling that. They're selling Al.
It's the best pocket hose in the world.
The infomercial. The stomping grounds of beloved icons. Ron Popeil, Billy Mays, people we trust more than any president or politician. There is no station in American life that is more broadly respected than that of the infomercial pitchman. It's an institution that opens its gates for almost nobody. But it opened them for Al. Home Improvement has fallen so far off the map that unlike virtually every other sitcom of its time that was even somewhat popular, it's not even syndicated on TV anymore. But Al, despite being only a supporting character, transcended it entirely. We know him, love him, trust him so much that we haven't let him go. Unbelievably, in the end, Al won. William Thompson went on to win further fame, fortune, and virtually every title, honor, and award they had for a scientist and inventor. In 1892, upon becoming a baron, the Queen allowed him to choose his own title. As a goof, his friend suggested the name Lord Cable. It sounds like he thought about it, but he ended up choosing a different title. There he is. Here's the beard. See, folks, he really is an Al. Yes, William Thompson is Lord Kelvin. Yes, that Lord Kelvin. Yes, my bibliography already kind of gave that away already. Whatever. The Kelvin, the SI unit for temperature, is named after him, as are countless other things. Timescales, effects, theorems, inventions, awards, institutions. Ever since his death in 1907, he's been heralded as one of the greatest and most consequential scientists
3 Celsius
anyone fortunate enough to have worked with him, to have been in his company,
600 milligrams of caffeine. A Kelvin.
Aside from one last brief gig, Wildman Whitehouse managed to land as a telegraph consultant, and being dragged before a joint committee to explain himself in 1861, he was never heard from again. When he died in 1890, he received a 15-word stub of an obituary in the London Times. The same obituary he would have received had he remained a doctor in Brighton. The struggle between these two is a pitched battle that has probably raged on since the dawn of civilization, and as long as there are people, will never end. We'd love to believe that Al always wins, but we know better than that. Cosmic justice is flaky. Here in our story, one Al has been immortalized as a legend, and one became a hero in his little corner of the world, but one died young, broke, and without any of the recognition he deserved. One Tim has entered history as a footnote, just barely long enough to secure his place as one of history's signature idiots. And one's incessant meddling finally caught up with him later in life, but one became even more of a household name than Lord Kelvin himself. So much so that his unrelenting hatefulness and bigotry has been conveniently swept out of view. There will always be a Tim. Sometimes he wins. Whether he wields the levers of international power or is simply impossible to work with at the office, you and I and everyone else are made to pay the price for the lumpy, burbling cauldron of neuroses, insecurities, and desperation that tells him every comforting lie he needs to hear and dictates his every action. He is, as we saw here, and as we continue to see, capable of dimming the world's light in some way for a little while. One day, though, his show's run will end and he will be gone. So will all of us, of course. So will Al. The difference is that when we have each other, and when we tie ourselves together tight enough, none of us really, truly go. You and I are here because we've descended from selfless helpers, heroes, and geniuses whose names we will never know. People who aspire to become something greater than the self. This network, our network, has been built and maintained by those seeking to accrue wealth and maintain empires of one kind or another. We might not have built it, but we didn't design our own bodies either. We didn't map out our own ventricles and veins and arteries. They are nonetheless ours. They pump and flow because of us. We are what gives this thing, this superstructure, meaning. It's an exhibition of our love for one another and our monument to that love. It requires eternal replacements and repairs. It's often bent and beaten up, but it does not break. Neither will we.
Full time.
Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet.
One more, everybody.
And when you get iPhone 17 Pro and Spectrum, you get the same seamless connection you love at home. On the go. Get the new iPhone 17 Pro.
EA's NHL series has had its highs, from the legendary NHL 94 to what many players would say is the greatest game in the series, NHL 2004, to NHL 14, what I consider to be the last great NHL game. But then what? NHL 15 brought the series to the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, and in the process, EA stripped away a ton of features, game modes, and more, causing fan outrage. Season mode, gone. Online BGM mode, gone. EA Sports Hockey League and online team play, gone. Instead you had Ultimate Team and a shallow, poor excuse for a $60 game. Not only that, but gameplay regressed, and the series was set up for failure. Every game that followed was looked upon harshly by critics, and was bashed even harder by the player base. Every year, it seemed like EA was simply putting out the same game, with a lack of attention to detail with things such as team uniform errors, inaccurate player face masks, and more. Gameplay became cheesy and too reliant on animations. While all of EA's other sports games had already moved on to next gen, the NHL games were still only on PS4 and Xbox One until this year, and the game was also using EA's old Ignite engine until, again, this year. Fans of the series are used to feeling neglected, yet they have no other option. While EA doesn't own the exclusive NHL rights, they are the only company currently making a licensed game, as 2K ended their series after NHL 2K11. Yet it seems like EA doesn't even care about the franchise, allocating as few resources as possible to the game. It seems like the series has shifted more towards focusing on HUT, Hockey Ultimate Team, because that's where the money is. What is an EA sports game if not fully priced with a ton of pay-to-win microtransactions? For nearly the last decade, NHL games have been bad. However, recently it seems like EA has started moving the series in the right direction. While the newly released NHL 22, the first game on next-gen consoles, isn't a great game right now, it's a legit improvement, with better graphics and vastly better gameplay. The rest of the game is basically the same as NHL 21, however, and now that it's using the Frostbite engine, people are already experiencing game-breaking glitches, following in the footsteps of every other EA Sports title. However, for now, NHL 22 appears to be better than every release since 14. But the bar really isn't that high to cross. Long gone are the days of the gems, like NHL 04 or 14. Instead of building upon the solid base they had built, EA stripped the game to its core and started fresh, resulting in shallow and straight-up bad releases for years to come. While there may be hope for the future, it's safe to say that for now, EA's NHL series has fallen off, and hard. Let's go back in time. In 1991, EA released NHL Hockey, the very first hockey game made by EA. The game was a hit, and actually helped bring a lot of attention to the NHL in other countries. The success and reputation of John Madden Football made every EA Sports game a must-buy, and NHL Hockey lived up to it, and is commonly referred to as one of the greatest games ever released for the Sega Genesis. A year later, NHL PA Hockey 93 released. However, this game didn't feature the NHL license to the players. It's a bit confusing because it's technically in the title, but NHLPA simply means the Players Association, aka EA got rights to the players, but not the league or teams. Instead of playing with the New York Islanders, for example, you'd simply play with Long Island. While team colors looked similar, there were no logos or emblems to be found, but despite this, it was still a great game and continued improving upon NHL hockey, with a port to the Super Nintendo, as well as adding a playoff mode. Game Informer actually listed NHLPA Hockey 93 as their 20th best video game ever made in a list in 2001. However, it wasn't until the next year when we got something truly special. NHL 94. This game is still widely regarded as one of the best video games ever made, and has even been re-released by EA multiple times with updated rosters. EA brought back the NHL license and the game released to critical acclaim. What made EA's NHL games stand out in comparison to other hockey games was the camera angle. Most games at the time used a broadcast-style camera showing a side view of the rink, but NHL 94 used EA's signature vertical camera angle used in their other sports games, which made gameplay easier to play and simply more fun. This game added a ton of new features such as the one-timer, new game modes including the shootout mode, all-star teams, and even team-specific songs played after goals or at the start of a period, such as When the Saints Go Marching In for the St. Louis Blues. At the time of its release, NHL 94 was groundbreaking. No other hockey game had ever come close. You could even fight in this game. There's a reason people still love this game to this day. It even had an impact on players. Jeremy Roenick, a center who played from 1988 to 2009, credited NHL 94 for launching him into superstardom. Because the game was so popular and loved, and Roenick was one of the best players in the game, he became a household name. The game brought the NHL into the mainstream and was one of the most important sports games of all time. NHL 95 was similar with some tweaks, such as the ability to trade, release, sign, and create players, as well as advanced stat tracking, new injury animations, and faster gameplay speed.
My name is Frankenstein. That's right.
Oh, you ready? Drinks on me.
96 released to even more critical acclaim. This is another title that many consider to be the GOAT of the series. Gameplay saw a massive improvement, with more options for offensive and defensive play. This was the first version of the game to be truly 3D, but only on the MS-DOS version. As you can see, this game looked amazing for its time. This is from 1995. It seemed like EA was dropping the greatest hockey game ever with every single release. It's actually kind of insane to think about.
And my phone died. We'll be right back after these messages. Motorola messages. After these messages, we'll be right back. after these messages. We'll be right back. Wow.
The son of Ken Griffey is the most beloved baseball player of the last 50 years. Fans were worried that they wouldn't ever get to see a player make it into the Hall of Fame with a Mariners hat on his plaque. Not because Junior wouldn't get in. Everyone saw that coming 20 years before the fact, but because it was rumored that his plaque would be sculpted with his hat on backwards. He'd always worn it like that, not as any kind of statement, but because he was always wearing his dad's Reds hat as a little kid, and it kept falling in his face unless he turned it around. The public image of Junior was one of a guy who, on top of being astounding at baseball, had more fun than anyone. Always laughing, starring in funny commercials, pulling increasingly ingenious and elaborate pranks on his teammates. The story of the real Ken Griffey Jr. was incompatible with what we saw. The Mariners made Junior 1987 Evans' #1 overall draft pick, signing him right out of high school. He became a celebrity very quickly, tearing through the minors and receiving a spring training invite with big leaguers in 1989. He played so well that manager Jim Lefebvre had no choice but to start him at center field on opening day. He's shown us he can do everything, Lefebvre said. There isn't one thing he can't do. Others agreed. In their 1989 set, the brand new Upper Deck Baseball Card Company reserved their #1 slot, traditionally reserved for a superstar, for a 19-year-old who had yet to appear in a single Major League Baseball game. He didn't let him down. Wins above replacement is a metric that attempts to estimate a player's overall value to his team in terms of wins. Junior's mark in '89 was just over 3, the best baseball had seen from a teenage position player in over 60 years. His season could have been even better had he not missed a month of action after slipping and falling in the shower. Junior was already becoming the first great Seattle Mariner. The first era, the era of forgotten bums piecing together losing season after losing season in a far-flung corner of the country, was over, and Junior ended it. Most have no idea of what he went through. At age 17, he was shipped off from a Cincinnati home to play minor league ball in Bellingham, Washington. He literally could not have been sent any further from home. Ken Sr., a 3-time All-Star, knew what it was to be a baseball star. But his son's journey was something else entirely. Junior was saddled with massive expectations before his 18th birthday. The pressure, coupled with the loneliness of being so far from home, weighed on him enormously. He struggled with depression, and years later he would disclose that he once made an attempt on his own life